Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We got Peyton and Ryan running things in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we are loaded and ready to go again this morning. A guy who oftentimes has gotten himself in trouble for spitting fire. Dan Dockich is going to preview the Colts from out in Indianapolis, college basketball analyst who you've loved for a long time.
Well, I don't know if I love his opinions, but I love the fact that he will say what he wants to say with no regard for anybody's feelings. He's a wild card, man. You never know what he's going to say. I actually think he's a better game analyst than he's a talk show. He's just a fantastic game analyst.
7:20, he'll join us, Babe Laufenberg, to preview Indy at 8:40, and we're sending you to the game on Sunday night. We're sending you to Cowboys Colts in the 7 a.m. expressway. Bobby Belt will be in 30 minutes, but you got some life issues that are taking place with a neighbor and the Christmas lights. Don't have the Christmas lights up after I finally got mine put up for the first time in 41 years.
Where should we start, Sean? Should we start with the neighbor or the Christmas lights?
Go to the lights.
So I had my Christmas lights put up. I'm going to check the date here on this one. October 15th.
Head of the game.
Head of the game. The guy was ahead of the game. He even texted me, hey, be in your neighborhood tomorrow. You want your Christmas lights put up? Yes, sir, I do. All right, so he puts them up, but I wasn't going to turn them on just yet. I was going to wait for Halloween. So I waited for Halloween, and then I go to turn them on, and I noticed, I'm like, there's a lot of lights, like, I'm working. There's a lot that are just missing bulbs, like the bulbs are not in there. So I was like, all right, I'm going to go buy.
Do you keep the lights? Or
Yeah, I keep the lights.
So why would the bulbs be missing, like not even there?
When they put them on, sometimes they break.
Okay.
So sometimes they shatter. Or when they take them down, sometimes they shatter. So, they put them up. And they're supposed to check the lights. I texted the guys like, hey, man, there's a few lights missing. Like, if I go buy the lights, would you put them up? And he's like, yeah, I'll do that. He goes, just let me know when you got them. And okay. So I have the red and the white, but they're like the old school red and white, right? They're not like the ceramic. They're not the LED. And I'm having a lot of trouble finding the red ones. I found the clear. I can't find the red ones that are loose, like, just replacement bulbs. I finally text him, like, 2 weeks ago. I'm like, hey, man, I'm having trouble finding these. Do you have a place where you can get them? He's like, yeah, I'll take care of it. He's like, so I texted him last week, and I'm like, hey, just want to make sure we get these up here. I want to kind of, enjoy the lights. Because now, like, this is me, right? To me, it's a waste. It's pointless now. It's too late.
Too late.
It's too late. My mom, her tree isn't up yet. I told her, what's the point of putting your tree up? It's too late in the game.
Pretty odd thinking.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I need 11 weeks with my stuff. I need 11 weeks with my lights. Okay, I'm a big Christmas guy. I need like 11 weeks. I've had my tree up for a little bit, and I'm going to keep it up to make sure I get the 11 weeks out of it. I'm going to keep it up like well into January. So the guy on Saturday, I texted him like, hey, can we get these things put up like, this week or, on Monday? He goes, yeah, I'll be out there on Monday. Okay, so Monday comes around, and he wasn't out there. I said, hey, did you happen to come by today? He goes, no. I said, so you come by tomorrow? And he goes, yeah, I'll be there tomorrow. So Tuesday comes by, and he didn't show up. And I said, you going to be by tomorrow? He goes, I'll be by tomorrow. Wednesday was yesterday. Tomorrow was yesterday. He did not show up. So I said to myself, okay, actually, Sarah told me to say this. He's not respecting my time. I'm not going to respect his. So I sent him, what time is the last, what's the cutoff for text time? What's the latest you could text somebody?
Cutoff for text time, I would say, is you cannot text 8 p.m. or later.
I texted him at 11 o'clock last night. All right. I texted him at 11 o'clock, and all I said was, hey, are we going to get these things done tomorrow? And we're going to get these lights fixed tomorrow? And I have not gotten a response. So she said either text now or text at 5 a.m. She gave me two options.
Okay.
Like, those are your best two options. So now that's where we are. Now, I could easily get a ladder. My nephew's got a ladder, like an extension ladder. Those are me. I got neighbors that are like electricians, the real men. I can just get an extension ladder and get there and do it myself. But now it's the principle of the thing. Now it's like, no, I'm not going to do this.
How long has he been doing it for you?
Several years. I've never had an issue. It's $75 to put them up. $75, take him down.
Good price.
Good price. He's quick about it. He's early. Early on in the season.
Yeah.
So now it's like, yeah, look, I get it. Yeah, this is the busy time. And he's not making any more money off me. He's already made his money. But I already paid him.
Yeah.
Like, let's go.
I think it's time to replace. I think it's time to hold open tryouts, open Christmas light replacement tryouts for RJ Choppy.
RJ, when do you call him? Are you a call guy? You just confront him?
He called me the other day, and he was telling me, all the...
Nobody calls. Nobody calls anymore.
You don't call?
Yeah, you're right. Nobody does call, but
a text is so easy to avoid it. You can just see the text and just avoid it. But if you call him, it's like it could be anything.
If I was a real man, I'd call him. I'm starting to become more confrontational.
Yeah, what's going on here?
I don't know, but something's
sending
going on.
Food back, getting hype about your Christmas lights. You're about to go upstairs and confront someone in the apartment building. What's going on? Another transformation for RJ Choppy.
I know. I send one plate of food back, and I'm a social assassin now. I don't know where this is coming from, but this happened. This was last night. During the week, I usually stay over at Sarah's place, and she's got. She lives in an apartment complex, and she's got this neighbor that I guess just moved in.
By the way, with the Christmas lights, when do you keep them on?
So they're on a timer, right?
Yeah.
They're like, so usually it's like dark to, midnight.
Okay, so you keep them on overnight.
I don't think so. No, they would go off around 1.
Oh, okay. So I go like dusk to 11.
Yeah.
I didn't know what the energy bill would be overnight. I do feel like I would like to walk out of the house at 4 a.m. and bam, there's a light show taking place in my front yard, but is that how much higher of an electric bill we talking? Not that much, right?
I would think it barely touches your electric bill. I never really noticed it, but in the winter I have gas.
And what's the point of you even caring about your lights? You never sleep at your house anyway.
Well,
you're never at your home, so
that's true.
All this bitching about having to be up for 14 months, you're not even there.
No, I'm not. But
so what's the matter?
The outdoor Christmas lights are for everybody else.
The
indoor are for you. That's how I kind of look at it. I hardly ever see my lights. I don't go out at night.
Right.
So
that was my argument to Amanda. Well, what do you want these lights for? You're not going to go outside in a lawn chair and enjoy them. It's just the thought of it.
It's for everybody else.
It's not for everyone. She doesn't argue it's for everyone else. It's just to know we have the lights and we're participating in the season. And I'm like, it's probably the biggest expense that you get zero enjoyment out of whatsoever. None. You're right. I'm not going home and sitting in this freezing cold to look at my lights that I paid $400 for.
Right. Now, I'll tell you this. If you ever, if I ever have to be out and I come home and it's dark, it is kind of
very nice.
Very refreshing.
Very warming.
Oh, it's like, look at these lights.
Yeah.
These are just magnificent.
And I got profiled for the color of my lights. People are like, "Oh, the multicolor." I got trashed by some Tolos for the multicolored light.
Are they? They're the strict white light guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's.
I feel like you have to be a certain age or wealth demographic to have just all white. If you're in your 30s, early 40s, I think you can still go multicolor. You go 50, 60. I get it with the all white.
The all white. It's a classy look. It's an upscale look.
But I got a 2-year-old, man. He wants to see colors. You know what I mean? He loves the lights.
Yeah.
Do it for the kid.
Mm-hmm. And are you putting white lights on your tree? How do you view the multicolored tree versus white lights?
I have only white lights on my tree.
Okay. And on the outside of the house, multicolor.
Red and white. Candy cane.
Okay.
Candy cane. It's a good little Joyride reference for you. The movie. You have a white on the tree. But so there's this person that moved upstairs that I swear to God just is getting their steps in all day. Like it happens at she says it happens in the morning and then somewhere around 7, 8 o'clock at night. And we never really noticed it until the last couple of days. Maybe they just moved in. But it is they're just doing a circle around the entire apartment. And you can hear it when they go into the bedroom where there's carpeting. And you can hear where it stops. So it goes. And it's 40 minutes straight. It's 40 minutes straight. So she's having a panic attack. And I'm like, we got to go say something. Let's go upstairs. And she doesn't want to go say anything.
Oh, but she wants you to go say stuff now.
No. She wanted to go, but she was like, will you come with me? I'm like, of course I'll come with you. We'll go upstairs and say something. But then she's like, there's no way I can be nice to them right now. Like, she's like livid about this. So we got to figure out like if we're ever going to go up there or not. Because we didn't do it last night. She actually called up a noise complaint hotline.
Okay, I like that.
All right. I was like, okay, it's a good solid first step.
Good start.
Get it on record.
Second step is the note.
The note?
Write a note. You don't have to say it's you directly. Just be like, we can hear this upstairs. They'll probably figure it out it's you directly, but leave a note on the door.
You just say it's a neighbor.
Yeah.
Get them guessing.
Yeah, just say it's a neighbor. Could be someone next door that can hear it through their walls.
Yeah, it could be.
So leave a note. Leave a note on the door.
Leave it on the door, step 2. And then step 3 is I have to do that thing that I do, and that is socially assassinate somebody and go up there, which it's a new thing of mine, new trick.
The 7th version of RJ Choppy.
Yeah.
I like it.
Look, you've got to reinvent yourself constantly.
Yes, it's true.
And I'm trying.
You're like Belichick.
Yeah, absolutely. Just I need a Matt Patricia.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. If you can help out RJ with his lights like you did for me, let's fire the other guy right here on the air. The public firing on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby will be in at 6 o'clock. Speaking of circling, like this is like the hundreds of ducks circling a lone car. You sent me a story about those other animals that were circling in another country.
Right,
a bunch of sheep.
Yeah.
Weird circles are happening.
Circles
for
everywhere.
some reason.
Yep.
All right. We have some news for the college football playoff. We're going to 12.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to 12.
This year, Tennessee's in, baby.
Aaron Judge got his offer and a local quarterback with all-time bad news for his son. We'll get you the news you need to know to kick off your Thursday morning with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's the return of the Demarcus Lawrence show after a week off for the holiday. Tank will be on about 4:45. Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
Get up to a 25% bonus and up to 10% growth per year for your retirement.
for 12 and 24. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us. Thanks for being a Tolo. In order to say thank you, we're giving away Cowboys Colts tickets in the Expressway, 7 o'clock hour, commercial free until 8 o'clock. We're going to have Dan Dockich, Indianapolis radio host, and college basketball on ESPN at 7:20. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. But RJ, the significance of the Rose Bowl, what happened?
So the Rose Bowl was given a deadline of last night to join the college football playoff expansion next year, 2024, or continue with their hoity-toity, sanctimonious high horse that they've been on for a century with an irrelevant bowl.
Oh, it's irrelevant now, like I've been saying for 10 years.
It's been irrelevant for 40 years. It's just a good tradition. But that bowl hasn't been good since the SEC became the most powerful conference somewhere around 75 years ago. Okay, the moment that those overrated, thick-ankled Big Ten teams stopped being any good with their high grass that they play on. They played a field, for crying out loud. The moment they stopped being relevant to the national championship picture, so, like I said, somewhere around 70 years ago, the Rose Bowl was dead. And the Rose Bowl has been just tradition, and that's it. It's such an overrated bowl and an overrated setting. It's a crap stadium.
So why do we need their sign-off for this whole thing?
They control the time slot. They control, I guess it's like 4 o'clock on New Year's Day. They control that. By themselves, they control that. Because
they own the time slot.
Yeah, they've got
ABC.
They have a separate TV contract. And they needed them to give up their TV contract to join the college football TV, the college football playoff TV contract. So ABC has got like the college, I guess it's ESPN's got the college football contract. And the Rose Bowl's on ABC, and they wanted to be able to have that window, to be able to get in that. They said if the Rose Bowl said no, this would have cost them $450 million per year in lost revenue until they expand.
Wow.
And the Rose Bowl was holding all this up. So it was going to wait. It was going to have to wait until 2026. Well, the Rose Bowl has said, okay, fine, we're in. So they have approved a 12-team expanded playoff, which will start next year. I say, let's start it now. You don't think ESPN will be like, yeah, we'll move some things around? You don't think that would happen? I think it would happen. Plus, it'd get the Vols into the playoffs. So I'm all in on that one.
There we go. Yeah.
I mean, but look, TCU would have no worry of losing. None. You lose, you're still in. USC, you lose, you're still in. Michigan, you lose to Purdue, you're still in. So the amount of teams that it would render this weekend meaningless, if it isn't meaningless already. That's one downside to it, and that's going to happen anyway. That's going to happen next year. All these games that we've been thinking, like the Michigan-Ohio State game. That was basically a playoff game last week. Well, that game would be meaningless next year. Not meaningless, but it would have far less meaning.
Yeah,
like we know both teams would be in.
Right.
So that is one drawback of it, but
it's going to push down the meaning of other games to get into the 10, 11, 12 spots.
So now your Oregon-Utah game or whatever that was like, or you know what I mean? Like,
right.
That's like, okay, hey, this is a big game. We can get in.
And we don't have to, worry about, now this is going to help Ohio State and Alabama every single year.
They're in every single year.
Because everyone's trying to figure out who's going to get screwed by them wanting to put Bama in with TCU right there in the spotlight.
Yeah, I mean, your usual suspects, they're basically going to make it every year. But you know what? They make it every year in college basketball. Like, nobody complains that Duke's always in the tournament or Carolina's always in the tournament.
Yeah, this is a win for all of us.
Yeah.
I think what's becoming very clear in sports, we're getting a drop and decline in baseball following. We're getting a drop and decline, it seems, in the NBA. College basketball is completely dead. Nobody cares unless you live in Lawrence. Brian Purdy, the general manager of the station, is the only one up here who really cares about it a ton. The NFL is dominant. We need stakes.
Yeah.
That's why, I like following the World Cup. I like following the Olympics. It's do or die. There's a gold medal. There's a championship trophy on the line. And even though we're not going to get a ton of upsets, You do have a chance for more upsets with more games. And you're telling me there's a playoff game instead of an irrelevant Rose Bowl with the number 10 team featured, 11 team featured? I'm much more in.
Yeah, so like what's going to happen now is the way it's structured, they don't really have, I don't think they finalized the structure yet because they're still talking about having, are they going to have all 5, Power 5 conference winners get a guaranteed spot, and then you're at larges plus the group of 5 top team. But the top 4 ranked teams, the speculation is that they will get a bye. All right, so right now, it'd be Georgia, Michigan, TCU, USC would all get a bye. And then the second game they would play, so then it would be down to 8. Then 8 teams for, 4 bowl games. And there's you would use your Rose Bowls, Cotton Bowl, all that crap.
So I have a question about this with the 12-team format. Let's say because you have your top, probably 5 teams are guaranteed a spot in the playoff with this, right? If they lose their conference championship, they're in. They'll drop to 7, 8, 9, whatever, but they're in. If your quarterback is hurt in the conference championship game going into that game, do you rest him? Even though you have the bye, would you see people resting their star players in the conference championship game because they're already guaranteed a playoff spot? That's the only problem I see with this, is those conference championship games aren't going to be relevant, I feel like, unless you're fighting for a playoff spot.
Fair, but, I mean, look, the ACC championship's not relevant right now, this year, right? The winner got no chance.
Yep.
The SEC championship is not really relevant. Georgia's going to be in either way.
Pac-12.
Pac-12
Pac-10,
is.
whatever they are.
That Pac-12 is relevant because if USC loses, they're out. And the Big Ten's relevant because Michigan loses, they're out. Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. But
the Pac-12 championship is decided. It will be decided. It's just determining whether USC is the top 4.
Yeah, so the Pac-12 championship still matters because if USC loses, they're out of the playoff. So I think the answer to your question, Peyton, is how important is a bye? Getting in the, if you want to be in the top 4, and then B, a home game. Because what they would do is the top, so
that makes sense.
5,
if it's a home
6,
game.
7, 8. So in this year, it would be Ohio State, Alabama, Tennessee, and Penn State would get home games against 9, 10, 11, 12. So they'd be able to play at home, which, I mean, for 18 and 19-year-old kids, home is so huge.
Aaron Judge got his deal offered to him.
8 for $300, which would make him the highest paid position player in the game, but still feels incredibly low. He was offered 7 for $210, and 8 for $300 seems like, that's okay. That doesn't seem like, they were speculating $100 million more total. So I wonder if he's going to take this or if this is going to leave other teams out. It's a good number, 37.5, highest paid position player, but it just seems lower than I expected.
Which doesn't it seem crazy? We're saying highest paid position player when the position player should be the highest paid anyway.
You'd think
We're
so.
sitting here talking about DeGrom and Scherzer and those contracts. Horrible news for the Kitna family.
Oh, yeah.
John Kitna, of course, we know locally. His son, Florida Reserve QB Jalen Kitna, has reportedly been arrested for child pornography. The son of John Kitna was booked yesterday, and there's numerous counts of possession of illicit materials with intent to promote. So that news came out yesterday that people were talking about throughout the Metroplex from the Florida football program.
That was when we saw this. I think it was either you or Bobby that sent it in our group chat. I was stunned. What? It just there's no words. There's really no words you can use. I'm dying. I was like, what possibly was he in possession of?
3-star prospect from Burleson. They had been monitoring, and they executed the search on his apartment.
God.
They went into the apartment, and they got him. So that was the local news with the Kitna family yesterday. All right, Bobby was inside the locker room yesterday. What the Cowboys were saying about fixing the penalties, the run defense being solved. We're going to hear from their new receiver, and the Odell Beckham reporter, who may join us at 8 this morning, has the update on whether we're losing him or not. Inside the Star with Sean and RJ next.
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. We're giving away Cowboys Colts tickets during the Expressway. 7 a.m. Sending you to Sunday Night Football, our way of being appreciative for you turning it on, leaving it on. That's what Tolo stands for. Let's start off with Odell Watch from Josina Anderson. Bobby, are we getting Josina Anderson on this morning at 8 a.m.?
I believe we are. That's what it sounds like. But I have to send her a DM at like 7 o'clock this morning.
Oh, slide in her DMs.
Very interesting exchange with Josina yesterday.
Yeah,
between herself and Bobby.
Yeah, I asked if she would like to come on. I sent her an email, and she's like, yeah, 9 a.m. Eastern should work. She's like, but DM me no later than 8:30. It's like, okay, I'll
send
DM
me
you.
a reminder, but a DM reminder.
Yeah. But now she see, the only problem is she doesn't follow me on Twitter. So I've sent it to her, so it's in the request folder. So I have no idea if she's seen it. But the good news is that Peyton also reached out to her yesterday, not knowing I was, and she replied to him on Twitter and said, yeah, we've already got it set up.
I already talked to Bobby. That's what she said.
Yeah.
I was like,
so
okay.
it seems like in her mind it's set up. So I think, yes, we will have Josina Anderson at 8 o'clock this morning.
And I tweeted her as well.
Nothing.
And I worried that was going to prevent us from getting her.
Yeah,
so thanks for that.
Mine was a possible sabotage. Although I'll tell you why. I thought it was justified, but I could have been wrong. Yesterday, why is Josina Anderson important to this story?
Because she knows Odell really well.
And the agent, or like Odell as well?
It's Odell. Like, I mean, maybe she knows. I'm sure she knows the agent too. A lot of these reporters know most of the agents for the big players. But she knows Odell really well. The reason why Vaughn knows Odell really well, Vaughn and Odell have the same agent, and they
played together last year.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's their agent connection has been there for a long time, and so, I mean, what was it yesterday? Vaughn didn't even mention the Giants on his live stream.
I was trying to figure out if that came from him.
It did.
Okay.
He said it on his live stream.
So Von Miller said the decision is down to the Cowboys and the Bills.
Yep.
So there you go. Bye-bye, New York.
Yeah, bye-bye, New York.
Bye-bye, New York Giants.
Right. And is there a mystery? Is there a mystery team that always seems to be out there?
The Cliff Lee
team. Kansas City to me still is. They're the ones I'm more scared of Kansas City than Buffalo.
Nick Eatman brought up a good point. San Francisco would make a lot of sense. Weather's going to be fairly mild. You've got a grass field. They're a contender. Kyle Shanahan would probably have a good pitch on how to use it.
Grass field that important?
I mean, he's talked on Twitter about how he's like, every field should be grass. I don't ever want to play. And a guy who's worried about his knee, maybe.
Can you imagine Odell, Debo, Kittle, and McCaffrey? If only they had a quarterback, they'd be frightening.
He's efficient.
He's efficient.
I mean, he is. They're third in the NFL in yards per attempt. Kyle Shanahan knows how to. I just feel like if Kyle Shanahan ever accepted that he needs an actual quarterback, they'd be frightening. He seems to think he can get by with just whatever.
I think he did accept it. The problem is he wanted Mac Jones. He wanted Kirk Cousins and then Mac Jones. He got neither.
He's got a better one than both of them. He just doesn't know it.
Trey Lance?
No, Jimmy. Jimmy's better than Mac Jones. He's better than Kirk.
Ooh.
Well,
he's not better than Kirk. I don't believe.
He's different than Kirk. I think he's more consistent and reliable than Kirk. Like I trust Jimmy to.
If I need one to score 30, it's definitely going to be Cousins. No doubt.
Score 30, fine. Yes. I think you're absolutely right. He's got a higher ceiling.
But if I need someone to game manage me and not lose it while scoring 21, then
it's Jimmy.
That playoff game last year where you just see him sailing wide open receivers.
Which game?
The one against Dallas.
Because there's always one.
I meant specifically the one against Dallas. The way you saw him, like there were 49ers fans that if they lost that game were ready to just torch Shanahan for Jimmy.
So Josina Anderson yesterday tweeted this. I'm told one thing the Cowboys are also waiting for with Odell's visit is to learn his contract desires more specifically. In advance of his arrival on Monday, December 5th, a league source told me it's feasible for the Cowboys to offer Odell a multi-year deal if the numbers are reasonable. So that was Josina Anderson yesterday saying they still need to work out some contract specifics. And then here's the one that almost had me sabotage her coming on today. She tweeted, Mama always said when the big wins come in, that means a shift is coming. A transition is imminent, or it's time to reflect. Word is, winds are howling hard in the New York area right now.
Well, I mean, I'm glad Forrest Gump was able to get a Twitter account.
Well, Forrest was already in that Arkansas photo that a lot of people compared Jerry to.
He was in that Arkansas
So
photo.
I may have jumped the gun a little bit and thought she was talking about Odell in New York. And I was like, oh, this is the agent feeding you information, putting it out there, trying to raise the price on Jerry, building up the New York hysteria and all the hype. And then I was like, is she talking about the Jets QB situation? What else could she be talking about?
Could be.
Maybe she's genuinely just making a joke, and she heard that there were a lot of strong wins in New York that day. And
Yeah,
so
maybe.
she's like, maybe that's an indication of it. No, very well could be Mike White. But I think when you're not going to be specific and you're just talking about New York, it's natural for everybody to infer you're talking about Odell Beckham, which is what you've been on the forefront of.
Right.
We can ask her this morning after I DM her.
And
Say, which story were you talking about?
And then me, after we all follow up.
Are you going to wait to see if it shows it's red?
You can't do that when they don't follow you until they accept the message.
What does that mean, red? Is this the dark mode y'all been talking about?
No, like
you
red,
know red,
like
like
READ.
Yeah.
Like
Oh,
she
red.
read the
Red,
message.
yeah,
I
let's
think
see.
it says scene, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says seen on Twitter.
And what's y'all's dark mode argument that you're having every day?
This is just simple serial killer or not. So like everybody for several years now has been moving their phone to dark mode. Okay, so like when I go to let's just say Twitter shows up dark on my phone.
Oh.
Because I'm not a psycho.
My Twitter's dark as well on the desktop and the
Okay,
app.
so I've never done that.
See, you need to do that. You didn't know about that. I can't say that you're a serial killer.
Yeah, like that.
Okay.
And I've got it like that on the desktop.
It's
app
just
too.
easier on the eyes. My Twitter on my desktop, dark.
Oh.
Everything's got to be dark mode.
Okay.
It's just easier on your eyes. Bobby he knows about this, and he's still voluntarily is in light mode.
Yeah, on my
everything else.
phone, like my actual operating system, like my texts are like normal.
See, no, you're crazy. My text.
I have
dark.
I don't know.
Why?
I have stronger corneas. I don't know.
I didn't know this said something about you or not, or was a thing.
It doesn't just now. What it probably says about me is the fact that I'm not consistent across all platforms. So like my Twitter is dark. I consume Instagram in light mode, and I have my phone in light mode, and I couldn't consume any of the three any other way.
I mean, you ought to just admit how old you are and just increase the font size. Have you seen these old types?
God.
Their font on their text is like glaucoma mode.
No, like I've got it as big as it'll get.
Apple updated my phone again without me actually wanting it. Look, I can't stand this clock. Look,
Terrible product.
Look at the size of this thing. Shut up. The other day,
Mark that.
the other,
You know what? So you don't like. Most people have loved that.
the numbers.
Yeah, they think
It's
it
way
looks
too big.
cool.
I have perfect vision. I have amazing perfect vision. Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, like I see your stupid face right now.
Oh, okay.
In the look that you're
What
making.
God gave you in vision, He didn't give you in hands. Makes sense.
Couple days ago, your wife would disagree. A couple days ago, someone tweeted Odell, "You already know you're not going to be happy in Dallas. Media frenzy in Jerry. LA is a disaster."
Yeah, there's no media frenzy in New York.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and
yeah.
that's what Odell's missed. Odell really wants to avoid media.
Yeah,
for
but
sure.
this wasn't the recruiting pitch. LA is a disaster. Giants lose first round of the playoffs if they even make it. Bills have turf. Come to KC, play on grass for the entire playoffs at home with the best QB, Patrick Mahomes. And then Odell responded with, "Tell them to send me what they think I'm worth and we can talk." So there's Beckham. I wonder down the road if going to turf in any way could be a free agent pitch. Whether that could help convince anyone.
Giants are supposed to go to grass next year.
I'm sorry, going to grass.
Giants are going to grass next year.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's part of their pitch when they talked to Odell today. We're going to grass next year, dude. You just got to play 3 more games on it.
And I mean the Giants maybe like if they're out of it, they might just like let them sit for the rest of the year, not even bother playing them. I think going to grass is a huge pitch for teams. I mean, you hear just about. I mean, how many players are sitting there complaining? I mean, the
Everybody.
NFLPA is putting out like
You guys started a revolution with Jerry when you interviewed him.
Yeah, we didn't even know it. But the NFLPA is putting out standards for the field and demands that They want every field to be a grass field, which I think it should be.
All right, let's go inside the locker room. Bobby Belt was there. That's in reality why he comes in at 6 o'clock, because he goes out and doesn't just sit on his rear end like Choppy and I do every day after the show. He's still working as our Cowboys insider. Micah Parsons was asked if the run defense was fixed after limiting the Giants on Thanksgiving.
I guess we'll see this week. I mean, only actions can do. Talk don't really do it, so we got to go out there and try to hold them to the minimum extent as possible.
How do you think you're having more success?
Just understanding that teams going to do that, and I think, you kind of hope that teams don't play all run screen game and, hey, let's just see if we could just wear them down, or let's see if, they make more mistakes than we do and just try to control the game and, manage the clock and manage the points. But, teams don't really want to drop back and pass anymore, at least against us. When you're saying 50 pass attempts the week before, then, they come in and throw only 20 times. So it's hard to tell, but we understand what that is. And I think right now we've done seen everything we need to see. So we always play for the unexpected.
He's right. Which, I mean, that's one of the reasons why a lot of people would argue that while the run defense isn't great, you're not going to kill yourself over it, because teams aren't going to drop back and throw it 50 times on the Cowboys. You're going to have games like Green Bay where Aaron Rodgers throws 20 attempts, like Micah Parsons just said there. And so
we'll let him.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Like there's a lot of people who would say, like I would imagine you'd feel that way, that if I'll take the run attempts every day of the week. Don't throw it on me 50 times.
When the Cowboys were getting gashed in the run, they were up by 14 leading in the fourth quarter. I will take that any day of the week.
Yeah, I mean, it took Christian Watson making plays in the passing game for the game to change.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys' run defense, it's bad. But when it was bad in that game and the Packers were gashing it, it didn't matter. The Cowboys were up by 14.
I view this as an NBA regular season versus playoff argument. RJ's formula is NBA regular season.
Yes, 100%.
You can go wide open, up and down, transition right, and then what happens in the playoffs, right? In the NBA, slows down, possessions are more important, and in an NFL playoff game, same thing. If your offense isn't humming, then you need that one possession. You need to get the ball back. You need the one stop to have the ball with 3 minutes left versus 1 minute left. It kind of breaks down like that.
I totally agree. But that's what I want. Like, I don't build my team to win in the playoffs. I build my team to get to the playoffs. And I worry about what happens when I get there. Like, my goal as a GM is to make the playoffs every single year. And the most efficient and easiest way and most reliable way and sustainable way to do that is with a high pass and attack offense. Get to the post, have a great quarterback into the playoffs, and then figure it out when you get there. Like, I don't want to win one title. I want to win 5.
It's hurt them before, though, here in Dallas.
Oh, it hurts.
It hurt them last year. They were a finesse football team built for the regular season. There's got to be at least a happy medium. I think y'all are right. Like, it is one of those things where you play more up-tempo, September through December, but you hit January, and it definitely does become more about physicality and toughness. And
the weather sucks, too, half the time.
Yeah, and slowing games down and being able to compete on that level. And last year, you saw Dallas wasn't able to do that. That's why teams like San Francisco can make runs into, deep into the playoffs, because they play that style and it works in the playoffs.
They can make that. They can make those runs. They can also miss the playoffs.
Sure, absolutely. It's something. It's something to worry about if you're doing that.
Like Peyton Manning was going to get knocked out a lot in the playoffs because of the style of play, but they were never going to miss. And that's what I want. Like, I just want to never miss the playoffs, and I'll find a way to get to a Super Bowl or two every now and then.
Zeke on the importance for a year and a half now of trying to fix the penalties.
I think, we've been getting better every week, stacking success, figuring it out here and there. I just think, like I said, that next step is just cleaning up our play, cleaning up the penalties, stop shooting ourselves in the foot, and, stop playing against ourselves.
How do you guys get ahead of the pre-snap penalties?
Just continue repetition. Just got to lock in practice, got to lock in walkthroughs. It's getting later in the year, so we're going to have limited reps. So just got to make sure that we're taking full advantage of the time that we do have, and just making sure we're using those walkthroughs, those walkthrough reps as best we can, so we can continue to get those repetitions to clean up those penalties.
Is it a thing of getting used to Dax cadence again after dealing with Cooper?
God.
I don't know. I don't know if it exactly is that. don't know if I could put my finger on exactly what it is, but whatever it is, we got to fix it.
No disrespect to Zeke, because he is like made a transformation, I think, with the media.
Yes.
His comfort level, his personality, all for the better. Props to him for that. Blah, 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 blah. Anything that they all say. The solution is what the Tolo sent to us on social media with that youth football player who jumped on the line and 3 of his teammates went up and smacked him in the head right there on the field. There's the solution.
I think there's plenty of verbal smacking on the head going on in that locker room when guys mess up.
Okay, well, it's not doing anything.
But I'm just what more do you want them to do? Though?
I want them not to commit 13 penalties.
Then you probably need to purge guys who are undisciplined by the end of the year. You just can't do that right now.
Yeah, you need new players.
But last year was the same thing.
It was. Yeah, and I think they thought they addressed it, and they're finding out they didn't in certain areas. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wanted to try the offensive line smack thing on you, but I can't see you. I need a higher chair. This is throwing me off the first.
Doesn't raise anymore?
This is throwing me off in the first 45 minutes of the show. I keep on having to peek up. Is your
I know
chair
because
lower?
I'm in one of the lower chairs because it's not one of these higher chairs are like sloped down.
They're
terrible.
more comfortable. No,
they're terrible. These are
well,
comfortable.
I can't see you.
I'm
you
sorry.
You have to stand up.
Again, your
green chair gets high.
Your vision, what God didn't give you in vision, what He gave you in vision, He didn't give you in height and hand size.
Let's go around the NFL. That was Inside the Star here on Sean and RJ. Oh, the Kyler Murray Patrick Peterson fight. Oh yeah, this thing is getting juicy. And did we all get trolled with the report that Tom Brady could be going back to New England? And is it a good thing if 50% of your friends attend your birthday party? The Russell Wilson story next. But everybody is attending the party.
on Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
LeBron James wants to talk about Jerry Jones. Save this just for you, Bobby.
Thanks, man. I was really hoping you'd save the spicy stuff for when I got here.
6:40 this morning. LeBron wants to address Jerry, and he kind of lectured the Lakers media last night. Why haven't you asked me about the Arkansas photo? So wait till you hear this audio at 6:40. A Cowboys Colts ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock expressway here on DFW Sports Station. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on The Fan. Patrick Peterson does a podcast.
I'm sorry, P2.
P2 and K1.
And K1. Boy, if you want to find a reason to hate two people, it's Kyler Murray and Patrick Peterson.
Because of their Twitter handles?
Yeah, P2 and K.
Did he
K1.
change that? Did he change it just to troll Kyler?
No. It's always been P2.
Okay.
It's like Joe Buck at Buck. Like, up yours, bro.
Yours should be at Choppy.
Yeah.
Is there one? I wonder
You
if that's
sign
taken.
a number with your autograph.
Yeah, but I'm trying to be
23. 2-3. Why is it P2? Because it's Patrick 2 P's?
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess so. Yeah.
You got to come up with different names when you have a common possible handle. Patrick Peterson.
Did people call him Pat Pete, though? Like, I mean, couldn't you have done that?
Who cares? Anyway, Patrick Peterson.
We care. The Tolos care.
Played in Arizona. He now plays in Minnesota. And he was talking to Brian McFadden, his podcast partner, about the troubles in Arizona.
Verbally now, vocally, Kyler Murray is talking about, and I don't like how he's doing that. I think he should keep some things privately, but it tells me he doesn't care about his head coach. And he's putting everything on the head coach, basically saying,
Kyler Murray don't care about nobody but Kyler Murray. That's just a matter of the fact.
Kyler Murray don't care about nobody but himself. That's just a matter of the fact. And Kyler Murray responded yesterday on social media, this isn't true. You're on some weird S at P2. You got my number. If you really felt like this is a big bro or mentor, you're supposed to call me and tell me, not drag me so your podcast can grow. That is Kyler firing back at Patrick Peterson. And Bobby, you've been talking, I don't know how much on the record, but at least to me behind the scenes for over a year about these Kyler whispers. And even before you, a ton of Tolos on the truckwreck.com text line who knew the family from the high school days.
Yeah, from his days at Allen, that he was, he was not I don't want to say a troublemaker, but a difficult kid to be around in terms of like, he was kind of just in it for himself.
Entitled diva.
It's tough because, and we had this discussion, it may have been about Kyler. I can't remember who we were talking about, but I think it was Kyler, where it's, you get this, when you're the quarterback of a team, you're like naturally put in the position to be the leader and be responsible for that. It's if you have the talent, then they naturally expect you to do that part of it too, whether you're Dak Prescott or not. Like not everybody's Dak Prescott. Not everybody's like, that strong
Jalen
leader.
Hurts.
Right. Yeah. Not everybody's Russell Wilson, And so I think that's the tough thing is that Kyler has never felt like that was him. Like to be, let me be the leader of 52 other guys. And I think he feels like just because I play this position, I shouldn't have to be that guy.
But there's something more to it. There's some turnoff. There's more to it than, okay, he's not Eli Manning, the vocal guy who's going to call us out or give us the rah-rah speeches. There's something else happening here with an attitude that's turning off teammates and coaches.
He's probably just a loner.
I think people view him as removed.
Yeah, and
isolated.
People do this all the time, though. They assume the quiet guy doesn't care.
Amari Cooper.
The quiet guy, he may not care, but it has nothing to do with him being quiet. He just may not care. People always equate energy and enthusiasm and rah-rah with caring more. People think Chris Richard cares more than Amari Cooper. I mean, I can't say that for fact.
No.
Chris Richard's just louder than Amari Cooper.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do, but they always think, oh my God, this guy cares so much. Does he? Or is that just his personality that he's loud and boisterous?
But it matters. Like, it does matter to football teams.
Okay, because football teams in general are morons. They're stupid. The front offices are dumb. The coaches are old school, and like they use the same platitudes and cliches their grandparents used. Like, we've evolved. Every part of life has evolved except football.
But don't you think there is something to?
No. I don't know what you're going to say, and my answer is no.
No, okay, but look, for the it doesn't matter, like, who cares about their love of football or how they're this or that. Then you end up with guys like David Irving, who then, like, they're supremely talented and they wreck your locker room. Like it's still, there's still got to be.
I need an example. I need a specific example of what Kyler does.
Yeah.
I need to hone in on this more. Like, I need some stories. Not just that he plays video games or he needs a study clause. Like, I need something, the way he addresses someone or dismisses someone. I need some type of diva story in order to fully get a grasp of why is everyone so turned off by this guy? I need some more details on that, but it's a mess.
Yeah, it is. And you know, like,
and do we trust Patrick Peterson? Like, Patrick Peterson's reputation throughout the league? Obviously, he's a long-term guy and, you know, potential Hall of Famer. Patrick Peterson, do you have any idea, Bobby, known to be a good dude or not?
Yeah. He's generally considered to be a strong leader presence in the locker room. It's interesting. You just said you need examples.
Yeah.
I
thought you were texting Josina Anderson.
No. I was. It's not 7 a.m. yet.
Didn't Patrick Peterson and his like pops like help out Honey Badger?
I would imagine so. I mean, they're both LSU guys,
right? And that was the story years ago. Like, when he got there, it was like, you know, let's help. You know, let's help you. Let's be mentors.
So well, maybe that's why he said, if you're supposed to be my big bro or my mentor, but maybe that's not what Patrick Peterson wants to do. You remember last year, Chris Mortensen is the one who had the report in the middle of their negotiations where he said Murray is described as self-centered, immature, and finger pointer per sources, and talked about how he's frustrated with the franchise. I had reached out to somebody in Arizona, and they said, honestly, Kyler talks to no one. I definitely believe this. He doesn't really lead or talk to his teammates.
Okay.
So I think that's what it is. I think it's isolation.
Might be like Kobe in the beginning.
I think it's isolation.
Kobe would not go out. He's in the hotel room. He's in the back of the bus. He's got the headphones on, and John Sally caught him not listening to anything in the headphones. He was listening to everyone else, but he didn't want to interact. And right, the initial feeling is, oh, well, you're too good for us? Like, maybe he's got bad social skills. I don't know. Maybe he thinks he's too good. I have no idea.
A lot of people have bad social skills. They got social anxiety. They want to be left alone. Like, Kyler Murray seems like the guy who wants to just play video games and be by himself. There's nothing wrong with that.
It might be if you're the quarterback of the franchise and you just got the money. I don't know. Like, there's more.
I mean, he's allowed hobbies, right? He can have a hobby.
He can have a hobby, but I think one of your hobbies is supposed to be to lead in some way.
Yeah, look, I understand. I think
people still thought Eli Manning was a leader of the Giants, even though we never saw some Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady outrage.
Yeah, like, you know, Bobby had mentioned that, you know, the quarterback is like the de facto leader. You know, to me, it's like, what if you're not a leader as a person? Like, you can't force leadership from somebody.
Right. The NFL has done it consistently for 40, 50 years, though. They've done it from the quarterback position. Look, that's the reason why. The thing nobody will ever say on the record here in Dallas.
Oh, hot take, here we go.
No, it's not hot take. It's just the reality of it. You can ask Broadus about it, too. Broadus
Romo wasn't a leader.
Not just Romo wasn't a leader. The thing nobody will talk about is the fact that Romo was still better than Dak Prescott in 2016.
Of course.
They were never going to go back to him and jeopardize what the other guys felt about how they were playing, because that would have been demoralizing for that huddle to have Romo step back in.
And that's where football is
heavy-handed.
That's where football is backwards.
So
you should stick to the better player.
But okay, the better player or the player that's better for the team? Because Dak was better for the team in 2016, even though he may not have been a better quarterback in that moment than Tony Romo.
I mean, look, I understand
because if you've got 10 other guys in the huddle that are demoralized when he steps back in there and feel like,
but what are they not going to run their route the same?
No. But we're talking about, it's just being human, right?
Yeah,
like it can crush morale, and we've seen. J-Ron Kearse talked about it the other week, that it's 11 individual guys doing their job, and that's what adds up to a unit.
It's like this building. You could argue we may have less big names in this building right now, or a little bit less talent, but it's better for us because of the chemistry and the way everybody gets along.
Scott Pioli had that famous line when he left New England, where he said it's not the best 53 players, it's the right 53 players. And that's it. It matters.
Or whatever the hell it is.
Where are you getting this word from? What special did you watch to introduce this new vocab?
I did get I was an English minor.
You haven't said the word platitude in 11 years.
I haven't, but I'm just, I broke it in.
All right.
It was Tom Brady. Let's be fair. Scott Pioli could come in with all the what are they called? Idioms? What's another one? Idioms?
Yeah.
All the cliches he wants. Tom Brady's the reason that thing went on seamless. Had nothing to do with the chemistry of the team. It was Tom Brady.
I'm glad you finally admit Brady's awesome instead of saying the whole, he just checks down all the time. That's
he always checks down, but sometimes it's the right play.
All right, let's move on to this Brady report. I fell for this. The Athletic got me. Is it Jeff Howe? Who is the reporter? Is he good? I have no idea who he is, Bobby.
No, he's good.
Okay. Hooked me with the tweet of Tom Brady may return to New England. I go and read the Athletic article, and it's one of 7 different scenarios that he laid out for Tom possibly playing after this year. He says, well, he could go play for the Raiders.
Good.
And Josh McDaniels. He could go play in San Francisco, who he grew up rooting for. He could this, he could that. And in one of the possibilities, he's talking about Tom going back to reunite with Bill Belichick. So it wasn't like a report. It just felt like more of stuff thrown against the wall as a possibility.
Yes.
Did you all read it that way?
No, not exactly. Like I read it as, I didn't read it as this is a bombshell about New England.
Right.
But I read it as Jeff is not just going to say New England for like, I need 7 teams. Like this wasn't like, everybody loves lists. He wasn't
threw
doing
the
Chris
Titans
Arnold.
in.
He wasn't doing the CA everybody loves lists. He was saying, I think these are teams that he knows could be in play. And he's trying to just put it out there in the form of, hey, here's some names to consider. That's how a lot of these reporters will do it.
My first thought on this was it'd be fine for Tom. Would it be a loss for Bill? Tom got the title immediately without Bill. Does
He
Bill
did.
Is it what's more, you're Belichick, right?
Uh-huh.
Is it better for you to possibly win, even though they still don't have the weapons, and Tom would be concerned about Matt Patricia as the offensive coordinator, according to this? Would you rather get another title with Tom, or you try to win one without him to match Tom for the whole who needs who argument?
I mean, look, long term,
because Tom is winning that argument.
We knew he was going to win the argument in the short term. The long term was the question. Because you knew that
people thought Tom was done.
Yes, but he was going to. Look, they went 7-9 with a quarterback who threw 33 interceptions. Like the Bucs did the year before. Like that's a pretty good record for a quarterback that's turned the ball over more than anybody in the history of the league. And they were in a position to win more. But, I mean, Bill could say, look, Tom's 500 right now or under 500 right now. I'm taking him. To me, that makes no sense. It makes no sense for the Patriots. They don't want to go down the Colts road of let's just find an old quarterback. They need to go down the Colts road of let's find the next guy. What they did with Andrew Luck.
Agreed.
So I think it'd be a loss for the Patriots to do that.
I still like the idea that got thrown out before the season on Around the NFL for New England. Go trade Garoppolo for Mac Jones. Give San Francisco the quarterback they always wanted. Give Belichick back the quarterback he always wanted.
Why was LeBron wanting to talk about Jerry Jones and the Cowboys last night? Wait till you hear this audio next.
But let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford in
rentalsinspiresbarricades.com.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. They always get... Did you say hump day?
I said yo.
Oh. Okay.
Like 6 a.m. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Yo.
I was going to say hump day earlier, but I figured you'd tell me, like, stop being a troll. It's not hump day. Blah, blah, blah.
Expressway tickets. Cowboys, Colts, Sunday night. We're sending you there at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. on here on DFW Sports Station. So I woke up to a DM from Tolo Derek, who sent me LeBron James post-game presser last night. The Lakers playing better. Anthony Davis has been killing, and they beat the Blazers without Damian Lillard. But afterwards, LeBron had a question for the media.
I got one question for you guys before you guys leave. I was thinking when I was on my way over here, I was wondering why I haven't gotten a question from you guys about the Jerry Jones photo. But when the Kyrie thing was going on, you guys were quick to ask us questions about that.
Okay.
Hold on. And I don't even want you guys to say nothing. When I watched Kyrie talk and he says, I know who I am, but I want to keep the same energy when we're talking about my people and the things that we've been through. And that Jerry Jones photo is one of those moments that our people, black people, have been through in America. And I feel like as a black man, as a black athlete, as someone with power and a platform, when we do something wrong or something that people don't agree with, it's on every single tabloid, every single news coverage. It's on the bottom ticker. It's asked about every single day. But it seems like to me that the whole Jerry Jones situation photo, and I know it was years and years ago and we all make mistakes, I get it. But it seemed like it's just been buried under like, oh, it happened. Okay, we just move on. And I was just kind of disappointed that I haven't received that question from you guys.
Who would like to start?
Sure. I don't think it... okay. Feels a little bubble-like to say it's been buried because it has not been buried nationally.
Yes, that part is incorrect.
He has not been asked about it, but that feels like, okay, get outside your bubble because it's been discussed extensively everywhere.
Now, if I want to play devil's advocate, I would probably say the Kyrie story was much bigger.
It absolutely was.
It was definitely much bigger and covered much more than the Jerry one.
I totally agree.
Okay. I would follow up with saying, and this could get me in a lot of trouble, but I'm just going to be honest. Just in judging the two stories, it feels like what Kyrie did was more harmful than what Jerry did. Kyrie, in my opinion, and RJ, we have the semantic fight over retweeting is and
endorsement.
Endorsement.
Yeah, I don't believe it's an endorsement.
Okay. I think Kyrie was trying to endorse that book, that movie, and he was trying to push anti-Semitic tropes. I'm assuming by that photo that Jerry Jones knew what was going on, was curious as to what was going on, went out into his schoolyard or the entry of his school and was looking to see what was going on versus being a hateful racist in the front row with a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. So I think what Kyrie did, just judging the two stories on the surface, was more harmful than what Jerry did. That's my opinion.
We talked about that on Monday though, too. Like, remember we drew I drew that contrast with you. You remember that I said, if you're upset with Kyrie or the Kyrie situation, you should probably be upset with Jerry. If you weren't upset with Kyrie, you probably shouldn't be upset about Jerry. Like that, to me, it's...
So you think they're parallel?
In terms of just their amount of involvement that we can tell, Jerry was standing by and the argument with Kyrie kept being, well, he just tweeted a link. He didn't say what part of it he endorsed or anything else or said he endorsed any of it. He just shared it. So to me, it's like it's the same. They're different.
Are you being technical, or do you want to have? Okay.
No, I don't think I'm being technical at all. I think I think the argument would be that we can only assume the same amount of involvement from both of them,
okay,
or the same amount of endorsement from both of them.
Okay.
I think that's fair. Like, I think it's safe to assume that. I mean, I don't put words in somebody's mouth, and I think but Jerry being there, it probably looks and it probably was how it looks.
Which is what?
If you were in that room, that close of quarters, you probably didn't want those kids going to your school. That's my assumption.
Wow. Okay.
Why else would I be there?
I think that's a hell of an assumption.
Look, I'm just telling you, like from 10,000 feet, if I see somebody there, it's my first assumption. I may be wrong, but that's my first assumption. I also, at the same time, don't really care about the opinions of a 14-year-old. My kid he'll be 13 in 3 weeks. He's not in the car right now. He's quite frankly, he doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Right.
All right?
He's 13.
He's 13. He follows the crowd at chow time. Like, that's what he does. I don't care what
kids do.
As most kids do. I don't care what he thinks. I don't care what his opinions are. And I sure as hell am not going to use his opinions against him in 65 years.
Right.
So, did Jerry want those kids to go to school with him? My guess is, at the time, he was either following the crowd or he didn't want them to go. That's my assumption.
Okay.
Does that mean that today he feels that it was the right decision? I would say he probably feels it was not the right decision. My biggest problem with Jerry is, just don't say it was curiosity. Just say, I shouldn't have been there. Like, it's quite simple. I shouldn't have been there. That was the easiest. Kyrie screwed up the whole thing with the, just digging his heels in and getting all technical. And I think Jerry screwed it up too. Just say, I shouldn't have been there. It was a different time. I was caught up in the moment of not wanting to, be looked upon and looked down upon by my friends and teammates, all that stuff. I shouldn't have been there. That's all he had to say. He didn't have to say I was curious. Like, I was like, what are you talking about?
My second point of contention with LeBron is, man, we're asking you about Kyrie because you and Kyrie will be linked for life. You won a championship together. There was off-season rumors. You and him have had a well-chronicled past, and he plays in the NBA. Like, let's just have some common sense in terms of the connection there. Now, I'll play devil's advocate towards myself. LeBron is asked and does comment on a lot of social matters that are not coming from the NBA. If there's a shooting, if there's Colin Kaepernick. So, from that standpoint, I could maybe understand him asking the Laker media, why didn't you guys ask me about the Jerry photo?
Yeah, no, he's honest because,
But do we ask him about, should we ask him about the hundreds of workers that died getting ready for the World Cup?
Oh, you mean the
should we ask
400 to
him,
500 that they just kind of flippantly threw out there?
Should we ask him about the scrubbing of the flag? Like, where's the line?
I don't know, and I'm genuinely asking this. I don't know if he was, but he's somebody who claims the Cleveland Browns. Did he get asked a bunch about Deshaun Watson? I don't know that he did.
I don't know that he did either. I thought he also said he stopped supporting the Cowboys. He was no longer a Cowboys fan after the Colin Kaepernick flag issue. So, truckwreck.com text line. This is LeBron suggesting the parallel between Kyrie and Jerry, saying that the Jerry thing was not covered as much. It kind of got buried. And why don't y'all keep the same energy for this as you did for Kyrie? 877-881-1053. I imagine the texts are pouring in.
It's pouring in. People coming at LeBron. Like, I love how LeBron thinks he is the end all be all on social justice. Should LeBron be asked about social justice in China? Let's see. LeBron needs to stay in his lane, NBA versus NFL. He doesn't like to talk about China. Excuses. Jerry should say he hates that he was part of the scene. Even if it was just observed, he should say if he had to do it all over again, he never would have gone. Let's see. Kyrie is an adult and he knows right from wrong. Jerry was a child learning the world. So there you go. It's
good text.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a billion more. They're just coming in at such a fever pace.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. Yesterday, I know I brought this up to you guys when I came in this morning. The CEO of Amazon, what is his name? Andy Jassy.
Is it not Jeff Bezos? Oh, he got rid. He left, right?
Yeah. He told at the New York Times Dealbook Summit yesterday. He said, we're not taking that Kyrie movie down. So, because they've had a lot of pressure where people say, if you're going to criticize Kyrie, criticize Amazon for having it up.
Oh no, I can't. It's a movie. The Amazon's thing is everything's available.
I know, but I get
that's censorship. I'm out.
But I understand the position of if you're going to take away Kyrie's career for sharing the link, they shouldn't even have it available for distribution. I understand that the people who say it's inconsistent to hold this view and not this one. I get that.
What are we categorizing this film under? Is it a documentary?
That's what it's called.
Okay.
It's under documentaries.
So then, the argument that opens up Pandora's box, right? Of taking down documentaries that can be challenged in terms of the factuality of it. Like, are the majority of people, if 80% of people think that something has been released on Amazon is 90%, 80% BS and lies, should that be available for consumption or not?
Yeah, I mean, they do this with conspiracy theories, like there's 9/11 conspiracies. I think everything should be available for me to consume. If I want to consume it, I should be able to.
Like Michael Jackson's documentary, R. Kelly stuff. Those sides would argue this is defamation, this is BS, these are lies. Take it down. So it's a.
Well, I mean, you can buy Mein Kampf on Amazon.
You can what?
You can buy Mein Kampf on Amazon. Adolf Hitler's manifesto. So, there are things out there that are up there. And his line yesterday was, as a retailer of content to hundreds of millions of customers with a lot of different viewpoints, we have to allow access to those viewpoints, even if they are objectionable, and they differ from our particular viewpoints.
I agree. I think I agree with that. So there's LeBron wondering why he was not asked about the Jerry photo. Let's give away tickets for Sunday night. Cowboys, Colts, we're sending you to Arlington, and headlines before Dan Dockich from Indy previews the Colts himself. Let's hook up the Tolos with tickets for Sunday Night Football next.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Time for headlines. We're going to be giving away Cowboys Colts tickets for Sunday night in the Expressway. Dan Dockich from Indianapolis previewing the Colts at 7:20. Babe Laufenberg at 8:40. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt on DFW Sports Station. Any leftover LeBron thoughts? We'll get into it in the 9 o'clock hour, but the text line blowing up after LeBron last night after the Laker game said y'all should have asked me. Why didn't you ask me? I find it curious that you didn't ask me about the Jerry Jones Arkansas photo. What are Tolos saying back towards us?
Oh man, there's a million texts coming in. A lot of people saying that we didn't go hard enough and we're not going hard enough on Jerry, that we're just kind of blind to Jerry. A lot of people saying that Kyrie is worse because his viewpoints happened at an adult stage with an adult brain. And then of course you've got the people who are saying screw LeBron. He never mentions anything about China.
Okay.
All that stuff.
All right, Von Miller. We're going to get back into this. Maybe we take some phone calls in the final hour of the show. Von Miller says it's down to the Cowboys and the Bills for Odell Beckham Jr. We're going to try to have on the Odell inside reporter Josina Anderson at 8 o'clock this morning. But does it surprise you at all that the Giants, who he's supposed to visit with today and maybe even tomorrow, would be eliminated from this? I'm not surprised by it. It makes the most sense for Odell if you want to play with a quarterback. And I don't know if this makes a whole lot of sense for the Giants.
Well, I don't know if it makes sense for the Giants either, but no, I think, I don't know. To me, Odell needs that big city. Okay, that's Odell's personality.
Yeah.
New York, LA, Miami, that global city.
Yeah.
So I will not rule the Giants out, or the Jets for that matter, but more so the Jets are a small market team playing in a big city. I would not rule the Giants out because I do think that deep down, if all things were equal, all quarterbacks were equal, all teams were equal, he would choose New York City over Buffalo and DFW and Kansas City. That's just his personality, and that's fine. Everybody's personality is different. It's not for me. I wouldn't want to. I grew up there. I wouldn't want to move back there.
Hell no.
But I think from Odell's perspective, look, if I had $200 million in the bank, New York City's not a bad place to live. You can afford it.
Bobby was in the Cowboys locker room yesterday. Speaking of receivers, James Washington was back talking to the media, and he was asked how he feels after getting back on the practice field.
I felt great. I ran quite a bit more than I expected, but overall it felt great. Every step felt great, so I'm pleased. Honestly, before practice I was like, I'm just gonna take some pre-workout and I'm gonna hit it as hard as I can today, and just if it breaks, it breaks. We're just gonna see what happens. And it held up. Everything was fine.
So there we go. I like the approach
of the pre-workout.
Pre-workout, sure. Just taking, handfuls of C4 and throwing it down.
Nothing wrong with that, man. You gotta get that C4, get that itchy face.
I like
niacin.
I like I just like the approach of when we hear certain guys talk about the fear of getting hit and other stuff like that. I like James Washington just saying, look, let's go out there, give it 110%, see how it feels. And if we have a setback, we have a setback. But I got to know if I can play. And so he's ready to help. He's ready to contribute.
Tyler Smith was asked about all the penalties. His college reputation has followed him to the NFL. By far the most penalized player on the Cowboys. Arguably had his worst game of the season against the Giants on Thanksgiving. But he is on the all-interview team as nominated by Sean and RJ. And here's Tyler talking about all the flags this team continues to get.
Every day I come in, we got young guys meetings. I'm with Coach Blasco looking at it. We communicate about that stuff all the time. It's like Coach McCarthy stresses in every meeting. We can't have those. Especially when it comes to nut cutting time and playoffs. All these things matter. And that's something that's not lost on me. So I definitely, I understand the sense of urgency to correct all those. And we always look at how we can prevent those. Just being decisive in everything that I do. This past week, I felt like some of my penalties just came from not being decisive and just being patient. Not rushing yourself, not feeling like you got to move too fast. Just keeping everything level and neutral is definitely something that'll help me.
I love this guy's personality.
He's great. He's incredibly. He'll stand up there no matter how good or bad things are, and he'll stand there for an extended 10 to 12 minutes and answer anything you throw at him. And even once his media session is done, you'll have reporters that if they swing by his locker, he'll stand there and take another 3 or 4 questions. He's very accountable. We've seen that he's continuing to grow as a player, and I think you can be encouraged about his future. There was just always going to be some bumps along the road for a guy who was playing tackle for the first time since he was legally allowed to drink.
And then being thrown back and forth. Yeah. Guard, tackle, and he's going to go back to guard once Tyron returns. RJ, what happened with the Rose Bowl, and why does that matter?
The Rose Bowl got over themselves. I love that phrase, get over yourself. They got over themselves. They were holding everything up. They're the absolute worst. They're the hoity-toity.
The worst, the absolute.
They're the worst, the absolute worst. They're the hoity-toity, sanctimonious, I'm better than you, tea sippers. And that's what they are. They extend their pinky finger when they sip wine because they're better than you. That's what they do. They're better than you.
I have a natural reaction. Maybe I think I'm better than, but I get caught with a lot of photos having a cocktail with my pinky a little bit out.
No, that's high class.
Oh, thank you. Never mind.
Yeah, that extending your pinky is very high class.
Okay.
But you just can't do it if you're not high class.
Okay. In my sweatsuit.
In your sweatsuit. But they agreed to join the rest of the world and expand the postseason, the playoff in college football to 12 teams beginning next year. Had they said no, there was 2 options. 1, wait till 2026 when the new TV agreement happens, or 2, miss out on $450 million. Or I guess 3, do it next year anyway without the Rose Bowl. But they wanted the Rose Bowl in there because they also wanted the setting, the San Gabriel Mountains and the sun setting and all that crap. And they also wanted the 4 o'clock window on ABC, which the Rose Bowl controls on New Year's Day and has for years. They've got their own TV deal, the Rose Bowl. They've always broken up. They've always done their own thing. They have acquiesced. So we are going to have a 12-team playoff starting next year. They ought to just do it right now. Let's just start it now. Like, they could do it. They could just tell the Cotton Bowl and the Peach Bowl and the Fiesta Bowl and the Orange Bowl and the Rose Bowl.
The Mayo Bowl.
And the Mayo. And they said, look, you guys, we're doing it now.
Yeah.
Let's do it now.
And this has nothing to do with Tennessee being ranked 7th.
we lost our quarterback, so there's no chance anyway.
Are you a fan of 12, expansion to 12 like we are?
Yeah, but I mean, like, I also recognize, like, as soon as it's 12, like, Team 13 is going to complain.
Yes.
And, like, I mean, this is just, it's going to be, it's going to always be this way.
But be fair, it's like Team 13 doesn't have a chance. Team 6 has a chance.
And will it expand again? After 12.
One day,
yes,
yeah,
they'll
do the 14. Like, oh yeah, well, we'll get 2 buys in here.
Yeah, they go to 16, right? And then not have any buys. They'll just get more games.
All right, so playoff college football expansion is taking place. Yesterday, World Cup result. Man, there's a lot of World Cup stuff that we actually need to get to, but Mexico was eliminated in this round despite winning.
Damn.
Despite winning. So they won.
Turn your mic off, Bobby. Just turn it off. There's no need. There's no need for you.
They beat Saudi Arabia 2-1. However, Argentina beat Poland 2-0. And because Mexico allowed that goal to Saudi Arabia.
And Messi didn't spit on any flags afterwards.
No, he did not.
Yeah.
There was no spitting. There was no spitting on flags. And now because Mexico gave up that goal to Saudi Arabia, or if you're a Mexico fan, because Argentina didn't score a 3rd goal against Poland, Mexico, despite winning, lost the goal differential to Poland, and Poland is the one that gets in, along with Argentina that won the group stage. Argentina they'll take on the U.S. in the second round if the U.S. advances past the Netherlands.
Mexico eliminated in the World Cup group stage for the first time in 44 years. And speaking of Messi, a lot of times you attach Ronaldo to that. Ronaldo scaring us about our beloved National Football League?
Yes, he is.
He should.
There is a story out there that Cristiano Ronaldo has been offered a deal.
Do you know who he is, Bobby?
Yeah, he's a painter.
He's a what?
He's a painter or something.
Go ahead, George.
He's the most famous person in the world.
Whoa.
Like Picasso?
Like he's the
He
most.
can't be the most famous person in the world, right? He's not more famous than President Biden.
He's definitely more well known throughout the world than President Biden.
Ooh.
He may not be more. He's not more known than President Obama or President Trump.
Is he more well known than Michael Jordan?
He's got 560 million Twitter followers.
Okay.
Or sorry, Instagram followers. I would assume
Michael's not on Instagram.
Michael's not on Instagram.
Anyway,
like we're talking about like a just.
And
He's the
Messi
guy.
might have more followers than Ronaldo. I got to check.
No, I don't believe he does. I don't believe. I have to go check that too. I don't believe he does. Messi's a better player though. But he was offered a reported $300+ million to go and play for a Saudi Arabian team in Saudi Arabia, which should scare the ever-loving daylights out of the National Football League. Because if Saudi Arabia wants to, they will buy the XFL and they will pay $100 million a year to every first-round draft pick. And they will pay, or whatever the money is. They'll give them gobs of money to go play. And then they'll pay Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, Bobby. And they're going to throw money at him.
Why wouldn't you?
They're going to throw money at him.
NFL would be a better league without Lamar.
If they wanted to, they could buy the NFL tomorrow.
Nico Harrison was on with the KMC Masterpiece yesterday, and they asked the Mavs GM. Mavs are going to take on the sorry Pistons tonight in Detroit, 5-18. They asked Nico, most excited and disappointed about with your team 20 games in?
Probably, disappointed in our record. We played some teams shorthanded, and we didn't play up to our ability for whatever reason. We haven't made shots. So disappointed in that. Really excited because last year we didn't start out as well as we wanted to, but we eventually got it together. And so I'm excited that we're going to figure that out.
What does Christian Wood have to do in order to actually start? Let's see how they dance.
Wait, are you serious about that?
What? That was the question of Nico.
Jason Kidd's going to start him. He's in the doghouse.
How does Christian Wood actually prove enough to start, Nico?
Oh, no, absolutely. Again, for me, I don't worry about who starts. I think I leave that up to the coaching staff who starts. It's really about getting the minutes. So I don't think it's about proving that he needs to make more shots. But the thing is that he's doing such a great job of coming off the bench. A lot of times you don't want to mess that up.
Wow, that's so bad.
It's about the minutes that he's not freaking getting.
The 24 minutes a night.
I'm not really responsible for that. What are you responsible for? You're responsible for Frank Ntilikina? Thanks, bro.
The shoe deal.
Gosh.
Are they wearing the
shoe
right
deal.
kicks?
Yeah.
More from Nico at 8:20 this morning, but
Please, God, no.
yes, I got to hear more BS. That was a bad answer. That was a joke of an answer right there. This guy spits fire out of Indianapolis. College basketball analyst, but he's been hosting a show there for a while. Let's preview the Colts. I think he's going to go after someone in the Colts front office.
Yes.
Dan Dockich, next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy.
Here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 888-333-3333.
It is well known that Babe Laufenberg will not wake up before 8:30 a.m. for anything or anybody. That's why he joins us at 8:40 this morning. But he may be up today because last night Laufenberg texted us, you guys are having on Dan Dockich from Indianapolis to preview the Colts game. We were at school together in college. Dan, do you remember the diva or the stud Babe Laufenberg in college?
I'm a pimply-faced freshman playing for Bob Knight at Indiana. I'm walking into Assembly Hall, and there he is, the quarterback with the great name. All the girls were swooning. It was velvet ropes. It was bottle service. And I walk in, and he sees me, and I kind of say, hey, babe. He stops and could not have been nicer to me. He did not know me. He did not remember it when I had him on my show. But I did because, ladies and gentlemen, if you got the chance for an audience with Babe Laufenberg in the fall of 1981 at Indiana University, it was literally like meeting Princess Diana. It was that kind of special.
Wow. Is he going to be excited to hear that intro later on this morning on the home of the Cowboys? Thank you for that, rosy, hopefully true picture, Dan. Your initial reaction to the Jeff Saturday hire was what? And what was it from your radio audience over there on the Fan?
What the hell are we doing? I mean, really, that was like, well, what are we doing? People, see, Indianapolis is not Dallas, is not New York, is not Philly in terms of a sports town. It's a very nice sports town. People, even though the Colts regime here is 46-49-1 under Chris Ballard, they think he's great because we have cap space and we drafted Quentin Nelson instead of Josh Allen. But I don't want to get into that.
Oh, wait. Are you the only person in media who I've ever heard say a negative thing about the great, perfect Chris Ballard?
I like him.
Does Colin Cowherd? Are you allowed to talk to Colin Cowherd and all the rest of these guys who love Chris Ballard?
Oh, it drives me bat blank crazy. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like Chris. Chris, a nice guy. He every year comes on my show for a 2-hour session in studio, and I just rip him, and he's great. But you are so right. This is the most overrated, overhyped regime in the history of NFL football. They get so excited. We get so excited around here because we actually think drafting a guard sixth was a great move and then paying him $20 million as opposed to, of course, drafting what modern NFL football is. Get yourself some wide receivers, get yourself some playmakers. So we think, and again, I am the only one. If you ever follow me, and probably some of your people in Dallas do on Twitter, I just crush the Colts media. I've been called an MF. I've had guys challenge me to fights in the Colts media because it's the softest, most ridiculous, most pandering media to a regime that can't do nothing. So when they got rid of Reich, everybody's like, well, okay, well, who are we going to get? We're going to bring up this special teams guy named Buddy Vetrone who can always find the camera. This dude can find the camera like in Hard Knocks. He was posing. What are we going to do? John Fox, that's not interesting. Gus Bradley? No, I don't think so. So when they went with Saturday, I thought, this is kind of interesting. This is kind of cool. But they lied about it. Saturday's not no analyst for nothing. He didn't analyze squat. What he did was yell on ESPN on Mondays and Tuesdays with Ryan Clark. But they had to make something up. So they said he was an analyst. That's crap. They said they never talked to him about the job until that particular Sunday. That was total crap. Saturday's been wanting the job forever. So when they hired him, I'm like, yeah, okay, well, you're lying to us about all this, but let's see what happens. And then he put Matt Ryan in over Sam Ehlinger, which is the absolute right move if you're trying to win. So I thought, okay, well, he's going to try to win. And then of course, Monday happened. I'm giving you a long answer, but then, of course, Monday happened, and on Monday, there's no turning back. Here's the deal in coaching, okay? When a guy, and I've said this, I coached for 1,000 years, and had the opportunity with Bob Knight for 16 years. And during that time, every year we would spend 3 or 4 days with Belichick and Parcells. And I learned this. When a guy has to brag about him being a leader of men, he don't know what the hell he's doing. And that's how I feel about what Saturday's doing. And I think it showed on Monday night.
Wow.
Dan Dockich, Indianapolis radio insider, join us here on 105 through the Fan. Does he have a legitimate, is he going to be the main head coach after this year, or is he just going to coach at the final 5 or 6 games?
I think he's going to be in the organization. That's the feeling. Like, he's either going to be the general manager or he's going to be the coach. Now, they've got to go through the Rooney Rule stuff, and they just got beat in an embarrassing way. And I'll be honest, the problem with the Colts, and I know the Cowboys, they play this week, problem with the Colts wasn't his timeouts. Problem with the Colts is they stink. Like, they didn't complete a pass until 7 minutes to go in the second quarter. Didn't complete a pass, and that's the second time they've done that. They don't have any threats. They don't have an offensive line. It's the most overpaid offensive line. So, people want to make it easy and point to Saturday's timeouts. Well, yeah, that didn't help, but that wasn't the reason. They're a bad football team, and I don't know that you can put Saturday in front of a fan base that's already a little bit, very disgruntled in performance. I don't know that you can put him in front of that fan base to start a year. But if not, I got to imagine, and this is kind of the thought here, that he's going to be a general manager, assistant general manager, that kind of thing.
Dan, it seems to me like the Colts should understand the value of drafting a quarterback high more than just about any team. You draft Manning, and then you draft Luck, and it's like 20 years of straight quarterback play. Why do they continue to retread old dudes?
Well, America's greatest general manager said that if I draft the wrong quarterback, you all are going to run me out of town. He's talking to the indie media. And I said, well, who? I go, who's running you out of town? The guy that writes every 10 minutes? The guy that tells the world you're the greatest general manager? The guy that says Quentin Nelson's worth $20 million? Who's running you out of town? But he legitimately said that. And the indie media fawned over it, and I'm sitting there going, well, you can't coach, you can't general manage, you can't own scared, and that's in any business. I don't care what business you're in. You can't do a radio show scared that, if I say this, someone's going to get really mad. Don't be vulgar, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, and that's exactly what he said, and he reiterated it, and he got praised for that around here, and I'm thinking, no, that's not what you do. Hey, look, Pittsburgh came in here. I don't know if Pittsburgh's any good or not, okay? And they're probably not. They're 4-7.
Yeah, they're not.
But they came in here with Kenny Pickett and George Pickens. And if you watch that game, you're like, you know what? You at least got a chance in a couple years. You at least got a shot. You got, hey, Pickett, I don't know if he's great or not, but he looked good enough. And Pickens, to me, man, that dude catches everything. And you're sitting there with the Colts going, all right, well, Phillip Rivers only wanted 1 year. Okay, now Wentz is their guy, and Reich and him had Bible verses together, and they were kindred spirits and, all that happy horse bleep. Okay, well, that lasts 1 year, and the owner, 6 months after getting rid of Wentz, still talked bad about Wentz. First time I'd ever seen it. I'm like, damn, the guy is gone. Leave him alone. And then they bring in this guy, and he's a statue. And you say to yourself, well, you could have traded up. You could have done a lot of things that teams do, at least taking a swing. But he said, I don't want to get run out of town by you guys. And they just haven't done it.
What do you think of Jim Irsay?
I love him. I mean, I know. He's you know what he is? He's your passionate, crazy uncle that just, would come to Thanksgiving dinner and wear Colts gear from head to toe. That's what this is so uncorporate. This is family. I don't get what he's doing though. And when you watch the game on Sunday night, pay attention to this if you can. For some reason, his daughters wear headsets and have clipboards on the sideline during the game.
What?
Now I don't know what that's about, but man, think about if you were a coach and all the emotions of a coach, and you're getting ready to drop some F-bomb. You're getting ready, hey, get that mother, and all of a sudden, wait a second, the daughter of the owner is on this line. I don't know if she is or not. I mean, nobody's been able to tell me what her connection during the game is, but she's got a clipboard and a headset. Jim is nuts. He gave me a game ball this year on my 60th birthday, and it was really interesting because I am very critical. I go, hey, man, I figure you're coming over here to punch me in the head. He goes, no, you're provocative. And I'm telling you, his handlers, they had him by the arm trying to get him the hell away from me. And I don't know if it's because he wanted to beat me up or because, I was going to interview him and he's going to say something stupid, So, but he's our guy, and he's crazy, but we love him because he legitimately loves the Colts, but he's making some bonehead moves here.
All right, you can have Irsay or Jerry run your team for the next 5 years.
You know what I like about Jerry Jones? Jerry Jones reminds me, he hasn't won nearly as much, but of George Steinbrenner. I always said, if you know what you got, it's really important, to know what you got. Like when Steinbrenner came to the Yankees, he said, yeah, the Yankees stink. We're the Yankees. We're going to be good. We're going to spend as much money as we can. I don't care. Catfish Hunter's coming here. Reggie Jackson's coming here. And that's kind of what I like about Jerry Jones. I mean, Jerry Jones is like, hey, we're the freaking Cowboys. I'm the smartest man in the world. Look what I've done. So I'm going to run this thing. Now, it hasn't gone the way. So I'd take them both. But Jerry Jones does interviews on the radio a couple times a week. So I'd rather have Jerry Jones. You can't get Irsay on the radio. So give me. But they're both nuts and they're both fun. So you know what? I take either. But I like Jerry. I'm a big Jerry Jones fan just because he's entertaining as hell. And I want to see what comes out of your city next.
We're talking to Dan Dockich here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Dan, this line opened up, I think it was Dallas -9. Action Network right now has it Dallas -11. So a lot of movement in favor of the Cowboys. If Indianapolis comes out of this game with a victory, what are we talking about here in Dallas on Monday morning? What did Indianapolis do? What went right for them that they were able to actually beat Dallas?
The defense is good here in Indianapolis. Defense is pretty good. What happened was Jonathan Taylor got loose. Jonathan Taylor got loose, and Dallas probably turned the ball over a couple, 2 or 3 times more than the Colts did in this game because the Colts offense, can't throw the ball down the field. But Jonathan Taylor can break one. Now, Jonathan Taylor can go from the 20 to the end zone, and I'm talking about the long way, 80 yards. When he gets anything going, the Colts are okay. They can't score 20 points. The Colts just cannot get to 20 points. 20 points, they just can't. But if you turn it over against them, and that defense can't play. I mean, that defense, even though Shaq Leonard is out, they'll turn you over. They also make mistakes late, but that's what would happen if the Colts would beat the Cowboys. You'll be first wanting to blow up the Cowboys. You'll be like, let's get rid of everybody, get them out of here. Jerry
Odell,
Jones, get a new owner.
Odell.
You'll be talking about Tex Schramm and Gil Brandt. Bring those boys back here. We need a whole redone here. But it would be because of Jonathan Taylor, and you've turned the ball over. That would be the reason.
And I mean, it's not that he's been terrible or anything else, but Jonathan Taylor hasn't been exactly superhuman this year like he was last year. Is that a function of just, the offensive line hasn't been as good? Is it Jonathan Taylor himself is struggling? What's been the issue with him? Why hasn't he been as productive as he was last year?
Well, he's got an ankle, and it's not bad. It's not good. It's just, normal. So there's really no reason. The offensive line has been horrendous. You know what they did? They did, a common thing in sports, right? You pay a guy when you don't have to pay a guy. They paid guys. They gave all these guys big money contracts when their contracts weren't up. They were just throwing money around. Getting back to our boy Ballard, he was voted, and people in India actually think this is a good thing. He was voted the #1 general manager in the NFL by agents. Yep. And I'm sitting there going, well, of course he is. He gave a lineman $20 million a year. He gave another one $18 million, So they've overpaid for these guys, and this line has been horrific. It's not you have a left tackle that is a rookie, and the guy they started at left tackle, and I'm being literal here, lasted, 5-10 snaps, and then they said, yeah, he's not good enough. So that's the real problem. I'm telling you, though, if they can for one, and they've had moments like they threw it 58 times and beat somebody earlier in the year and didn't have a sack. And Taylor has had a couple big games, but this line's been really, really bad.
Dan Dockich from Indianapolis shows here 105 through the Fan. You've called college hoops games for as long as I can remember. Half the top 10 is in our two states, Indiana and Texas. Are the two best teams really Houston and Texas?
I don't think so. I think Indiana, and people say I'm biased. It's hard to argue against Texas and what they did, and I love Chris Beard, but I've said this: the best resume in the country right now is Purdue. because of what they did down in or over in Portland by beating the living hell out of Duke and beating the crap out of Gonzaga. The best team that I have seen is Indiana. Indiana has two of everything. Now, Calvin's team at Houston is talented and really, really, really tough. I was surprised they struggle so much with Kent State, and Beard's team is the same. Look, if you told me that Indiana was going to go play Texas and Texas beat Indiana, I'd say, okay, I can see that. Or if you told me Indiana was going to go beat Texas, I'd say, okay. They're evenly matched. But for me, I haven't watched enough of Texas other than Gonzaga. But I've watched a lot of Indiana, and this is the best Indiana team that we've had here in a long time. And Purdue, Purdue's just when you do what Purdue did on a neutral court, you gotta tip it to them. Even though I'm an Indiana guy and I really don't like Purdue, I gotta give them credit, man. I think they got the best resume so far in the country.
Dan, you mentioned there, you slipped it in very, very casually there, but you mentioned that you had these meetings with Bob Knight, Bill Belichick, Bill Parcells at different times. You got any really good stories from any of those three from your time spent with them?
I'll give you the Bill Parcells workout program. You ready?
Oh, I'm ready.
So Belichick was a young assistant. I was a little bit younger than him. And Parcells and Knight were, the OGs, right? We're all supposed to sit there and listen at their knee, which we did. And then Knight would always go to lunch at this place we would go to, and he says, "Hey, you guys want to go to lunch?" And there was a couple other people coming, and Parcells says, "No, I'm gonna work out." And we had, what a Schwinn Aerodyne bike is? You know what that is? Remember those?
Yeah.
All right. So Parcells, this is a true story too. I swear to God. So Parcells. He says, "Hey, Dan, why don't you just hang out with me?" I said, "Okay, yeah, hell yeah." So everybody goes to lunch. Parcells takes this Schwinn Aerodyne bike, and he goes, "Hey, help me move this out into the hallway." So he goes out in the hallway. He gets on the Schwinn Aerodyne bike, and my man lights up a cigarette while he's riding the Schwinn. So that's why he wanted a bike out in the hallway. So but he's riding this Schwinn Aerodyne bike. He got a smoke hanging from his lip, and I swear to God, I started laughing. Then I just had to make fun of him. I go, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life, Coach. I love you, Coach. You're the best, Coach. But this is the dumbest effing thing I've ever seen in my freaking life.
How you liking our boy Rick Carlisle?
Oh man, we're not mad at him. They got beat last night, but I like Rick Carlisle. I never liked Rick Carlisle. He played at Virginia. I played at Indiana. They beat us to go to the Final Four in 1984. So I've always hated Rick, but I like him. But I like him now. He's doing a great job. We got a nice young team now. We don't have Luka, but we got a nice young team here, and he's the perfect guy to coach him, man. He's got them playing well and hard. NBA typical. They got beat last night, third game on a West Coast swing, but they're fun to watch. They're not, like I said, they're not Luka, but they're fun to watch, man.
Dan, we know you have a show to get ready for. We knew that you'd be electric. Thanks for living up to it, and we'd love to have you on anytime. Thank you so much, man.
Hey, give Babe a real kiss right on the mouth for me. Just right on the lips, if you don't mind.
If we can get beyond the velvet ropes, we will. Thank you, Dan.
Oh, see you guys. Bye-bye.
Dan Dakich from The Fan in Indianapolis on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Wow. Man,
the fan text is loving Dan Dakich.
How could you not?
That was tremendous.
Does he get any local media to come on his show? Like, I want to check his ratings. Does he crush it there? Do they all hate him? Do they love that he just calls everyone out? Is this type of style work in Indy where you're just blasting everyone like he's on WFAN in New York?
It sounds like the area is very provincial. Like, don't talk bad about our team.
Right.
He
just takes out the blowtorch, it sounds like.
Yeah, there's got to be a market for that somewhere.
Almost like how you'd expect Green Bay to be. How it's very community and close to hey, this is family. Don't say anything. He doesn't give a damn though.
That's awesome.
That's great.
Perfect guest. All right, so good job, Peyton and Choppy with Dan Dakich coming on to preview the Colts. So I was worried about this being a little bit too visual. I think it works for radio. ESPN aired a piece this past weekend on a mentalist. Okay, this was a great show on CBS that I
never saw it.
It was good.
It was really good.
I loved it. It was fantastic. What is a mentalist, Bobby?
It's like they're not quite magician or whatever. They basically are like playing probabilities, and they make you they present as if they're psychic, but they're really just playing probabilities and odds.
Before the season, Todd Bowles brings in this mentalist to demonstrate and entertain the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, starting off with Vita Vea and then Todd Bowles himself.
Hey guys, before we break up, I'm going to introduce the guy who's a mentalist and sort of a mental magician, if you will. His name is Oz Perlman.
Thank you, Coach. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. What's a mentalist, right? It means I get inside your head. Same thing you do out on that field, right? You got to read people. Let's try this. Talk is cheap. Tell everybody your name.
Vita.
Vita, close your eyes. If I asked you to picture somebody dead or alive, but famous, you would love to sit down and meet. Can you picture, you got to close your eyes though. Can you picture that person right now?
Yep.
Keep your eyes closed.
Writing the name on the board.
Tell us all.
Bob Marley.
Bob Marley.
I swear, dog.
Coach, big season, a lot of pressure, a lot of things going on. We're getting ready for a big season. If I asked you to think of people that mean a lot to you in your life, you got somebody in your mind, am I right?
Right.
I want you to count how many letters are in this person's name just to yourself. Don't use your fingers. I can see your fingers, Coach. When you're done, say, got it.
Got it.
That was fast. Listen to me. That was too fast. You can't count a long name that fast. So what I know, just based on that reaction, it was either 4, 5, or 3 letters. Watch them, 3, 4, 5. And that little smile, it's 4 letters, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Come on.
Think of the first letter. Think of the second letter, third letter, fourth letter. Look what you just did. His eyebrows went up. Everybody watch this. What does that mean? Do you know what that letter means? Let's say I don't know you. I don't know you. And I come up and I go, what's your name? I always lift my eyebrows. If you don't lift your eyebrows, if you just go like this, what's your name? You look like a serial killer. So one letter sounds just like a question. Why? It ends in a Y, doesn't it, Coach?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does. Coach, do me a favor. Cover your eyes. Can you swear you did not tell me who this person is? There is no way in the world I can know who you would have thought of. Is that right, Coach?
That is correct.
Tell us all, who are you picturing in your mind at this very moment? Say their name before you open your eyes, nice and loud.
Cody.
Open your eyes. It's Cody.
Wrote Cody on the whiteboard.
Wow.
Come on. I love this type of stuff. Now, I see cynical Bobby. Peyton loves this stuff
I'm
like
not
I
cynical.
do. Okay, you're
not?
No.
Okay.
I just
in
like,
general or on this?
Well, I mean, I'm very cynical in general.
Okay.
On this, like, just because I watched the whole Mentalist thing, and I've seen these programs before when they do stuff like this. I'm just always like, I find it wild that people lean into these certain probabilities and
I know.
that they can be known. I just think it's nuts.
It's amazing.
If I knew what I know now, I would have said with the letter Y, why didn't use timeouts with Tom Brady in the final 30 seconds of the game. Why would you not have done that?
How does he do this, right? He's studying body language, right? He's not like getting into their minds. It sounds like he's studying body language, and I get how he's reading reaction for like 3 or 4 letters based upon how quick or looking at your fingers, but how does he know the name? That's what I don't understand.
Who was Cody?
Who's Cody? And don't you think you could be like, I'll throw you off. I'll think of a random crazy name and they'll never be able to guess it. But here he is writing it on the whiteboard before these players and coaches actually say who they're thinking of, Peyton. You impressed?
It blows my mind, man. I'm so drawn into this. This stuff intrigues me. Because, I mean, at first, when I was young, I always thought, no, it's set up. There's no way they actually know this stuff. Like, it's magical stuff, really.
You all ever done magic, or did you have a go-to magic trick that you could actually perform or execute?
I tried the cards. Didn't work out.
What do you mean the cards?
Like, pick a card, any card, and I couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. Failure.
Yep.
Okay.
Did you have a tip, or did you just hand people cards and think you'd be able to guess?
I tried to watch like YouTube videos on it and go,
okay.
there's a method, and I tried it. Couldn't do it.
There are really simple like card tricks you can do that I've looked up before just to like play with like my younger girls, like, because they really do think it's magic. They're blown away whenever you can like pull a card trick off on them. So I've done some of that before, like just found the easy ones that take 2 seconds to set up. But like guessing Cody, like, is there anybody on that team named Cody? Like, was he looking at? I have no idea.
Okay, Choppy, you?
I mean, I can unsnap a bra with one hand.
No, you can't.
Nice.
Yeah.
No, you can't. We need a demonstration on the fan cam at some point.
All right. Next,
Yeah, your mom.
next demonstration is with
My mom's not alive anymore.
Chris Godwin, Hakeem Hicks, and Leonard Fournette. This is the final part of the Mentalist wowing. Tom Brady's up front, like not trying to react at all. He's being all stoic. And then suddenly and slowly, like towards the end, he's like, oh my God. Like maybe this guy could have made Giselle not disappear. Here's part 2 with Godwin, Hicks, and Fournette.
Where are my wide receivers? What's your name, sir?
Chris.
Chris. Hold out your finger. Is there anybody in the world that would know your ATM passcode?
My wife.
Your wife? Good answer. Don't say anything, but imagine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Watch him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. When you're watching, right, and you're a safety and you're watching your wide receiver, how do you know which way they go? You feel it. It's muscle memory. You did the first number. Think of the next number. Do you go up? Do you go down? Left or right? It got bigger. Look at me. Third number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 0. No, it's not a 0. Go back up. Repeat. Hold on. Last number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Have you ever told this to anybody other than your wife? Is it okay? Close your eyes, please. So you can feel that little twitch right when you did it. Tell us the first number.
2.
2. He did the 2, and then I felt him go down. Tell us one at a time. What is your bank PIN code?
2723.
2723.
He's dangerous.
He is.
Now, obviously, football is a big part of every person in this room's life, but family is even bigger. Think of people that mean a lot to you in your life. One person. Can you see that person's face right now as if they were in the room?
Yeah.
Hakeem, mind if you stand next to me? Here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna read his mind. Now, you're not gonna guess the person, because maybe you know him. Now, don't tell me what it is, but do you know this person's birthday that you're thinking of?
Yeah.
Write down the month, day, and year that person was born. Nice and big as you can, then hold close to your chest. We ready? His eyes are closed. Hakeem, open your eyes.
This is Hicks reading Fournette.
I know this is impossible. Don't look into the man's eyes. Look into his soul.
Don't do that.
And see who that person is, and tell him what month, day, and year do you think that person was born?
January 2nd, 1997.
Show everybody.
Come on,
He got
man.
another player to do it. That's what's crazy.
Wow.
How? I don't get that. That's why I love when the text line can expose certain things, and I guarantee you some people know these tricks.
Right here, Penn and Teller once called out his technique in their show. So I suppose if you're another magician or a mentalist,
Yeah.
You know
call
these
out
things,
the techniques.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's. I mean, I guess that's how they know. I don't know how they do this. Remember,
Does this freak you out? Like one of the players got his notebook and just walked out of the room and left. He said, I ain't being around this Ouija board stuff.
well, it's like have you seen the movie Now You See Me?
No.
The card counting?
The cow card. No, it's it's like Woody Harrelson and like it was freaky. A lot of this kind of stuff that was going on, where they were mentalists and they were magicians and they were able to basically rob everybody. Like it was wild how they were able to do it.
I love it.
It doesn't freak me out because I mean I know it's there are certain tricks of it. It's just I don't know how you get in that club where you can know all that stuff.
And it feels like if you just get this down, you can have permanent work for life until you get exposed.
Yeah.
Like what's the unwritten rule? What's the code amongst the mentalist
There's
code?
honor amongst thieves.
Honor amongst thieves. Let's send you to Cowboys Colts for Sunday Night Football for turning it on, leaving it on right now.
That's right, Tolos. Call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Dallas Cowboys and the Indianapolis Colts on Sunday night. And you get a parking pass as well, all brought to you by AT&T 5G Fast, Reliable, Secure. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
And the parking pass?
That's right.
Man.
100 level seating, too.
Woo!
Right. Not bad.
AT&T 5G Fast, Reliable, Secure. The keys to victory. Choppy, what needs to happen fast in this game?
Get out early. Get a good lead. Take Jonathan Taylor out of the game.
Who needs to be reliable, Bobby?
Dak Prescott, you want to get out to that early lead, you're going to need to challenge that secondary and have success through the passing game.
And to secure the victory, keep the Colts offensive line exposed. Matt Ryan sacked nonstop. They give the most sacks in the entire league, and that is the dominant force of the Cowboys defense, crushing and killing the quarterback, as many have found out. AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure, and congrats to the Tolo who wins right now at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 for the Cowboys and the Colts. Man, it feels like in this game, I know we're going to get blamed.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of another game. What's the other game this year where you see the other team have the least chance of being a threat or winning this? It feels like the Colts are just a sitting duck.
Houston coming up in a week.
But one that's been played. The way you felt about a game. Bears, Lions, neither of them, right?
No, I mean, I felt like...
this feels like there's no way Indy can win this unless Jonathan Taylor rips off 70-yard runs.
This has got 42-7 written all over it.
Yeah, honestly, the last time I felt this confident, though, was probably last year going into Denver, which they lost.
Shut up.
I'm being dead serious.
Denver came here, right?
Yeah. And Dallas was on a roll. They had just won without Dak. They were 7-1. They looked like they had responded to every challenge. Denver wasn't very good.
Are we getting on the Odell Insider?
I believe so. I sent
Have you reminded her 19 times?
I just sent the other reminder, so we should be good to go.
She's been all over the Odell Beckham reporting. She joins the morning show next. Josina Anderson on the home of the Cowboys to talk about what Odell is going to do right after this. But first,
FTC app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jam-packed Thursday edition continues on your home of America's team. That's us, all over Cowboys coverage with our new addition to the show, permanently Bobby Belt, RJ Choppy, and I'm Sean Sharif, getting set to be joined by Josina Anderson, who has been all over the Odell Beckham reporting. Now, Bobby, some Tolos have sent us some restructuring that is being done around the league, that the Bills are freeing up a little bit of money. How much do you look into this in terms of maybe trying to spend for Odell Beckham?
I mean, we said yesterday, right? Like they have the least amount of cap space of anybody in the league. They had like $100,000 clear. So
yeah, 180, sir.
Yeah, 180. Sorry, I want to give them every dollar that they have. I think what you see there is the fact that if they're going to have a meeting on Friday, like Von Miller says, they'd like to get that where he doesn't even leave the building. So, yeah, they're probably getting things in order just to make sure that they can be prepared to offer him that and have him sign right then.
NFL insider for CBS Sports, and we've all been hanging on every single one of her tweets. Josina Anderson joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline on the home of the Cowboys. Good morning, Josina. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're doing very, very well. Can you tell us where things stand with Odell Beckham as of right now today?
So obviously today is the day that he is starting his free agent tour, and he's going to be coming into the New York area today to commence the 2-day visit with the Giants, which, is a really big deal considering the way in which he, departed the team the first time around after spending, for some seasons there before being traded. So, that starts today. And afterwards, as you know, he's going to the Bills. And most likely I would think he would be leaving Friday at some point in the afternoon or the evening, depending on how those conversations go, with the majority of that visit happening on Friday. And I'm sure Giants fans will be on their, P's and Q's trying to and the organization offer him not to leave the building. And then obviously, he ends up in Dallas where you guys are on the 5th to begin his 2-day visit with that team. So yeah, that's where we are.
Is he definitely going to visit all three, or is there a chance that, like as Von Miller says, we don't let him leave the building? Like, is there a chance he signs before seeing all three spots?
I mean, anything can happen. A free agent process is always fluid. Anything can happen. But my expectation as of right now is that he will get to all three teams because from a business standpoint, it just makes sense to, give all of those teams, the opportunity to get that in-person vibe. And quite frankly, after doing so, and you have that experience in person, it, should, raise the desire, anti-leverage, for him to come to any one of those teams and other teams, not just beyond those three teams. We'll see if he even goes to any other place after that. It would be kind of hard pressed for me to see him not getting to Dallas and letting down Jerry Jones in that sense, especially as vocal and as much pressure as Jerry Jones, I feel, was putting on the situation with his comments publicly and the things that are, getting said behind the scenes. So I would be surprised at this point, but I've been covering the NFL for 20 years and, anything is always possible. Last year I would have thought he would have ended up with the Packers and everything switched the day of, the decision last year after Von Miller and Jalen Ramsey and all those guys kept calling him, and then he ended up with the Rams. So things can switch. People keep saying this team is ahead, that team is ahead. I really do not think that's the case. I believe that the decision is still wide open. He's still considering things. There are multiple factors to consider. I think he has it in his head, certain preferences, but by no means do I think it's
Oh, Josina, we still got you? Did we lose you?
Might have.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
there we go.
We've got you now.
We got you back.
Okay.
Josina,
Okay.
is Odell someone that you think like needs to needs to feel the love, needs to feel the recruitment. We've covered the Cowboys for a long time. We have never heard them speak so openly about the recruitment of a player like this. Do you think that plays heavily into Odell's decision-making?
Not in a negative connotative way, like in terms of some diva needing his ego fed. So not in that sense, but in the same sense that we all, like to feel valued and appreciated. We like to hear that. I mean, certainly when you are kind of feeling the pulse from different teams, it's human to take into account, who's saying what players are speaking up, what players are not speaking up. Of course, you're going to notice that. That would be anybody, not just OBJ. So I do think those things factor, but not from an egotistical standpoint, more from a human standpoint of it being obvious that would have an effect on him. But like I said, I feel that there are multiple things that are, to be considered. Odell really wants to make this last place that he is signing with really the place that he wants to end up with. And so because of that, there are multiple things that really need to come to place. At the same time, even though it's the second ACL injury, all you have to do is roll the tape from when he left the Browns, right, until when he ended up with the Rams all the way to February 13th with the Super Bowl, and just the sheer impact once he started to get acclimated to Sean McVay's offense that he had on the team. And I know Odell's working really hard behind the scenes. I'll get more into that with my own reports, later today to, get himself physically ready. But I still think the expectation is that over time, it's still going to take time. So even if he were to join any of these teams, I believe if he decides to do it this season, and I don't think that's all the way, completely decided, but if it were to happen, for this season, it's going to take an acclimation period, and it's going to take not only for that with the playbook, it's going to take that time, on the actual field. But it happened with the Rams, I would say, after like the third or fourth game, and then you could see he was just kind of really in there. And then Sean McVay figured out really well how to use him, and it really started to click with him and Matthew Stafford. But Jerry Jones, at the end of the day, obviously because we're speaking about the Cowboys, has to figure out what that is worth to him. Everybody knows he's looking for a multi-year deal, and everyone, what does he want? How much does he want? Well, how much is it worth to the Cowboys after not, getting a Super Bowl for umpteen years to potentially get that player who takes you over the top for you to put another ring on one of those fingers? How much is that worth to you? And not just for this season, but to then have someone who takes care of their body, really wants to entrench and give his all to the team beyond just the season if he comes back this season, right? How much is that worth to you relative to what we know the market is with Tyreek Hill setting the top of that market with his average right now?
Talking with Josina Anderson, NFL insider for CBS Sports, host of The Crew NYC and Undefined with Josina Anderson. She's been on the front lines of the Odell Beckham reporting. Josina, when you talk about the potential that, if he ends out playing this year, that's not determined yet, is that something more you think that is with Odell's own comfort level, or it still remains to be seen, you think, if he can get medically cleared to play this year?
No, he's just going off of what Rap Sheet said. He said he's cleared or what have you. The reason why I'm saying it that way is because I've never really specifically asked him if he's cleared. I think, where the conversations kind of come together is that we know he's at the 10-month mark. So forget about if he's cleared, he's not clear. Just look at the timeline of where he is relative to when the injury happened. So if you get to the 13th of this month, I think it makes it 10 months. I believe last time when he came back, before he came back on the field, I think it was 11 months. So he's, a month behind that one. And so that a ACL is going to have a certain amount of time to heal, and then for a player to psychologically, feel better. So I would say more pay attention to that than, what any doctor says, because at the end of the day, it's going to go off of how he feels and how that thing is healing relative to just all those individual factors. I don't want to create a big, question mark as it's definitely not going to be this year, But I just think all I'm saying is that it's open, from my opinion, it's open from the standpoint of him just needing to take all of the things into consideration. How is he feeling? You know, what are the teams offering? What he feels like is his risk factor and what he would be risking coming back for a team if he did it for the season relative to what the offer is, how that would compare if you waited to the new league year and just waited for free agency, but how difficult, admittedly, that would be to watch the playoffs go by when he's a footballer in his heart of hearts and wants to be out there. You know, what is the city talking about? How does he feel? He's got a family. He's got a son. You know, all those things got to come together, even the same way Von Miller basically put all those things together and chose Buffalo. Who's on the team? How are the people making him feel welcomed? How are the teammates making him feel welcome? How, you know, the offense, the possibilities, the postseason. Does it even change for the Giants if they lose this week to the Commanders? You know, so it's just like there's so many things relative to the postseason path that are, and he could wake up, you know, one morning, you know, and be like, you know, it's this. And then I remember last year, whatever it was, thought it was, you know, going one way. And then 4 hours later, I talked to him, and it was so. You know, this is why I always say, you know, just let it be, because I really do feel like he will take his time as a man to, consider things spiritually, take that quiet space, and whatever it comes to him, when it comes to him is when it comes to him, and he'll say yep or nope.
Josina, all three of these stops are currently on turf. The Giants moving to grass though next year. Does that play a factor?
Well, I'm not completely sure what the Giants are doing with that field. I know that they are changing, but it's like, is it real grass? Is it artificial grass? Will the Maras take more consideration if more feedback comes? If OBJ walks in there on Friday and says, I'm not doing this unless you're doing this, does it change? So, yes, it's got to change. What it completely ends up being, I still don't know. But as I indicated in my tweets, there are other teams, still being considered. That includes the Chiefs. The Ravens are still trying to, still being there as well. So these are the teams that are currently, on the docket relative to his tour. We'll see if any others get on relative to what they know are things that he's looking for. Mm-hmm.
Josina, what would he find attractive about coming to play for the Cowboys?
Well, I mean, Dallas just, has its own unique shine in and of itself. The way that the team is playing right now, the confidence at the quarterback position, the balance of the offense and the defense, right now, the way that they're in a groove relative to how the team is playing, all of those things are factors. He's got, family in the state, so those things are very attractive too. So I think that's what Dallas definitely has going for it. And ownership is very outward about wanting him there. The players are very outward about, wanting him there. So all of those things are very strong considerations. And I do feel when he gets to Dallas and, walks in that, facility and really takes it in that sense, it's going to be hard not to feel, I've covered that team. I've been to the practices or whatever. Like, it's a spectacular place to be at. So I'm sure optically he's going to absorb all of that. And Jerry's going to put, all of his magic into whatever it needs to be. And we already know from my tweets that I've said that the team is open to listening to what a multi-year deal would look like, but at the same time wanting reasonable numbers. But of course, what is reasonable is subjective. So I think that that's hard. And then even with Buffalo, Josh Allen is a quarterback you can grow with, for a while, and you have Vaughn there, which is a very extremely strong connection because they're basically almost like best friends, if not best friends. And it has a whole different feel because Buffalo is like a, just very like a close knit type of, community feel, and it's just a whole different thing. And they're prospecting well. So a lot of things to consider. And then with New York, New York, what New York has best going for it is New York, and that's where he started. It has a lot of memories for him. You know, it's where he turned from Odell Beckham Jr. into OBJ. It's just there's New York. I don't, in my opinion, I don't know that there is a better city for him relative to how because just New York is New York, and it's hard not to like New York. And then obviously you have Sterling Shepard, you have Saquon, you have Brian Daboll. Really loves Brian Daboll in terms of the offense and his head coach and things like that. So each team has very unique, strong qualities about it. So do the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid and the way that they're playing. And many people would have the Chiefs as their AFC pick to be the representative in the Super Bowl. And then with the, Ravens, you have, Lamar, and you have the possibility of being a real impact on that team relative to just, what is there as a wide receiver group. And they're, trying hard behind the scenes. So I think that each team has very strong qualities to tout. There are things that are probably, things that are less for each team. Like it's this, it's that, it's whatever. And then even beyond that pros and cons list is the timing. It's when is the right time? When is the right time? When is the right time? And only he will know when it comes to him, because I know that he had that time last year where he just had to spend time with himself. And he's like, Joe, and it came to him, and then it was that day. I'll never forget that day, because I didn't think it was going to be that day, because originally the plan was going to be for it to go through the weekend. And 4 hours later, he picked the team. So you have to stay on your toes, because that's how it can be.
Last one for you, Josina Anderson, all over the Odell reporting here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. He's a very polarizing star, diva, malcontent, emotional, rock star. We just had the plane incident. What's he really like? And maybe how is he different today than 3 to or even 5 years ago?
So all of those adjectives that you use are not anything that I would use to describe him. If anything, to me, he's, and this is from somebody who's covered him since day one. So my words come from my coverage. He's extremely passionate about football. He works really hard. His teammates love him in every place that he's gone, outside of what happened with, in Cleveland in the Baker Mayfield, situation. But outside of that, his teammates love him in every place that he's been. He has a strong desire to want to win. And when you are somewhat of a, kind of a supernova type of character who, as you know, just kind of has this unique energy that kind of pulls people into you, that when you've covered him and you've been around him and you've seen him at games, that in and of itself sometimes can invite and attract things that happen when you come outside of, your just professional world and you're going about life. And it doesn't mean that he's done everything perfectly, but if we all look back at where we were in our 20s and decisions or things that have, we've made, we would all look back and say we all have evolved. We all have gotten better. And even if you look at the Justin Tuck interview on my Twitter now, I mean, as a legacy giant, he's acknowledging that he sees the arc of growth that Odell has had. And even beyond that, thing that happened a Sunday, with the American Airlines or what have you, there's two sides to everything that happens. And sometimes there are situations where people egg you on just because of who you are. And it doesn't mean it's right. And it doesn't mean that you still have to watch kind of how you respond. But it also doesn't mean that, someone like Odell is going out starting those things either. And I say that as a person who's spoken to him about, what happened and things like that. So I'm not just kind of talking from the left side of my mouth. But overall, my point is that I feel like he has evolved. But those things that I started out saying with how I feel like he is as a football player are tried and true. And the last thing that I would say is he is a bona fide difference maker. And if the Rams had to do it all over again, I'm sure they would pay him and then some to come back for that experience of paying, of getting a ring, much in the same way that they did Eric Weddle, pulling him off his couch, and he made a difference in helping them get a championship too.
Josina, thank you so much for your time. Keep it coming with the tweets. We're sitting on the edge of our seats. We'll talk to you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Josina Anderson, CBS on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Let's react to that. And ESPN apologizing to Fort Worth over college football? Next.
But let's get you over to the greatest of Diamond.
put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Babe Laufenberg is coming up at 8:40 here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Thank y'all for being Tolos. What are we taking from the Josina Anderson interview, who has been all over the Odell Beckham reporting? What jumps out?
The injury?
Yeah.
That's concerning. That sounds like, regardless of what, like if the Cowboys doctors clear him and want to sign him, it sounds like, well, what the doctors say isn't necessarily relevant to how Odell's going to feel about it. And so it sounds like the doctors could clear him and Odell would still say, yeah, but, I want to play this a little bit slower.
Yeah, like the idea that it's even the possibility that he doesn't play this year.
Which Jerry told us the other day. That has to be part of it. So
he has to play this year.
Yeah.
They'll flesh it out. So if he doesn't get that answer on Monday, then it's over. And you don't have to worry about it. But if he signs here, I think that's indicative of he told Jerry he's going.
Yeah, she said the word if, and we all kind of looked at each other like, if?
Yep.
What do you mean if? She also threw Baltimore.
And Kansas City, yeah.
Like Kansas City, yeah, we've kind of heard. No one's brought up Baltimore.
Yeah, and she mentioned Kansas City a couple times, too.
She clearly has a close relationship with him, right? A lot of Tolos saying she sounds like his agent. That's part of the reason why she gets the access and she gets the stories and she gets the tidbits. In terms of why Buffalo, Josh Allen, she did mention quarterback play, which I would think would eliminate the New York Giants. Von Miller yesterday saying that the Giants are eliminated. It's down to the Cowboys and the Bills, but Von Miller is arguably his best friend in the entire league. And what's the financial understanding with each of the teams? Like, is the money agreed to already? She kind of suggested it's not here when she comes to visit.
We know that.
Man, the fact that she even threw out Tyreek Hill's name, as she said, Tyreek Hill set the market. It's like, okay, does that mean he wants to go near Tyreek? Because Tyreek was, what, 30? Tyreek was 30.
And then I think next is Devontae at, 25?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
So even if he wants somewhere in between or somewhere in the ballpark of Devontae, yeah, that's all. There's a whole lot of energy now on a 30-year-old coming off 2 ACL.
But remember, this is also the fact that people are saying, acting sort of like his agent, they're going to posture a certain position to be in a stronger position, and they're negotiating. This is a way to sort of negotiate through the media. Top receiver salary averages: Tyreek Hill 30, Devontae Adams 28, DeAndre Hopkins 27.2, Cooper Kupp 26.7.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that.
This is 30-year-old Odell.
No one's going to pay
off
that.
a knee. This is not one-handed catch. Making tea on Brandon Carr. That's not what this is. If it's that guy, then I think you put all the energy and effort into it.
But
this guy's far more name than talent at this point.
Should he be eliminated though? If we always talk about, you're trying to win multiples, should he be eliminated? Signing him now for next year if he doesn't play this year? Why would we just cross him off the list? Next year matters too.
Yeah, but you can win right now.
Yeah.
So if you want to make that investment, there's no telling. Like it's so bipolar. Like every year, how things can change. And so I think what Jerry sees right now is there's an opportunity now, and I want to take advantage of it now. I don't know that the opportunity is going to be the same next year.
Okay, so that was Josina Anderson on Odell Beckham here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt with the credit for getting her on as she's been tweeting out a lot of interesting information. We didn't ask her about the New York tweet yesterday with the winds a changing. Is that about Zach Wilson, who Jason Laufenberg said is done there, not playing again there in New York, and that would have Mike Bassick winning his argument against me during Peace-a-thon. But let's keep it to college football for now, as it looks like we are clear for a 12-team playoff in 2024 after the Rose Bowl signed off yesterday. What about Fort Worth?
Yeah, you've got TCU, who is very deservedly number 3 overall. Somebody who has not seemingly agreed with that in recent weeks was Paul Feinbaum. Paul Feinbaum was on, I believe it was either First Take or it was one of the other ESPN shows. Stephen A. Smith and Keyshawn Johnson were talking with Paul Feinbaum. And last week, Paul Feinbaum took some shots against TCU and the Big 12. Peyton, this is cut number 2.
Assuming that TCU continues to win in the Big 12, they have Iowa State in the Big 12 championship game that none of us are going to be watching very closely, then I think it comes down between Southern Cal and the loser of Michigan and Ohio State. And quite frankly, I would go for Southern Cal right now.
Paul, why is it that I feel like TCU is this year's Cincinnati without the Cinderella story behind it?
Keyshawn, because they are. And listen, I thought they would go down last week, and they won on a last-second field goal against Baylor, which I think has lost 3 or 4 games. I mean, they're a good team, but I don't want to sound like an elitist here, and I'm sure I will, but I don't think they could cut it against the big boys of college football right now. I mean, they beat a lot of good teams, but nobody great. And winning at Texas is no big deal right now. Texas has lost 4 games. Baylor lost 4 games. So they're not going to play another good team. And I think if they end up in the semifinals against Georgia, presumably, they're going to lose by 3 or 4 touchdowns. Last year, Cincinnati played Alabama. They couldn't hang with them, and I don't think TCU can hang with any of the top teams right now.
Pissed off a lot of people in Fort Worth with that one. And so I think probably made some ESPN producers mad, too. You got College Game Day coming to TCU this weekend just after you say nobody cares about the Big 12 championship game as ESPN's about to roll in and cover it.
Yeah.
And so yesterday he was speaking with Matt Berry, and it seemed to be singing a little bit of a different tune.
And I just want to say, because I said something once that people may have taken too seriously. I cannot wait to watch the Big 12 championship game.
Wow.
I really can't. I've been quoted as saying I really didn't care about it, and the country didn't care. That now game day's going, and you'll be talking about it and leading into it. Aren't you? I'm all in.
What a Mr. Potato Head jellyfish.
Oh, by the way, let me
Coward.
clarify. Again, he didn't even get asked a question about that. Was somebody saying, go on there and say you're really excited for the stand game.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Way to go, Paul. Good job. All right, what happened with Dion? Did Dion get pranked yesterday?
So, did he get pranked?
Was
Okay,
Kevin Hagelin interviewing him, RJ?
All right. We remember we played this Dion clip a couple of weeks back with Rob J. Rob J is their in-house kind of, media member, and they had a back and forth, and it was, I guess this guy plays tricks on Dion, and Dion played a trick on him with that. Well, Rob J decided to get back at Dion because, of course, Dion is being rumored right now. There are 3 schools that have his name sort of surrounded him. South Florida, Cincinnati, and the Colorado Buffaloes. So Rob J, doing his sit-down interview with Dion, decided to, talk about this a little bit without Dion's knowledge.
But you know my favorite team is the Kansas City Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
Next week they play the Denver Broncos in Colorado. I'm going with you, and we gonna ride together.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That's a go. Now that's a go. That's a good one now. I gotta admit, now that's a good one. Come on, sit back down here. Come on. So why you gonna do your boy like that?
No. I never been there. And but I'm going. I'm going there. Well, I'm going next week when the Chiefs play the Broncos in Colorado, in Denver, Colorado.
What you trying to say?
I just want to know. Can we ride together?
Why am I going?
What do you think? Well, let's go. So they're playing this week. My team played the Bengals.
Oh, you ain't no good, man.
But Coach, I'm just asking. Coach, you told me to ask.
I ain't tell you what.
You told the fella. They told the man they'll ask a question. Yeah. He asked a question, and he asking all this stuff about your beard and all that. You said, but when I asked you, can I ride with you to Colorado?
Why would you assume I'm going to Colorado?
I don't, cause you've been to all these places. I've never been to Colorado.
But why would you assume I'm going to Colorado?
No,
Okay.
No, I'm just.
All right, that's enough. His Popeyes video is much better than this. The Popeyes drive-thru was amazing. 30 minutes. 30 minutes waiting for his food at Popeyes as he called them out. And then I went to every other fast food and just looked at their replies. And all it is them apologizing to people for complaints. That's all these Twitter fast food accounts are, is apologizing. But there's Dion trying to flirt and also dodge the rumors. You have a school you should go to, one of them above the rest, Choppy?
I mean, of the 3, Colorado offers the most money. And it's in the Power 5. Now, that could change in 2 years. Is the Pac-12 going to be a conference? Is Colorado going to be in the Big 12? Is the Big 12 going to be a Power 5 conference? USF and Cincinnati, are they not already kind of quasi Power 5 as it is? USF's got a massive recruiting base, and so does Cincinnati.
Let's preview Sunday night. Is there any way the Cowboys can screw this up against the Colts? Color analyst Babe Laufenberg next on The Fan. But don't screw up the protection of your family and your home. Get DFW security with the touchscreen smart hub. You can Analyst Babe Laufenberg every Thursday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby via the Diamond Factory hotline. Babe, did you hear Dan Dockich 1 hour ago praising you from your college days at Indiana?
I did not. Peyton, the producer, was mentioning it, and I got up probably just after he got off the air with you guys.
Yes.
So I apologize.
I mean, you're the one who missed out. I mean, it was phenomenal. It was incredible. It was fantastic. Oh. We do have an Odyssey rewind if you need, or we can go ahead and send it to you after the interview. But he said you were the big man on campus, and it was just an aura and a glow surrounding you.
Called him Princess Diana.
He called me Princess Diana?
He said you were like Princess Diana on campus.
Couldn't I be the king?
Well, no, not this one. He carries his own toilet seat around with him.
Oh, that's funny.
And velvet toilet paper, which I think is kind of
That's funny.
cool.
I do know he mentioned, I did a show one time, and I don't know if he mentioned it to you guys, but apparently I was walking down the hall, and I said hello, and I talked to him, and he was like, oh, this is because he was a year or two, 3 younger. Can't remember exactly, but anyway. Yeah, seems like a good guy, and very plugged into that Indianapolis sports scene, I will say that.
Babe, are the Colts the least threat? I know Brad Sham, be rolling over in his grave listening to this. Are the Colts the least threatening team that you've seen on film from a Cowboys opponent this year?
They're right up there near the top, that's for sure. I'd have to kind of go through the mental Rolodex to think of all the teams, but they don't threaten you. And I actually feel sorry for Matt Ryan coming into this game. I just don't see how they're going to protect him. Yeah. And if you watch the Giants, which I know everybody did, matter of fact, the whole world did when you looked at the numbers.
Yeah.
They came out. They were not putting Daniel Jones behind center. I mean, in terms of dropping him in the pocket. They bootlegged, they rolled him. It was everything but taking that drop like a drop back pass, right? Well, Matt Ryan doesn't have that ability, obviously, at his age, at 37. I mean, he's going to just be a sitting duck. Now, the Cowboys, as we know, they have the most sacks in the league. The Colts have allowed the most sacks in the league. You got a 37-year-old quarterback that can't move, and that's just going to be a bad day at the office for Matt Ryan.
Babe, do you think that the penalty issues, which obviously cropped up big time again on Thursday and were discussed a lot yesterday in the locker room, do you think that the penalty issues can realistically be remedied, or is this just a line that everybody's going to have to push in the locker, is that we're not accepting this, but in reality this will probably always be an issue?
I would say the latter, because we've seen enough evidence that they're going to be a highly penalized team, right? I mean, everybody has that game where, there's an officiating crew, they call a few more penalties than the other crew, but it's been pretty much a constant. The ones that I don't like, and I know they want to play to the edge and play to the echo of the whistle and all that, but they've had more personal foul, unnecessary roughness penalties by far than any team in the league. And those are the ones that get you, because they're post-play fouls. Things happen, contesting for balls, pass interference, OPI. Those things come up during the course of a game. They do. They happen. You're going to get penalties, but when you get those dead ball penalties, number one, they're automatic first downs, they're 15-yard penalties, and they're avoidable. The false start issue they had this past week, that kind of cropped up. They hadn't had a ton before that, but I think you're just going to say we're going to live with them. And I will say very quickly, because I did a deep dive on this, believe it or not, penalties do not necessarily equate with not winning football games. Seattle won a Super Bowl. They were the most heavily penalized team in the NFL.
That's a Dan Quinn staple.
Kansas City Chiefs won a Super Bowl. They were the most heavily penalized team in the NFL. So I know we all think, well, you can't live with penalties. And trust me, it's no fun playing quarterback when all of a sudden you're 1st and 15 all game or 2nd and 20, which the Cowboys have been able to overcome, quite honestly, many, many times. But you just don't want to play football that way. But by the same token, I think we have enough evidence that they are going to be a heavily penalized team.
Is it even more concerning to you that some of their more penalized games, like this last one, they're at home? Like usually you see like a heavily penalized game from a team because they're pre-snap, they're on the road, but these have been at home.
Right. And hey, they're going to try to clean that up this week. Obviously, I know there's been a special emphasis paid to it, but you're exactly right. You're home, and the false start penalties would be a little disconcerting. But it's not always. I think we have somewhat the misconception. They break the huddle and they say it's on 1, or it's on 2, or it's on 3, whatever. There's a lot of moving parts. You're changing plays, things like that. So they have to, in their practice, they have to get that kind of just screwed down that we know when we're going. We had a number of times, as you saw, where they've got 2 guys moving at the same time. Well, that's not, I forgot what the snap count was on, right? In 8th grade, that's what happens, right? Left guard snap, he said, I thought it was on 2. Mm-hmm. They've got some other issues going on just in terms of formation and motion, and 2 guys moving at the same time. Had a couple of those on Thursday against the Giants, and those are the type of penalties that are avoidable.
Babe Laufenberg here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Your initial reaction, and how do you feel about it now, if different, over the Jeff Saturday hire?
Well, the initial reaction was, come on, you're kidding. Because it's never, to the best of my knowledge, it's never happened before. And obviously everybody has weighed in on it. And if you did it, I could have seen it as an out-of-the-box hire if you had done it after the season, and given the guy the opportunity to get in and go through the OTAs and the mini camps and training camp. But to just plop a guy in mid-season just seemed a little crazy. And it's not so much knowing when to call timeouts, which obviously they butchered on Sunday. It's setting up the schedule for the week and setting up the schedule for your coaches and your allocation of time during practice. All that stuff is really a huge part of what a head coach does. So to be plopped into a group of guys, I'm sure he's met all those guys, but to be plopped in mid-season, I don't know how you function like that, but obviously they're not functioning very well. But the notion, we see it, obviously we've seen it in basketball where guys do not have coaching experience. Football's a little bit different. But if you told me, hey, I've seen a couple of Jason Witten's high school games, and I understand they're high school and all that good stuff, but man, that's a well-coached team. You go out and they're disciplined, and you just, doesn't take you long, even if you didn't know Jason Witten was the coach, to say, that's a well-coached team. I think Darren Woodson could jump in and figure it out. I'd hire Troy Aikman to jump in and figure it out. Now, do I think this is going to start a whole rush of guys going from the broadcast booth to becoming head coaches without coaching experience? I don't think so. I will tell you, this week when I walked into that Mike McCarthy's presser on Monday, he was kind of looking at me a little sideways like, okay, is it you or is it Peyton coming to get my job?
What aspect of coaching, Babe, do you think is maybe a little bit overrated, as some co-hosts on this show have maybe suggested at times? Like what could Saturday, use as a shortcut? What shortcut will Saturday be able to have that maybe, an experienced coach gets too much credit for? Leading men.
That's a good question, but pardon me?
The leading the men aspect, just uniting the guys in terms of a message versus X's and O's?
No, I think that's a big part of it. And he's got 20 other coaches in the building, right, with X's and O's, and a whole fan base out there that's ready to call plays for you.
Right.
So, no, I think you get up there and you're really, I don't want to say a figurehead, that's unfair, but there's a lot of coaches, they don't call the offensive plays, they don't call the defensive signals, but you set the tone not only for your football team but for the entire organization. I think Tom Brady is that guy as a player. I mean, Brady doesn't change your offense or your passing game or even the football team. He does all that, but he also changes your organization. I think if Tom Brady shows up, even at 45, to wherever he shows up, let's just say he went to a new team next year, that organization just got about 40 or 50% better than they were, because he's going to be demanding of everybody in the building, because he demands, obviously, a lot of himself.
Babe, 1 week from now when you're on the air, are we going to be asking you a bunch of questions about Odell Beckham and how he fits in now that he's signed?
Yeah, if I were Odell, why wouldn't I sign here? I'll put that question to you guys. Why wouldn't I sign here?
Makes the most sense to me.
Well, Buffalo's probably closer to a title. That's the reason.
Yeah, or Kansas City or whoever.
What?
Maybe, but your path in the NFC East to get to the Super Bowl, I think we would all agree, is going to be easier.
Yeah.
If you go to Buffalo, you're going to have to get through Kansas City. If you go to Kansas City, you're going to have to get through Buffalo. And either way, you're playing in the cold.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the marketability here, I know New York is New York, but I would tell you that it's bigger here. Hey, Cowboys just played a game against a relatively average New York Giant team that just drew the highest ratings in the history of television football. So, I mean, you have no state income tax here. There are just so many things to sell, and I think there's probably no better salesman than the Cowboys owner, right?
No.
And Odell is basically taking a recruiting trip. The strange thing is we don't see this, right? I mean, we're in week 13. Trade deadline's over. A guy isn't out there like Odell in week 13. He has obviously some extenuating circumstances with the injury and not being signed to a team, but the big part too is at what cost and how healthy is he? And RJ, you pointed it out, and it's not a revelation, but this is not 2014 13th pick in the draft Odell making a one-handed catch over Brandon Carr. This is 30-year-old, two-time ACL surgery, coming off an ACL surgery, who has not been rehabbing with an NFL team, which to me makes a huge difference. So you just don't know what you're getting at this point.
Really enjoyed it as always. Thank you, babe. We'll be listening Sunday night.
Okay, you guys want to call me Princess Diana from here on in? Or?
No, I want to call you TCU assistant coach or UTEP cheerleader based on your Twitter account. Very impressive.
I'm both. Okay, thank you, guys.
Thank you, brother. Babe Laufenberg on the Diamond Factory Hotline out there with Sonny Dykes and almost getting tossed into the air by the UTEP cheerleading team. Kyler Murray is fighting with a former teammate. 50% of Russell Wilson's teammates didn't show up for the birthday, and Tom Brady back to New England, around the rest of the NFL, and then calls on LeBron wanting to talk about Jerry Jones. Final hour of Sean and RJ next.
with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour Thursday edition. Fist pump time. Oh, yeah, Bobby, can't fist pump. Can't do the hump day.
What you don't fist pump?
I'm setting it up. Okay, yeah. I'm just trying to.
What is that? That's a Brian Broaddus fist pump.
Peyton doesn't have much enthusiasm for. Maybe we should just cancel it.
No, that's the whole. That is his shtick. That's his. I just.
How many people are fist pumping in their car at 9 a.m.?
Everybody.
Everyone.
Okay.
I do the 8 a.m. fist pump, and then you yell at me.
I don't see Ryan do it. You know, he doesn't look too gung-ho. Jersey Shore might be a little bit too old for him. So Jersey Shore sucks now, but it's the final hour of Sean, RJ, and Bobby Bell here on 105.3 The Fan. Jay Williams has just spoken out about Jerry Jones like LeBron James did. LeBron James did last night. So we'll do that at 9:20 this morning. But let's talk about this Russ report. The report that only 50% of Russell Wilson's Broncos teammates showed up for his birthday party that was put together by Sierra.
Is that good or bad, though? Like, so here's the thing. It was said by Mike Kliss, Brian Broaddus' nemesis in Denver, Mike Kliss.
Oh, do explain, please.
That's the so when Broaddus had talked about Paxton Lynch having bad work habits a few years back, Mike Kliss, who's like super Broncos homer reporter, like when that became a story, it got some traction. Mike Kliss had tweeted, "What would this Dallas web guy know about blah 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 blah?"
Web guy,
and a bunch of people descended down and were like, "This is a guy who used to work in the league and has a lot of connections, you moron." And so, I'm very impressed. He's never blocked me. I've tweeted at him probably 24 times. I'll just randomly go to his account and see what has he tweeted lately, and I'll go in there and I'll quote tweet him and I'll go, "What does some Denver web guy know about?" Or some Denver TV guy know about this? But he's never blocked me. Probably muted me, but
yeah,
he was defending Russell Wilson yesterday, or trying to, and saying, man, there's all this slander about Russell Wilson losing the locker room. Well, here's an example. On the players' off day on Tuesday, Sierra threw a birthday party for Russell, and half the team showed up. So maybe you guys don't know what you're talking about. And a bunch of people came back and were like, wait, is this you defending it, that half the team showed up when they didn't have work?
Because the other Mike, Florio, had to, of course, go on Pro Football Talk and say, but that, of course, means the other half didn't. Look, maybe it's just an age thing. If you tell me that 50%, I guess it depends how many people. If I invite 40 people over to my house for a party and 20 show up, is that good or bad?
Look, personally,
I think the older we get, if 20 show up, that's a good thing.
Well, yeah, okay. So whether you want all 40 to show up or not is a different story.
Right.
I think a 50%.
You never want 40 people in your home unless you're balling.
Yeah, I think a 50% hit rate on a party is pretty good. People have families, kids, crap to do.
Yeah.
Lives. Maybe they just don't want to go. Maybe they just want to sit on their off day and sit at home. Like, I think a 50% hit rate is pretty darn good.
Yeah, but also think about a 50% hit rate on a party that Sierra invited you to. And you're still like, I don't want to show up.
Yeah, but if you're in that world...
Does 50% of the team or more show up if Dak throws a birthday party? I bet it is more.
Probably.
It might be. Yeah, it might be. I'm sure it is. I have no idea. But, like, I mean...
I'm talking about 50 people. 50 people are supposed to show up for his birthday party?
It's the quarterback, man.
I know.
We're holding Kyler Murray to the standard of, man, you got to command the whole locker room.
Yeah, I guess, I mean...
So you think it's...
I think I don't know.
You think it shows?
I think it's a little under. I think there were a few people who probably like, I don't want to go over there right now. He's been a pain lately.
Here's Russell Wilson talking about, now Nathaniel Hackett was asked about this. He said it's just gossip. All this is just gossip. Here was Russ asked about it.
Man, I got great relationships in that locker room. So whoever's trying to tear it down, you can't. You know, I think that the best thing about it is that it's been an amazing journey coming here, moving here, being here. Guys like Cortland Sutton, guys like Justin Simmons, guys like Dalton Risner. Watching a guy like DJ Jones, I used to play against, several times a year. A tremendous football player. Different guys. Kendall Hinton, how he's stepped up and stepped in as a friend, and so much more. Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, all these guys. I can go down the list. Sabi, the guys up front. this is a great team. And we got great players. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored to play with this team and these guys. And so, there's always noise, especially when things aren't going the way that you want it to all the time. And so the thing is that you don't bat an eye. You know that my biggest goal every day is to continue to try to lead at the highest level, and to be consistent every day with my approach, and to never change.
Stop.
Not let
Stop it.
You're not going to that party, Sean.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
Teddy Ruskin.
Let's ride.
If you're old enough.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
Let's ride.
Teddy Ruskin. That's what I'm calling him from now on. He is just a wind-up teddy bear of scripted responses. I just want to hear one thing real. That's it. I just want to. Either he has the ultimate belief that you would preach to any player and coach, like Jason Garrett, right?
Yep.
Like either he truly is so programmed as an athlete that he does believe all this stuff, or he is one of the most fraudulent, fakest people in the history of athletics. And I honestly can't decide which one.
He definitely has 100% of both. He is the most fake.
I don't think you can
player.
have both.
He also has absolute belief. I don't think there's any doubt. Like this is, I think a lot of athletes have this. They just handle it better. Like you have to have that undeniable belief in you, in order to make it to that level. I think.
But there's no sign. He's given no answer this entire year of, man, I'm stinking it up. No reality, nothing.
Oh yeah, no, that's a problem.
Yeah,
is because he approaches it just sort of with this like what's he do? We have great players, great team.
Yeah.
No, you don't. You're terrible. You guys are bad, and like just hold yourself up to the stand. It's the same sort of energy, just not as flippant. It's a lot more cheery, but it's the same sort of energy that got Zach Wilson in trouble. Do you feel like you let your defense down? No. It's just a different approach, but it's the same messaging at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's funny, like him just even listing off teammates. Yeah. It's like, this is proof. Yeah, the locker's tight. He knows the name of Cortland Sutton and DJ Jones.
I know
very good. He can name 6 teammates.
Wow, Broncos country.
Patrick Peterson, possible future Hall of Famer, now playing for Minnesota, played with Kyler on the Cardinals for a couple years. He was on his podcast, and the Arizona QB came up with Brian McFadden starting with Patrick Peterson.
Verbally now, vocally, Kyler Murray is talking about, and I don't like how he's doing that. I think he should keep some things privately, but it tells me he doesn't care about his head coach. And he's putting everything on the head coach, basically saying
Kyler Murray don't care about nobody but Kyler Murray. That's just a matter of the fact.
Woo! There's Patrick Peterson bringing it strong towards Kyler Murray, and Kyler responded on Twitter and social media saying, Pat, you are on some ish, man. You are on something. None of this is true. Why don't you be an actual mentor and big brother? You have my phone number. Why don't you go ahead and call me? That was Kyler Murray's response last night.
That's a toxic locker room in Arizona. And look, I think it's hard to just put it all on Kyler Murray, which, not that Patrick Peterson did that exactly, but certainly seemed to infer that a lot of the issues come back there. But that's just a bad atmosphere. When you talk to people around the league, they talk about how it's not a good fit. Cliff's not surviving. Cliff's going to be out.
Yeah.
Needs to probably go back to college, be an offensive coordinator somewhere, rebuild your professional image.
He's going to go be an OC in college?
I think he should. I mean, he's not succeeded as a head coach at either level.
Would you hire him to head your college football program?
I mean,
he's going to have to deal with kids like Kyler all the time.
Yeah, I would hire him to run my
with the most unjustified resume of anyone who would get a third chance like that, right? I mean, you've pointed it out multiple times. The Texas Tech resume on paper, there was no justification for it.
No,
part of the reason why people get pissed off justifiably over the Rooney Rule, like Kingsbury, and then he gets hired by the Cardinals, and he's going to get fired by the Cardinals, and then he's going to go get another based on what on paper? You can't really make the argument.
No, but an NFL head coach who made the postseason in the National Football League is going to be able to be a head coach of college. He's not going to be an OC. And that's
what kind of job though?
He get a Power 5 job tomorrow.
But there are tiers here, like Colorado.
Sure. Oh, tomorrow, Colorado, absolutely.
What was he in line for? He was in line for the USC coordinator job, wasn't he, when he took the Arizona gig?
Yeah, it was something with USC. I mean, we would all hire. Okay, put them in order of Dion, Kingsbury, Matt Rule. I mean, we're all hiring Rule first in college, right? No, not a question.
Yeah, probably.
Not a question. I'm going Rule, Dion, Cliff, and it's not even really a question in my mind.
I agree.
I think that's the order.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're talking about profile-wise. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like,
but I'm talking about deserved.
Would you take him here? Would you take him here as the coordinator if Kellen leaves?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would.
I would not.
I don't know what he's shown.
Yeah, what have you shown? Like your franchise quarterback, who everyone believes has special ability. I mean, all we hear is that your plays are stupid, and I mean,
from the know-it-all K1.
Yes, but but how much are they scoring? What's their record? I mean, they're not good. Cliff
Yeah.
Kingsbury has nothing on his resume to deserve a top-tier job after this one. He's a good-looking dude who seems like a cool guy who did Yo Roger Raps with us.
And I'm hiring that.
Yeah, there
I
you
want
go.
good-looking people at my organization. How do you think I got this job?
On radio.
Yeah.
As Tolo Michael keeps referring to us as the Face for Radio show.
Ouch.
Oh, yeah.
When his mama loves all three. That's weird. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. 877-881-1053. To hit us up here on the show, you're going to need that number to text, and you may need that number to call, because LeBron James last night, after the Lakers win over Portland, wanted to talk about the Jerry Jones photo, and Jay Williams has chimed in as well. Jerry is trending number one this morning in the Metroplex. We're going to take your calls if you want to chime in on LeBron talking about Jerry next. 40, they feel better about Nico Harrison and the direction of the Mavericks after their interview with the GM yesterday. We'll ask the fellas coming up in 20 minutes. But this morning, a couple of Tolos sent me LeBron James at his post-game presser last night. Now, LeBron is a former Cowboy fan. He said he quit the Cowboys once he saw Jerry Jones's stance and directives regarding the national anthem with the whole Colin Kaepernick story that was taking place. And last night, LeBron had a question for the media based upon the Arkansas photo that has been a story as of late.
I got one question for you guys before you guys leave. I was thinking when I was on my way over here, I was wondering why I haven't gotten a question from you guys about the Jerry Jones photo. But when the Kyrie thing was going on, you guys were quick to ask us questions about that.
Okay.
Hold on. And I don't even want you guys to say nothing. When I watched Kyrie talk and he says, I know who I am, but I want to keep the same energy when we're talking about my people and the things that we've been through. And that Jerry Jones photo is one of those moments that our people, black people, have been through in America. And I feel like as a black man, as a black athlete, as someone with power and a platform, when we do something wrong or something that people don't agree with, it's on every single tabloid, every single news coverage. It's on the bottom ticker. It's asked about every single day. But it seems like to me that the whole Jerry Jones situation photo, and I know it was years and years ago and we all make mistakes, I get it. But it seemed like it's just been buried under like, oh, it happened. Okay, we just move on. And I was just kind of disappointed that I haven't received that question from you guys.
Okay. Couple things. Number one, it was not just buried and let's move on. Stephen A. addressed it. I know LeBron is not listening on the Odyssey app. At least I don't think he is. But this was on, this is on CNN. This is on news networks. The Jerry Jones photo. It was on there. So LeBron may have just missed the amount of attention towards it. Number two, is LeBron suggesting that media is racist that covers the LA Lakers? Is he suggesting that so for the first time ever, the media doesn't want to ask prying questions and they're showing a lot of restraint by not asking him about a big time story? What's he suggesting there? What are you trying to say? Why do you think we're not asking you about Jerry the way we did Kyrie?
I don't know.
What are you inferring?
Yeah, I don't know that I didn't think that he would be thinking that or suggested that they're racist by not asking them. Maybe that they just
don't view it the same.
Don't view it the same.
Don't think it's important.
Aren't aware the same. Aren't using the same intensity. Any number of buzzwords you can use.
Yeah, I think what he's, in essence, what I think he was trying to do was, because like he said, no, I don't even want you to ask me about it. Like, because they start talking, I don't even want you to ask me about it. I think what he was trying to do was say, I want you guys to recognize potential double standards. I don't think he's saying they're racist. Yeah. I think he's just saying, I would like you guys to view these things similarly and approach me the same way regardless.
Yeah. I mean, has he come up to the media ever and said, hey, why don't you guys ask me about China today?
China.
He said that. China.
How's he say it?
China.
There you go.
So that's LeBron saying that the same energy should be brought about Jerry as Kyrie. I mean, common sense. I think you said it the best, Bobby, right there. But he is trying to chide them or send a little sarcastic message that your view on it, the way you are looking at both stories, it's not correct. It's not equal. It's not it should be more balanced. It should be the same.
Yeah.
So he's trying to send that message.
And look, to be fair, he's probably not wrong that it should be viewed the same. But I think the difference is that you're going to ask LeBron about Kyrie because they're former teammates and it's the same sport, whereas Jerry Jones is stepping out a little bit into a different realm. But like if you don't,
Kyrie was his Robin for championship contending teams in the same exact sport, and Kyrie's was covered more than Jerry's. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it just happened.
It just happened. He's a current superstar in the league, and I happen to believe what Kyrie did was worse than what Jerry did. That's my opinion. That may make some people furious. If I asked you the very uncomfortable question of, did that Jerry photo show, and I'm sorry to you guys, I didn't give you a heads up, but did that Jerry photo show more hatred towards black people than Kyrie showed hatred or dislike of Jewish people?
Oh man! Now see, you're getting down a whole different rabbit hole here.
Well, that's what we're comparing.
Yeah,
that's what everybody wants to compare.
You're having to infer a lot on both.
Yeah, that's totally different rabbit hole.
I
love that discussion.
I don't know that I have to infer that Kyrie was trying to send a stronger message than Jerry was. I don't believe that. I don't believe that there is parallel as you do.
I mean, you want to talk about
Jerry? Jerry to me was much more of a spectator.
In that half second you saw a photo, like I mean,
yeah,
that's
well, what else am I supposed to judge it off of? I have Kyrie.
Exactly. That's why I say you have to infer stuff here.
Yeah.
Because you all you see is a snapshot. That may have been literally he may have walked up, looked at it, and turned around and walked away. I don't know. He may have walked up and been more aggressive. Who knows? But I'm just saying we have to infer a lot to answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I don't really, I don't want to go back, and I am not going to impugn somebody for the entire life based on what their actions were as a 14-year-old. I'm just not going to do that. I got a 13-year-old at home, and I am for damn sure not going to let something he does at 13 ruin the rest of his life. But it's pretty, like, I'm not going to be naive here. You know, it's pretty evident to me, at least me personally, Jerry Jones being in that photo tells me he probably didn't want those kids to go to his school. That's my initial assumption. I'm just going to be honest. Now, that doesn't mean that he believes that today. If he believes that today, we got a massive problem on our hands. If he believed that, if he was just following the crowd at lunchtime and doing what everybody else did, which at 13 and 14 and 15 years old, I know people you certainly do. I mean, there are people on the fan text talking about how, you know, when they were 14, they were drawing things that if you found out they drew those things now, they'd be dead forever.
Of course.
All right, but that's what at 14 years old, you do stupid things. So
and there are phrases, and there are beliefs, and there are transformations, and there are genders and terms that have all evolved.
They've all evolved.
I
want Jerry to come out and say, I didn't want him to say, hey, I was curious. No, just say, look, I was there. I shouldn't have been there. I regret being there. That's not how I feel today. Like that he could have put this whole thing to bed in 16
But
words.
I don't know, to be fair to Jerry Jones, if him being there signs off on him. I personally disagree with what you said. I don't think that means that Jerry Jones didn't believe or think that those kids should be allowed in that school. I think that's a hell of a reach. That's my problem that I have. One of the problems with today, and I said this on Tuesday, man, you got to bring evidence to the courtroom to call someone a racist. We just throw it out easily.
Oh, I agree.
So Jerry Jones thinks that black people are less than, and he hates black people because of that photo. You gotta bring a lot more than that to convince me of that, man. When you get labeled and called that term, that's almost impossible to come back from. That is a label and says something about you that is almost as bad as it gets. And we just throw it out and tweet it way too freely. Mm-hmm. And it's ridiculous. You got to prove a lot more. This was Jerry on Tuesday when we asked him a follow-up, and if there's anything else he wanted to add to the story.
Yeah, well, I think the key thing is that, for me, a misread if you think that I don't recognize how monumental those days were. I think those were years before Martin Luther King even. But and respect the people that were involved in trying to make their, if you will, change things. And I have a lot of respect for that.
So that's Jerry with us on Tuesday. I also, the water's already simmering. I might as well boil it. I also think it's very unfortunate, and it's a problem that Stephen A. Smith is expected. He has to automatically take one side. Otherwise, he is a sellout to his race. And I wanted to ask Michael Irvin that question yesterday, and I've always had a lot of respect for Michael Wilbon. I believe that Michael Wilbon and Charles Barkley and Stephen A. Smith, they say what they honestly think. and they're not trying to. Jalen Rose had to apologize for it the other day. They're called sellouts because you're not taking one side, and that's not the way it should work. Do you think it's right or do you think it's wrong? And Stephen A is being called all sorts of racial terms because he thought it was unfair to call Jerry a racist based on that photo. And I think that's sad and that's unfair towards him. Not just because he came on the show.
There's a million examples of people being unfair towards
and the
who
same
they perceive as sellouts.
And the same goes for that's the problem with politics. No one is capable, very few are capable of being like, I didn't like what my candidate or my side said. I'm not down for that. That's wrong. No, because people are all brainwashed to, nope, I don't care. Tunnel vision, go along with it. I can't say anything wrong about my side. That's one of the things I respect about my pops. He like votes both ways, and he's like, I don't like this guy. I don't like that candidate. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with that. There's no like balance back and forth. And the same thing goes for skin color a lot of times with these talking heads. No, you're a sellout to us as black people because you didn't call Jerry a racist. Is that the way it should work? That's not the way it should work. And I don't think that Stephen A is being in the pocket of Jerry, or Michael Irvin is in the pocket of Jerry because Jerry lets them go up in the helicopter. It's like what they honestly think. Michael was called a sellout to his race when he talked about COVID. I just respected him for saying what he honestly thought despite the backlash that was coming his way. I respect all people who do that. That the bullets that are going to be fired back at you be damned. This is what I think is right. Jalen Rose is like, I'm not a sellout. I don't have to prove my blackness because I'm trying to remember what the topic was. It was the one where a Shannon Sharp kind of reverse. Jay Williams was in front of it. Dang it. It was like a week or two ago. This was Jay, by the way, recently on Twitter before he was about to hop on TV.
I need Jerry Jones to denounce racism. I want to hear Jerry Jones denounce racism because I have not heard him do it thus far. I have a lot to say on this.
So that's Jay Williams coming out strong, and him versus Stephen A. Probably very, very
No, there's nothing.
Good television. What?
There's nothing on the fan text. Oh, that's what you were going at. Yeah, there's nothing on the fan text.
No, I'm sure there is. And look, I probably, I don't know whether I owe you guys an apology. I like talking about these subjects. I think it's intriguing, it's important, it's interesting. It's going to tick off and piss off 50% of an audience. It's probably not best for business, but I just think if we're not going to have these discussions, which I think we've done a great job of doing over a decade, Choppy, and now with Bobby added to the mix, it's only going to get better. Then, what are we doing? You got to have the discussions, and LeBron James talking about Jerry Jones is another aspect to it. Sorry, I talked enough about it.
No, LeBron did his thing. He was obviously trying to prove a point. He was trying to continue the story, which I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem discussing. I don't have a problem with the story. Coming, reaching a conclusion, whatever that may be. But there are a lot of differences and there are a lot of similarities between this and the Kyrie. But LeBron, I think, forgot that Kyrie was his teammate and he plays in the same sport. And that's why he was absolutely asked about Kyrie. And whether or not the NBA beat writers who are in there are so immersed in this are paying attention to whether or not, what Jerry's comments have been on this. I don't know. I don't know why he wasn't asked about it. But, if he's been asked about Kaepernick and kneeling.
He is asked about a ton of... That's fair to LeBron. Where's the line? Do we ask him about the
We don't have to ask about everything.
Do we? But how do we decide what to ask about and what not to ask about? Like, if LeBron is willing to comment on almost anything, should we be asking him for a quote about scrubbing the Iranian flag or the deaths in Qatar? Or
is that what he's asking for? Is he asking for if there's a major
world story? Then
that's what it sounds like he's asking
the sports
for.
world. Ask me. Yeah. Look, I think the other thing to remember about the
has he
Kyrie
commented
question,
on Deshaun Watson?
I don't think, other than saying, yay, the Browns got him, I think.
Okay.
I think that was about it. But, look, the other aspect that was here of why he got asked about this, too, you got to remember, this was also coming off like a week before when they killed the episode of The Shop with Kanye over anti-Semitism. So it was the same topic, which LeBron had just weighed in on a week before.
Right.
And so right then it was super relevant. Like, hey, you just canceled an episode of The Shop. You're not airing something with Kanye because of what he said that's been perceived as anti-Semitic. So what are your thoughts on this? Like, it was all tied in and relevant to what LeBron's opinion was.
I respect LeBron. I respect LeBron as a human being, as a person. I just want to reiterate that.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
It takes guts. It takes balls to speak out. Now, is everything perfect? No. The word China on this text message
it's everywhere, man.
It's over and over and over. I respect him for trying to do right. And I think LeBron's overall message in society and the world is correct about injustices and racism. I do believe that. But man, I always am going to be quick to defend someone when something like this gets them branded as a racist. I view that word very, very strongly. And I don't know why it is lessened in terms of how ugly of a term it is since we've been doing this radio show and in the world.
Social media. It's easy just to throw it out.
It's not right.
It's not right.
You got to prove it. You got to come with more proof than just throwing it out there or inferring it strongly. I don't think that picture makes Jerry Jones a racist. Personally. That's me. Maybe I'm crazy. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next.
Well, let's get you over to A.
commercial break podcast here on 105.3.
Oh, man, that was spicy.
That was excellent.
Have you renamed the podcast yet?
No, it's called the commercial break.
But it's taken. We've been over this.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's already it's one of the top.
Yeah. It's like a comedy. It's like a comedy podcast.
Yeah, they've got like 50 million followers or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll come up with something else then.
The spot break.
You're just going to tell Peyton to leave the mics open during the breaks and record it, and then we can edit it down?
Yeah, that way you can talk.
Oh, man.
Mike's on.
That way you can talk over commercials all the time.
Hump day.
And screw up client money like you did the other day. And
Bobby, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't know. Not the first time I've gotten in trouble for
did you not hear it?
Do we have it?
We will have it
I hope we don't.
in just a second. So on Tuesdays, right? You guys are in here when we record the teas.
Yep.
And I say hump day. And then RJ drops in hump day. Well, Bobby didn't realize it was off mic when Choppy says it. So he decided, being the brand new radio person he is,
Yeah, I'm such a radio rookie.
to hit the red light to turn
my God.
on the mic for the teas.
Save a lot more on your brand new Ford truck or SUV at Platinum Ford.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm just going to
Now,
start
when you
doing-
take off, here's what y'all need to know behind the scenes on the fan cam. When you take off your headset and you're doing this job, and I always do this for the Who Watches More Football fight, when you can't stand to listen to it, that you're truly embarrassed. And Bobby just took off his headset. He didn't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear it
He
again.
couldn't hear it.
Man.
It's great. That's
you
really
gotta
funny.
embrace it.
Peyton, play it one more
I'm just going
time.
to start doing it during your live reads.
Play it one more
Save
time.
a lot more on your brand new Ford truck or SUV at Platinum Ford.
What's really interesting about that is because it kind of sounded like it just went with the ad actually, but
It
the
sounded
timing
great.
was pretty
Yeah, it
good.
sounded great.
Kevin used to do this all the time, and I believe it was with Sharif ads. It was ads, or was it the teases? You would say something in the tease, and we would be on at night, and Kevin would turn his mic on and go, "No," or something like that.
Because you tease something that had since happened, and you'd be like, "Did the Mavericks come through in Philly?" And I would just turn on the mic and go, "Nope."
Because we were on late after the Mavs game, so we had the answer to the question. So.
Yeah.
But it was fun. It's always been fun.
Yeah. Real fun.
Yeah.
Man,
For
that
me?
does not sound like you think that was fun.
It's always fun for me.
I know.
So.
What's coming up?
Man, we don't have Mike today.
Where is he?
New York.
Is Mike abusing this new vacation policy?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to know the days
Not as much
That
as,
he's
not as,
that
much,
everyone is.
Vacation
not as
policy.
much as you.
Huh?
What's the new
Whoa!
Damn.
All right, Corey.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You know, it's about.
I'm going to ask you about LeBron and
Oh,
Jerry.
We didn't even tease the show.
right
yet.
after your tease.
At 10 o'clock, all we're talking about is LeBron and Jerry today.
All
Just like I told
Please,
Kevin.
God,
Actually,
no.
I really enjoyed the Josina Anderson stuff this morning. I'm going to use that for the C block today. We're also I got band practice tonight. So
What?
me and my buddy are starting a band. And
why?
I'm excited. Why not, man?
How many segments do we have about Cocaine Bear on the show today?
They've run out of ideas for movies. That's what happened with Cocaine Bear. Literally, a bear eats a bag of cocaine and then goes on a murderous rampage, and that's what we're
It's
doing.
a new
people.
movie coming out.
It's like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
Yes, I do want to see
I
that
do
too.
too.
It says based on true events, Corey.
Yeah, a bear did eat cocaine.
Yeah.
Also,
Bear-
my buddy's an
happened?
idiot. Also,
the bears went nuts. Apparently, just started going up, tearing everything up.
Ray Liotta is in this movie.
Lost a ton of weight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, lost a ton of weight on the cocaine.
What instrument?
Started dating
What's
Olivia
the-
Munn.
What's the
I'll
genre?
bounce back and forth between electric guitar and acoustic guitar and vocals.
You can play guitar?
Yeah, I've been playing since Avery was born.
Well,
You haven't brought it up here for the show?
No,
Why?
I think I played it whenever we were at whenever we were working at home. I played it like one day or something like that.
Okay.
Can we get a more than words duet?
Robert O'Keefe type stuff. So we'll be in that kind of genre a little bit.
You
little
strike
Robert
me as the
O'Keefe.
type who could play an instrument.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No, that takes focus that I don't have. Maybe if I don't know, maybe if I had Adderall when I was a kid, I could have.
All right, Bobby, tell me when to stop.
Oh yeah, he's got a trick.
Tell me when to stop.
Go ahead, stop.
That's your card.
Okay.
Nope, that's not your card.
Oh, it better not be if you're gonna read it on the air.
Okay, all right. Tell me when to stop.
Stop.
That's your card.
Okay.
All right, you got it?
Yep.
All right. Now shuffle the deck.
Oh.
Shuffle
There we
the
go.
deck right now. You shuffle the deck, Bobby. I am not shuffling it. You're the one that gets to do whatever you want with that card right now.
I had no idea.
Corey Copperfield
We're using the
over here.
internet, Ask the Internet cards because we don't have a deck of playing cards with us.
Chris Angel,
This is my go-to card trick. Nail it every time.
Is
I
this
think I've seen this one,
based upon
but
the
I don't remember how it works.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers Mentalist that we played?
Yes.
this
Yes, I
morning?
was listening this morning. I thought that was. I know you said you thought it was more visual. I could see it in my own. Like while I was in the shower, bathing my body, I could totally see what y'all were doing.
You like that, do you, Sean?
yeah, Sean.
Yeah,
and
y'all
RJ
go
in the
ahead. And I'm
shower.
looking through these cards.
Why don't you give
to
it to
try
me
and
and I'll read it to Bobby, see if it's the right one.
Okay, all right. I'll give it to you, and you can read it to Bobby.
I think you can read this one on the air.
This is one of
A
those.
lot of dump button and Peyton's
Not
the
on this one.
phone
If
with
he gets it
somebody.
right.
Oh. Would you date a hot chick who cheers for your rival team?
That was it.
That was the card?
Whoa!
This is something with
That's
like,
awesome, Corey. Props.
That was cool.
I'm gonna Penn and Teller you. It's something I don't remember where it's like the card that's behind it. Something to do with the first one and go, nope, wait, that wasn't your card. That's like it.
Actually,
shows
I
me.
messed
don't
up when I was pulling the first one. I did mess up. It's
there's-
because these are very slick cards.
Okay.
But it is a
Well
sleight of
lubricated.
hand thing. It definitely is.
Your Nico Harrison's satisfaction level after the interview you had with him yesterday.
That was a good job.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like a 7? Like my satisfaction with his answers in the
Yeah.
interview or the job he's doing?
His answers.
Oh, yeah. No, I thought his answers were good. I know he can't flat out say, hey, look, I don't know what the hell's happening with Christian Wood either, but he did refute the idea that Jason Kidd is playing mind games. He talked about the bigger picture and made some admittance about maybe not having more ball handlers was a problem to start the season.
Did he refute the idea because Jason Kidd is playing mind games on Nico too?
Whoa. Possible.
I think that's likely.
Did Bassett get aggressive? Frustrated?
No, not really. He was most excited about the shoe question.
Oh man, that was a great question too, because that got Nico to like really lighten up. I thought maybe I asked the toughest question.
Of course.
With the hey, is the mind games thing. I thought that was probably and I had to set that one up. Somebody was like, Corey, longest question. You tried to get G-Bag of the day, and I was like, no, I had to butter him up before I asked it. That's
Yes.
what I was trying to do there.
We have a
what'd you think about Derek
who?
Holland?
What about him?
Asking questions yesterday.
I didn't hear the whole interview. I just heard you on Instagram.
Okay.
That's the one they put up.
Gotcha.
Was he good answering? Asking?
We're working with Derek. I'm
Whoa!
becoming a great interviewer in the
Why
future.
was he in yesterday and not today when Bassett's out?
Because he made the Biden comment.
No. Training schedule. And then he'll be in tomorrow with us. So
Yeah, he's getting ready for his major league comeback. Not comeback, but return.
I thought someone was going to take a cheap shot. I was leaving it open. Tomorrow, Mike McCarthy at 7:15. New time.
Oh.
New time moving forward.
Oh.
Yeah. They're changing the Cowboys' schedule around. They're getting lazier around there. 30 minutes later, sleeping in like Bobby. Mike McCarthy at 7:15 tomorrow. It's the K&C masterpiece. Next on The Fan.
You can wait 24 hours. You can wait 24 hours. Or you can find out Cowboys. Chevrolet Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike and his family are heading up to New York. He will be out until Tuesday, which for some reason still necessitated him giving us our Christmas presents.
And wishing us a Happy New Year. Yeah, he was like, Happy New Year, guys. Merry Christmas. And we were like, it's not even time yet.
Yeah.
December today.
All right.
By the way, did you know that?
Yes, I did, because today is the day I tell my wife how many birthday presents she has, and she can decide when to get them.
What?
All right. So, oh no.
What's happening right now?
This is, all right. So here's the deal. By the way.
Here's your birthday budget.
No.
Your Christmas present
not
budget.
budget. So my wife's birthday, Jessica, she's lovely, is December 24th.
Ah.
And so.
That's tough.
What a terrible birthday.
Yeah. And so for most of her life, I know she has described things that, despite the best efforts of her parents and people around her, sometimes celebrating her birthday was difficult. Also, my wife cannot handle anticipation. Like, if she's like, I got you a Father's Day present, I was like, great, I look forward to it. And she's like, do you want it now? I was like, no, it's not Father's Day. And she will take a present whenever. So once we get to December 1st, all I tell her is how many presents she has for her birthday, and then she can choose to get them whenever she wants. So, like, for example, if she has 5 presents, I can be like, hey, it's December 1st. You can decide. If you want 5 presents now, great. Just those are all of the presents. And if you want to wait, and that is up to her.
Well, that is very interesting because I have a similar situation where Avery and Carter are born at the end of this month or the beginning of next month. And so they're in that same
30th
place.
And the 1st,
the
right?
30th and the 1st.
You guys
so
really screwed it up on the first one.
By the way, we did. With Avery, we just said, let's find out what the child is when he's born. Or when it's born, because we didn't know it was a he at the time. Although I did. We also said, hey, you know what? Let's just let it happen naturally.
Mm-hmm.
And we tried. The day before New Year's Day, I was driving her on bumpy roads. She was doing jumping jacks as we were walking down the street. We were trying to get that baby out.
Is any of that medically true, or are these just like old wives' tales that you were trying out?
The doctors were like, yeah, try it. So
okay.
From the 214, my son's B-Day is 12/24. F you, Corey, for saying that. I'm pointing out my kid's birthday is the same time. That's why I say it's such a terrible birthday. But he wouldn't come out. I said, all right. My wife was like, I'm going out tonight. It was New Year's Eve. She's like, I'm going out tonight. We're not going to deal with this baby. He's not coming, so we'll just wait. She got all dressed up, makeup and everything. We go sit inside Whataburger and eat because we knew it would take a while. And then we sit down at this party. I'm 2 Miller Lite tall boys in, playing darts with my buddies in the garage when my friend comes out and says, time to go. The baby doesn't come until like 7 o'clock the next morning.
Yeah.
And I was like,
no tax break.
So no tax break. Carter, on the other hand, not you, Carter, or my other Carter, my Carter. He showed up on the 30th. You know why?
Smart.
C-section. Said, get that baby out now. I don't want him to do what he did. The last one did to us. By the way, Kevin, thank you to our company. If you've seen the video of my Carter installed $5 in the vending machine and did not get his money worth.
Hold on. I want to explain that just real quick.
There's a video on 1053thefan.com.
There's a couple of things happening. First of all, thank you very much from the 940. That's a genius idea. My daughter is born the 21st and my wife's is the 28th. I'm going to try that for both of them. It just depends on their personality. Me, that wouldn't work because I'm like, my birthday is the 24th. I will accept my presents on the 24th because I'm a joyless human.
Yeah.
Like, we've talked about that. But my wife loves anticipation, and I love my wife, or she loves just getting the presents, and I love my wife, and I want it to be just right for her. But Well, I want to hear this story. I want to get into how that happened with your son because it's amazing. But also, 877-881-1053. What threats do the Colts present on Sunday night? I promise we had a football topic ready to go.
Yeah, we did.
And we will dive into that. But I would also like you to tell the saga of Carter during Peace-a-thon.
Carter.
Yes, your Carter. And I have thoughts throughout this story as well.
My kids, ever since we started here, love using the vending machine. Actually, they just love vending machines in general.
Same.
And wow,
they are pretty
look
cool.
At that kid right there. He loves vending machines.
Yeah.
When Carter, when we were having Peace-a-thon, Kevin, we had an entire table full of food brought up by Tolos.
Amazing.
Tolos, y'all are amazing. All right, thank you. Entire table full. And he walks in and he goes, "Dad, I brought my wallet." And I was like, "For the vending machine?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, but we have all this food. And he said, "I know, but the vending machine has special stuff in it." And I said, "All right." He goes and he takes a $5 bill, installs it into the vending machine, and then hours later comes to me and says, "Dad, the vending machine stole my money. It won't give me my money." And I did remember this, Kevin. I said, "Then put a note on it and put my name on it."
Okay.
So I do remember now because I was fried by the end of that night. I was just like, "Just stop talking.
Sure.
Just stop talking." He put a note on there that said, "This vending machine stole my money. It is out of order right now. Signed, Corey Majors."
All right. Let me tag in here if I may, because I have additional information to add to this story. Carter came to me and said, "Do you have a quarter?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have a quarter. I do have $1 though," because I knew he wanted to use the vending machine. He's like, "No, I need a quarter. It's got to be exact change." Now, what I'm really fascinated by, had he already put the $5 in, and how would that work? Now, the other part of the story is your son did essentially malfunction the vending machine because he put the $5 in. There's a $5 credit, and every time we tried to pick something, because I thought your son just didn't see the credit.
Yeah, just push the button and get the $5
Yeah,
back.
it's a $5 credit, and I thought we were going to go on a little snack shopping spree the other day. But then it says, "Must enter correct change," and I was like, well, there's nothing in the vending machine that costs $5.
Exactly.
And the credit card part of it was broken. It was impossible at that moment to get things out of the vending machine.
So our boss, Tim Collins, saw the note from me and said, "That doesn't look like your handwriting." And I said, "This is Carter's handwriting." And he, not my Carter, not you, Carter. And he reported it. And today, Kevin, almost 1 week exactly.
Yes.
I've been returned the $5 bill. So there you go. Thank you very much to company. I'm not sure, like Odyssey. I'll thank Odyssey for
Could just be from Tim.
It could be Tim's, but it does say reimbursement for Corey, and it doesn't look like Tim's handwriting. I'll just say that.
Okay, but that also does not look like an official memo from Odyssey.
Valid.
Like
Very
that's
valid.
all a Post-it note. It's not like this comes from the CEO or anything. But will you give the money back to Carter?
Yeah,
that is a long.
That's a good question. That is a good question.
Right there.
I think I might go use it in the vending machine. Go see if I can.
Okay, no.
I'm kind of want some
You
snacks.
have learned nothing. By the way, there's a lot of people that are like sharing in on both of these experiences. From the 903, my wife's birthday is the 19th. I honestly might be stealing this idea. She's so impatient, it'll be perfect. And then my wife also gets mad at me for not wanting the present. Like, she heard that I opened a present from Mike, and she goes like, "What the hell? I told you I had a Christmas present for you." And I was like, yeah, that's a fair point. And I have not told my wife yet how many presents she gets. I was going to do that after the show. From the 903, my wedding anniversary is on December 24th. And from the 682, I was born January 1st in 1987. And then from the 682, what? And also that text isn't got cheated because I was born at home. They changed it to 1988.
Okay.
Oh, so I think maybe they're saying it was 87 of the previous year, but since it was at home, they didn't count it. And then from the oh yeah, there you go. Because they were born at 1:37 in the morning.
Wow.
Holy cow. And
The opening segment is totally a throwback Thursday to the Nighttime show. Yeah, it kind of does feel like that, but we're just the same people.
Also, a follow-up question from the 214. Can you find out if that was the same $5 that went into the
That would be
machine?
pretty special
What
if it is.
Does that make? But I also want to know that.
Yeah,
so
me too.
You're right. All right. What challenges?
I think it is because it's
swear
torn.
this was going to be the opening segment. Oh my God. Joey, don't laugh at that. Don't support that. All right.
He's never coming back. We have to,
No, he'll be back in like 3 days or 3 shows. I guess it'll be longer than that.
Don't let Kevin tell you how to fan.
What? That is fair. That backfires on me every time. I will not tell people how to do things.
Yep.
Is what threats do the Colts present on Sunday night? Because
Jonathan Taylor.
Okay.
That's about it.
All right. So it's not their busted ass quarterback, right?
Dude, when Babe said this morning, he said, I'm a little afraid for Matt Ryan. Or he said, I feel bad for Matt Ryan. And I took it further. I was like, I fear for Matt Ryan's life. He's not going to stand up the entire game. I don't know how they're going to protect him from Micah and Demarcus Lawrence and these guys. I have no clue how they're going to keep that guy standing upright long enough to throw the ball.
Yeah. In the last game, the Colts gave up 3 sacks. However, Matt Ryan was getting harassed pretty consistently. But you brought up another player. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 9. I feel like most people will probably say this is the dude to watch out for.
They give it to Taylor, and he scrapes off a block, and he's in there. Touchdown! Jonathan Taylor! Touchdown! I-N-D-Y!
That spells Indy. And so I think that is probably the primary concern that most people have. And I want to loop back to Jonathan Taylor in just 1 second. But I want to just throw out a couple more people just to look out from the opposite side. Like, if you want to be concerned with Michael Pittman, like, rock on. I still don't think their quarterback is particularly threatening. But on the defensive line, Yannick Ngakoue, who, we tried to get for this team, 3 years ago, and DeForest Buckner have a combined 14 sacks. So that's not, I know that's not a low number. I know our bar has been reset because of how awesome Micah is, and then obviously how well Dorrance Armstrong has been doing this year. But just a couple people on the defensive line, if you want to watch to see how Dak is protected and how clean his pocket is, because this offense has been rocking and rolling since he came back. But yeah, DeForest Buckner, 5.5 sacks this year. Yannick Ngakoue, 8.5 sacks this year. The good news is, though, their head coach thinks taking timeouts are stupid.
Yeah.
So that's a potential positive. But you brought up the guy that I feel like everyone is focused on in Jonathan Taylor.
How many times, and geez, I am looking at it. Is that against? That's against, right? Okay. How many times has somebody thrown for 200 yards against the Cowboys this year, Kevin?
I'm going to say 3, which would be really low.
Yeah.
Is it 3?
The Rams threw for 285. The Packers threw for 208. And the Giants threw for 210 last week. Other than that, you're under 200 yards almost every game. And while, again, you did have the 240 and 207 against you in the run game, last year it was, passing numbers are up because teams are so far behind you.
Right.
That, they have to pass against you, and the rushing numbers were down. This year it's been a little bit closer in some of these matches, but it's turned out that they can't even pass against you. So whenever you talk about Pittman or whatever, I was trying to look to see.
Yeah.
None of those teams scare me because the Cowboys' pass defense is its most effective right now.
And it is the most effective in the league, by the way. So, the two teams at the top of the NFC East, they have very similar defenses in terms of the Cowboys are best in the league in pass defense, and the Eagles are second best. We have lamented about both of their defenses' problems stopping the run, though I feel more optimistic over the last 2 weeks. But those defenses do have some similar characteristics.
I know you're an Anthony Brown hater, but the biggest
Is it a hater?
the biggest game against was the Packers, 3 touchdowns. It was 208 yards, 3 touchdowns though, and in the passing game. That hasn't happened to the Cowboys. Like, it doesn't. It's you got a couple touchdowns here and there, but you don't get a lot of passing touchdowns against. Kelvin Joseph, Deron Bland were victims in that game because Anthony Brown was dealing with his situation.
Right.
So again, Anthony Brown, not Diggs, definitely not Diggs, but the better option on this team right now of keeping those limits of not letting up a lot of touchdowns, not letting up a lot of yards.
And I swear, I'm not trying to hate on Anthony Brown. He looked vulnerable multiple times on deep routes, and before last week, he had the most passes completed against him in the NFL.
I understand. You're a hater. I'm just joking. You do like Anthony Brown. I will add this one last thing, Kevin. The biggest threat, though, is Cowboys lose, they lose Odell. And I think that's the big story that we need to keep going throughout the day is Odell.
No, look, do you have Odell Beckham fatigue? Simple yes or no, 877-881-1053, because, I think I'm in that position.
Oh, really? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm tired of it. Just pick.
You got another week another weekend.
No, I'm telling you, if the choice came down today and it wasn't the Cowboys, or it's in a week and it's the Cowboys, I might just pick today. I'd be like, just be done with it.
Just be okay.
And
interesting.
This
is like the Dak contract from years ago.
Oh my God, yes. From the 469. I was born on Christmas Eve in 1982. And then if this is true, this is remarkable. From the 972, I was born on New Year's Eve at 11:59. That is amazing.
Great timing.
Yes, that's the best for tax purposes. I only had to deal with the cost for 1 minute and then a whole lot for the rest of your life. But then you get those tax benefits with a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we won G-Bag of the Day, and also we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial free.
Of Fort Worth.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you boys.
Have they signed Odell Beckham Jr. yet?
Gosh. Do you?
I think the Giants just did.
Oh, no.
Thank God. Because I just want it to be over, not because I don't want the Cowboys to get him. So he is meeting with the Giants today, and then the Bills Friday, and then Dallas on Monday. Do you have Odell Beckham fatigue or no?
You know what? I'm so ambivalent about it that it doesn't bother me. I mean, one way or another. It's like I'm not sitting here with bated breath waiting for, is he going to come here? And if he comes, fine. If not, just carry on with a team that's averaging 33 points a game since Dak returned.
Yeah.
I can live with that. So there's got to be something right with the wide receiver core and the tight end core and the ability for the running backs to catch the ball.
Do you find yourself like usually, because I totally agree with you on all of that, just like I'm fine with adding talent to the roster whenever.
Yeah, as long as it's not somebody that's going to come in and disrupt things. And from everybody's saying, if they're right, it seems like he would fit in. Now, if you're bringing in a prima donna, and then all of a sudden, every time he plays, the question after the game is, well, did you get enough touches? That was almost required question when Terrell Owens was here. Did you get enough touches? And finally he would break down and, I could do a little more. And, and it's like, okay. So, yeah, as long as that doesn't happen, just fit in. And so far when they've brought in, these free agents, they have fit in. So maybe it's a good locker room.
You kind of brought up a lot of what the offense is doing there, and I'm still surprised at the tight end group. And I was wondering, is that the biggest surprise for you on this offense right now, or is there something else that you were like before the season? You're like, I don't know, and it's changed your mind.
Yeah, because I thought that was the one position where they lacked depth, that you were going with Dalton Schultz and two rookies.
Yeah.
And one of the rookies was an undrafted guy. And it's like, okay, what happens when something happens to Schultz? What do you do at the tight end spot, right? Well, they answered that question. And then I don't know if this was a surprise. Anytime you lose Tyron Smith, you're sitting there going, okay, you're going to fill that in with a raw rookie. But the offensive line has performed awfully well.
Has that been shocking to you?
I don't know if it was shocking because I had confidence in Terrence Steele. We know Zach Martin. I was one of the few people that had confidence in Tyler Biadasz. I thought, for a guy that last year was basically his rookie year, because he hardly played as a rookie, that he was improving. And then the left side, it's like, okay, what's going to happen? Is Connor McGovern improving? And then what's Tyler Smith going to do as a raw rookie? Because we've seen some of these young tackles struggle their first year. And so they've probably played at a higher level than you might have expected. If you look at this offensive line, and I was just sitting here and I saw on the Cowboys release, the Cowboys haven't allowed a sack in back-to-back games. The last time the Cowboys went 3 straight games without a sack, 1994.
Oh.
Think about that.
And we did make it to the NFC Championship game that year.
So, they've played awfully. I think it's kind of quietly that they've played awfully well. And if you look at, how they've been running the football, not a bad job. I mean, we're not talking about them a lot. So as offensive linemen will say, that's a good thing.
We talked about Jonathan Taylor in the opening segment. Is there anyone else in particular that kind of has drawn your attention for, a Colts team that is struggling that could be a challenge on Sunday night?
Maybe Ngakwe.
Oh, Ngakwe?
Yeah. Did I say it right? Ngakwe.
You did not.
No.
Ngakwe.
Ngakwe. Okay. Yeah, he's going to be a formidable challenge for Tyler Smith. I think that he's been pretty good this year. And, I just talked about the offensive line, so that'll be one thing they have to take care of. And, I got no problem putting a tight end over there and just making sure that they don't have one guy that can wreck my offense. And so, but other than that, the guy, he landed on their injury report, but when I was watching the past game, I think he's a rookie tight end, Jelani Woods.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He kind of showed up in that game, right?
Yeah, he was fun to watch. I saw it in one play, and I believe it was a touchdown pass over on the side where he cleared the guy out and then got himself open. He cleared a defensive lineman and then got himself open, but he didn't get the pass. It went over him. But that dude just looked like a monster out there.
And then I looked at their depth chart, and they list 2 guys as starting tight ends, Mo Alley Cox and Kylan Granson. Woods is listed with the second team.
Yeah, he was still, I think, pretty raw when drafted.
He's only caught 22 passes, but when I thought he was pretty impressive in that game. And then I see where he ended up on the did not practice yesterday with a shoulder quad injury. Those usually aren't tied together, are they?
Shoulders and quads.
Shoulder and quad.
Not necessarily. Do you need to do the song, Corey?
Your quad bones connected to your...
Right? Yeah, the shoulder and the quad. But anyway, he didn't practice, so we'll see where that one goes today.
Go ahead, Kevin.
No.
Are you afraid of Jonathan Taylor?
It concerns me. Yeah. The guy ran for 1,800 yards last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was it 18 touchdowns? Did I see something like that? It was in the teens, and he led the league in rushing. Now, this year, his numbers aren't quite as high.
And he had some injuries, yeah. For sure.
Yeah, he's only at 779, 4 touchdowns, but he's still a threat. And especially with this defense, you think they're, maybe got it together. Well, we'll see. It's 2 games in a row, less than 100, and it's been a long time since they've done that, by the way.
Do you think that's going to be the prospect for most of the rest of the year is we'll see on a week-to-week basis about the run defense? They look really good the last 2 weeks. Or do you feel like if you can shut down Jonathan Taylor, then you will have quelled a lot of the concerns about the run defense?
Yeah, I think that might be true. But again, here's the deal. Teams are going to test them every week. No one's going to come in here and say, well, we're just going to throw the ball, right? Because, even Mike McCarthy has pointed it out, as soon as teams get off the bus, they're running because, they don't want to get in definite passing situations against this defense ability to rush the quarterback, right? 45 sacks already. And so I think everybody will be testing the Cowboys running the football first to see what they can do. Now, the good thing with this one is you're probably not worried about the quarterback running the ball.
Yeah.
I think where they've gotten in trouble is when you got a mobile quarterback and he can run the ball also, and not just scrambling, but, calling quarterback draws and things like that has really hurt this team. And so I guess I'm trying to think when's the next time we'll see that. Probably not until Philadelphia, right?
I think you're right.
So maybe that's the test because they run the ball well and then have the ability of Hurts to run the ball and hurt you too. I think we'll be looking at that run defense and just kind of wait and see, when you're going to sit there and go, okay, I trust that, right? Because I still think it's something that they got to be mindful of.
We've been looking at Dak's numbers, a lot of what he's doing, and I've watched a couple plays where I'm like, okay, that seemed high here and there, but this dude's throwing some lasers. Is this about as good as we've seen Dak in his career? Or
he was pretty good last year.
Yeah,
I mean, he ended up with the third best quarterback rating in the league. So Aaron Rodgers and
I got it.
Yeah, he could be first, right? I mean, it was Aaron Rodgers and Burrow who had a better quarterback rating.
Yeah.
And if you look at where he was and where he is now, he's kind of climbing the charts. I think he's 8th now, maybe in quarterback rating.
Mm-hmm.
And he started off pretty low thanks to that first game.
That was bad. Yeah.
And then the first half of his first game back. But since that, I think he's been pretty darn good, and everybody wants to complain about the interceptions, but some of those, it's just him trusting himself and trusting the wide receivers to do what they need to do to make sure they don't sell him out. And there's a few times when he's like, okay, let me take a shot here. And I don't have a problem taking a shot down the field. Because you got to make teams respect your ability to go down the field.
That's not how it works, Mickey. Is you take a shot down the field, and if it works, then you supported it. And if it doesn't work, then after the fact, you say that you were against it.
No, because I want in the mind of the defense that we're not playing cozy offense here and everything's underneath. Because then everything starts collapsing, right? And there's been some quarterbacks over the years that just didn't have the arm to throw a 22-yard out or anything like that. So everybody, the safeties keep creeping up and creeping up. You got to make sure that they don't compact the field on you. You got to, even if it's an incompletion, send them deep because they never know when you might complete it, right? They got to protect that. So, I remember one of the things that, shortcoming for Steve Walsh was, and it wasn't, when he was here, but even when he was with New Orleans, did he go to Chicago too? I'm trying to remember. Anyway, they got in the playoffs and the teams realized that, he's not going to throw that deep out. So all of a sudden the field starts compacting and the throws over the middle become much tougher. So, yeah, just make them respect you going down the field.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, and remember, you'll have to make a prediction tomorrow. That's
tomorrow.
right.
You've been pretty close on all of them, so we're really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, Maurer messed up my 31 last week.
Sorry about that. He's been great this season otherwise.
Yeah, I'm going to go tell him. Come on.
Hey, you jerk.
It's 46 yards.
All right. Thank you very much, good sir.
See ya.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola
Bye, Mickey.
from DallasCowboys.com and BrettMaherHate.com.
Wow.
No, that's not true. I'm just kidding. Coming up next,
this is another one. There will be that website. I guarantee.
Man, there is no Mike Bassick, but there is baseball buckets with Corey Majors, unless he totally changes the topic. There's nothing I can do.
We have a hot stove survey. So let's, you know what, Kevin? There were experts used for this survey. I'll tell you why I'm okay with these experts next on the Fan.
Coming up in
Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP, plus they always pay full market value for a current vehicle. Find new roads, Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. That is Joey Erickson right there. And did you know you had an opportunity to hear a solo show with him last Wednesday?
Yeah, you did.
Of course, our egos got in the way and we interrupted, so we apologize for taking your shine there, Joey. We'll give you more time to shine, I promise. Just know who the Eagles are playing, and we'll be in business.
Hey, they lost either way.
Good point. I said you get partial credit for that prediction. Absolutely, you do.
You are the predictor.
Right now, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Thank you, Chuck Morgan. You know, the moment we met him, dude, was one of like my favorite moments. And then he goes, "I love y'all's show." And I was like, what is happening right now? Is this real life?
That was so cool because he referenced something that had happened on the show.
Yes.
Like, I usually just believe everybody, but you know, they're like, "Oh, what do you do?" "Oh yeah, no, I love your show." But like he said, "Oh yeah, the other day when you were talking about whatever," I was like, "Oh my God, he really does know our show. That is amazing."
Tearing up right now just thinking about it,
Chuck
man.
Morgan is awesome.
All right, Baseball Buckets, the original baseball segment here on The Fan. And we start with LeBron. LeBron asked a question.
Oh my God.
What?
I mean, look, I don't know what to do, Corey, because I do have lots of thoughts.
Somebody asked if we were afraid to talk about it.
No, I have lots of thoughts.
Here, let me tell you how I feel about it.
Pissed about anything that is not what they think.
All right, so here's what I want to say about this. Regarding our run sheet and the way that it looks today. We don't talk about everything that happens in sports. We do talk about the things that we find interesting.
Sure.
Like that is something that when you look at our run sheet, we want to entertain. I also do not necessarily love the idea of talking about things that aren't fun and easy to win. You know, like that's a win to talk about fun stuff. First Take, though, loves these kinds of controversial things, especially when it involves LeBron, which is the only other person they talk about other than the Cowboys.
Yeah.
So it's Cowboys and LeBron. And now you got both of them. And so First Take is like, bam, this is our, oh my gosh, this is our mecca. I think I agree with you, Kevin. We talked about it off air a lot. There are some really good, poignant points made by LeBron. And some of them, I'm like, okay, I see where you're going with this.
Do you want to?
You know what? We'll save it for later. It's Baseball Buckets, ladies and gentlemen.
What the hell?
So yeah,
wow.
Kevin wants to talk about this so badly, and I gave him a chance, and then I took it away. Look at that. I'm like Linus with the, or not Linus, I'm like Lucy with the football, and you're
like every time you say you're going to come over to my house.
Promise.
No, I feel you.
It's going to happen one day.
Well, at some point on the show, I guess.
He just hates me, too, for the conversation we had over Pizza-thon.
She thinks you have misrepresented how that situation went down.
I'm telling the truth. All right, so
oh, my God.
Left-hander Matt Boyd and the Detroit Tigers are in agreement on a contract pending a physical, and that is a guy that the Rangers would have been looking at on like the low end. Not the DeGrom-type signing, but a guy that they would have been like, oh, this is a nice addition to your roster. But he is now in an agreement with the Detroit Tigers. So good luck to him.
Are you saying good luck because the Tigers, or just because he's not going to be around the Rangers and that's who you care about? Like, is that a shot against the Tigers, or you didn't sign with the Rangers, so I'm done with you?
I mean, yeah, you didn't sign with the Rangers.
Okay, all right.
The future best team ever. Once we trade for Tatis. And then add the three pitchers. And I loved how Derek was like, hold on, how are you doing this with them? And I was like, it's not my money. I'm making my dream team, bro.
I think that trade for Tatis would be more complicated than the way it was originally set up. But that got thrown together so quickly. I am not of the opinion whatsoever that San Diego's just done with him.
Mm-hmm. I loved that Mike brought that to the table. I really did. It was really fun to think and dream, and I drew up the roster. I drew up the batting order yesterday. I was really excited about it. So, all right, another potential addition. Mitch Haniger is it
Haniger or Haniger?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
We'll go with both. He is a free agent. He has had some injuries that have kept him from playing 100 games in 4 of his 6 seasons with the Seattle Mariners. But this dude can hit for power, and he is a good hitter too. He's like a 260 hitter. All right, so he's all right. What? Oh, did your keyboard break again, dude?
It did, but also something else.
Oh, no. Is he signed already with somebody else?
No, the Rangers, and I'm not trying to derail you, I swear, is the Rangers just tweeted out that Gaylord Perry has passed away. Sorry,
You're kidding.
No. Yeah.
Oh, man.
And so that's why I'm sorry, because I am interested in that, because we had a discussion about him this morning. But yeah, that Gaylord Perry did pass away, the master of the spitball, I know is what comes to mind for a lot of people.
Yeah, and I wish I had more on Gaylord Perry right now.
Sure.
For this conversation, I do not, but maybe during Corey's cool with it or something, I can revisit this, or maybe during the C block we can revisit that. So that is very sad news. Gaylord Perry's no longer with us.
I think he was with the Rangers for 3 years. You know, it's interesting.
Well, not anymore though. He's no longer with us.
That is true. I think he might have played on at least one of the teams that Mike's dad was on.
I do believe so. And so, like, do we call Mike while he's in the air? Do we just say, hey, Mike, we need to talk to you?
Probably not.
You can use a phone on an airplane.
I will tell you this.
Sign up for the Wi-Fi.
Here's an important thing for you to know about me. I think talking on the phone on an airplane is pretty much the fanciest thing anybody can do.
Really?
Like, anytime I see somebody on that phone, I'm like, man, this must be important.
Well, and
I am impressed.
You know, Sean asked Jerry about flying. Like, when was the last time you flew commercial? And it was like a couple months ago. I don't believe it, but
no,
I would never fly commercial if I was Jerry. But
Yeah.
that being said, I don't know. Maybe somebody else had his plane. But I do wonder if Jerry's like, when you get to his house, is he like, oh, and look over here at this diamond-studded mirror that I have? Or is he just one of those guys that all that stuff doesn't mean anything really to him? He's just like, all right, let's go to the room and talk about some stuff.
Right.
Is he a guy that's showing off, and he's like, oh, look at this golf course that I have with the most amazing imported Italian sand and actual Kentucky bluegrass and stuff like that? You know, I wonder, but I don't know. Mitch Haniger he hit for 39 home runs in 2021. He hit 11 last year, played 57 games. So, again, 11 in 57 games, pretty good.
Sure.
39 in 157 games, still pretty good.
That is very good.
And he hits for RBIs. His strikeout numbers were down last year, Kevin. 65 in 57 games.
That is still more than one strikeout a game.
He hits 261 and hits for power. This is a guy that if they add him to your outfield, I'm good there. Like the Nemo project, I want that player. But if they added Mitch, I'd be perfectly okay with an addition like that to solidify what is a pretty good outfield and add another power bat to the group.
You know, I'm glad that you brought both him and Nemo up, because we've gotten so focused on, and for good reason, the pitching and what you need there, that we probably don't want to lose sight. I do not think it's unlikely that they'll pick somebody up that is a hitter.
And if you want to be competitive in the playoffs too, you need bats. You know, that's another thing, is adding bats that can be powerful in your lineup are important. So that's another addition that we are going to keep an eye on. Right now, I believe it's the Red Sox and the Rangers that are showing the most interest in him. Again, Sunday is the beginning of winter meetings, but free agency is going. It's kind of slowly started,
but that's
it'll
where it
really get rolling
starts,
on
right?
Sunday.
Yeah.
Really, actually, Monday is when I'm expecting some more pickups to happen. There are probably a lot of ideas, and I would love to have Chris Young on right before, like maybe tomorrow.
Yeah,
I would love for Chris Young to be on the station and talking about, hey, we're trying to do this, or this is his first run. Like, he went last year, but he had JD. This is his first real run into it. So I'm very interested, like, what his mindset's like. Does he have to take a melatonin to go to sleep beforehand? You know, is he going to be too excited, or does he want to get there early, you know, and open Christmas presents, you know, like that? So I don't know, man. So I'm excited. I'm excited for him there. MLB survey, Kevin. Will Aaron Judge get a package worth more than $320 million? And who will he sign with? Yesterday we saw he was 8 years for $300 million. Will somebody else go over the top with that? Dodgers and or Giants?
I'm going to say yes and Giants.
You think the Giants offer him $320?
Yes.
Man, that would be very interesting. Which shortstop will get the most dollars in years in free agency? Trey Turner or Carlos Correa?
I think Trey Turner.
Because of the youth, because of the lack of injuries?
He just seems to, on a couple of different things I've looked at, he seems to pop up more frequently in terms of desired free agency.
Yeah, and his skill set and age is kind of perfect right now, too. And then where will the big free agent shortstop sign? That is a question on the big four, and it was Philadelphia, the Dodgers, and the Giants for Turner. Minnesota, and the Yankees for Correa. Swanson, they say he's going to re-sign with the Braves, and Bogarts, they say he's going back to the Red Sox, which is interesting because we heard other teams are interested in him as well. And then, Kevin, the last one, will DeGrom leave New York?
I say yes.
8 of the 12 executives asked said no.
Okay.
The other 4 were Chris Young. So
okay. I mean, hey, that's all we need. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This could be considered a potential World Cup shocker in Group F as things go final. Belgium is out. So it is, in fact, Croatia and Morocco, who they just had a outstanding celebration, who will advance to the knockout stage out of Group F. Coming up next, back to the NFL awards, 2/3 of the way through the season. We'll do it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
He brings the energy to your hump day. about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed it, there is a variety of things happening in that last segment. Belgium out of the World Cup, and we're just watching. It looked like, and I just saw it the one time in real time, it looks like Lukaku punched out the plexiglass from the bench thing. Now, he might have just hit something and like the plexiglass was already like, and then you just saw him go to the bench and break down in tears. And I mean, that's the emotion.
He had a lot of talent on that team, dude.
Absolutely. And he had two really great opportunities to finish, one on a header that we were looking back, maybe the pass was out of bounds. And then obviously his shot that went off the bar or went off one of the posts. So they had the opportunity, but Belgium is out. And then Gaylord Perry, who was on the Texas Rangers twice, he has passed away. The Rangers put out a statement as part of his 22-year illustrious Hall of Fame career. Gaylord won 48 games, over 112 starts, and a pair of stints with the Rangers. His 3.26 ERA with Texas is the second lowest career figure in team history, and he also ranks second with 12 shutouts and third with 55 complete games. From 1975 to 1977, he had 42 wins and 49 complete games. That just shows you like how different pitching used to be, and was the Texas Rangers 1975 pitcher of the year. So Gaylord Perry passed away at the age of 84. So there are a couple of updates right there. Now, NFL season is about 2/3 of the way done. I know it's more complicated to do this with the 17th game, but more or less, we're like 2/3 of the way done. So I've got some awards comparing where we were after 6 weeks and where we are after 12 weeks across the NFL. Would you like to start with MVP, or do you want me to just jump right to Defensive Player of the Year?
MVP.
Okay.
This is interesting.
Through 6 weeks.
I'll take my guess.
Well, let me tell you 6 weeks first, and then I want your guess. Through 6 weeks, the MVP pick
Josh Allen
was Josh Allen. Who is the MVP of the NFL now?
Well, since Josh Allen's arm fell off at his elbow.
Yeah, what? That is...
Maybe that... Well, I don't know. They're still playing football.
That's true.
I think I still have to go with Mahomes right now. Although Hurts is really making a good case. Like, he doesn't play defense, so he's not the one giving up all those points. But he's scoring, man. So I'll still say Mahomes.
If you look at the next-gen stats, Mahomes, Tua, and Josh Allen have separated themselves from the pack. But in reality, I think you're right. I think Jalen Hurts is probably second in the mix right now behind Patrick Mahomes. And yes, that is, in fact, who The Athletic has at the top of the heap, Patrick Mahomes. And I don't think that is particularly surprising. I think that is accurate. This one might be a little trickier. Offensive Player of the Year.
Justin Jefferson or Tyreek Hill. Joey, I'm looking at you right now. Just based on your face, I'm going to go with Tyreek Hill.
Joey, do you think that was a wise selection by him?
I do not.
Oh!
Wow.
Man.
That's impressive.
Would you have taken Justin Jefferson or gone in a completely different direction?
I would take Justin Jefferson.
Okay.
Smart.
Let's find. Well, we'll find out.
Oh, yeah. Smart. Maybe not smart.
The top candidates: Tyreek Hill, Josh Jacobs, Justin Jefferson, and Travis Kelce. After 6 weeks, it was Tyreek Hill. After 12 weeks, The Athletic remains firm that they support Corey Majors, and they have selected Tyreek Hill.
It's okay. Listen, when it comes to awards, it's my category.
Yeah, fair enough.
You're the predictor.
Mm-hmm.
The predictor of the fan.
That's true. He predicted the Eagles' first loss. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
That's a thing.
I mean, also remember that he didn't know who their opponent was.
It happened.
But he did predict that they would lose that weekend.
You know, I was trying to prop him up right there. I understand since he went against you why you needed to ground him once more. Is very fair. From the 682, they vote Josh Jacobs. From the 325, Travis Kelce. I think both of those are logical candidates.
Kelce's he has more touchdowns than both of those candidates combined.
That is the one struggle for Justin.
They have
struggle.
9.
Yeah. They are low on touchdown numbers.
Yeah, they have 9. Well, that's because Kirk Cousins does have other options when they get close.
Sure. As does
He's the
Tua.
guy that moves them down. He's essentially what the running back used to be. He gets you down the field.
Yeah.
And Tyreek Hill, that offense, like there are a lot of options there too. And if they get close, you know that McDaniel loves to run if they're at the goal line.
Defensive Player of the Year.
You gonna take a shot at me again now, Joey?
Let's see if he falls in
Micah.
line with Corey Majors.
It's got to be Micah. There's no other option for me.
Are you going to suggest?
I'll co-sign.
Okay, I didn't know if you were going to go Crosby or Judon, and you're like, you know
Judon's
what?
a good option.
Let's shake it up. The pick, almost said something bad there. The pick after week 6, Micah Parsons. The pick after week 12, it's obviously still Micah Parsons. He is your defensive player of the year. By the way, the betting odds are pretty overwhelming about that. So not a lot of money to be won right there if you bet on Micah Parsons to win defensive player of the year.
Not sure how much time you have allotted for all this, Kevin,
Okay.
but what's been your favorite Micah moment this year?
It's got to be the we thought the play was dead, but it's a touchdown anyway.
The pickup fumble that he ran back?
Like, that was awesome because if you listen to that call, like, I love Brad and Babe, but you listen to that call, there's trepidation of, all right, and he's still going, and he's at the 15-10, and then after, that's going to stand.
Yeah.
And so I think we were all like, hold on, is he not down? And Justin Fields is like, check out how athletic I am, but maybe, like, also touch the
Jumped
person.
over him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to stand out for a lot of people this year. Mine is still watching him not hit the pad at camp.
Yeah.
And just kind of barely doing it. And then the other day he was hitting he went to hit the sled and he was like, I don't want to. That's for defensive linemen. And then the rest of the team said, you are a defensive lineman. And he was like, oh yeah, crap.
My least favorite Micah moment was when he thought Kirk Cousins didn't have the ball anymore. And he was literally boa constricted around him. And he's like, oh, he didn't have the ball. He's like, nobody does.
Because you have to let the quarterback
go,
Kevin.
I know. The game is soft.
It's a great fake.
Yeah, it was. Now, just to show you how staggering the odds are in favor of Micah Parsons, the closest person is Nick Bosa at 11-1. Micah Parsons is a minus 1,200. Here's what that means. You would have to bet $1,200 to win $100. That is how staggering of a favorite Micah Parsons is right now.
Who was the last Cowboy to win Defensive Player of the Year, Kevin?
I'm going to feel really dumb afterwards because I don't think Ware won one. We have to go back
You're not
into the
feel
70s.
That dumb. Yeah, you're
right?
not going to feel that dumb. You're going to be like, oh, I wasn't alive.
Was it like
It was 77.
Chuck Howley?
It was 77. It was Harvey Martin.
Harvey Martin makes
That's the
a lot of
last
sense.
player for the Cowboys to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, guess what? Oh my God, guess what happened that year? The Cowboys won the Super Bowl.
Oh my God!
So the last time the Cowboys won Defensive Player of the Year, they won the Super Bowl. Holy cow. All right.
Got a couple of moments, by the way.
Oh,
The strip sack against Minnesota, that set the tone for the whole game. My favorite Micah moment is when he saved the TD against Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's a pretty interesting question. Y'all go ahead and text all your favorite Micah moments from this season.
Yeah, and somebody asked, I'm not trying to break their heart or anything like that. Somebody asked what Tyler Smith's odds are to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I don't see him in the top 15. It's really tough. After last year, I think we kind of just got the idea that like an offensive lineman it's going to be really, really tough for an offensive lineman to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. The favorite per the betting odds is Kenneth Walker. Let me quick hit those.
Somebody said, how did Ware never win Defensive Player of the Year?
That's a fair question.
He was 4th in voting for Defensive Rookie of the Year. In year 3, he was 5th for Defensive Player of the Year. And in year 4, the year that he had 20 sacks, he was 2nd in Defensive Player of the Year.
Wow.
And I don't have James Harrison got it that year, and he only had 16 sacks.
Classic
Stupid.
media bias. Is The Athletic has got Chris Olave as their current Offensive Rookie of the Year, and then Sauce Gardner as their Defensive Rookie of the Year. Now, Coach of the Year. I think this is where it gets a little bit more complex. Who is your, you know what, actually, Joey, who is your NFL Coach of the Year? And then I'm going to let Corey tell you why that's stupid.
Nathaniel Hackett.
What? I think
I gave him an easy one.
Yeah.
Because
no, not next coach to get fired.
Yeah, no, that's I mean, I guess having to deal with that, he's working really hard. I don't know if my answer is right. Mine is in my heart. Like mine, this is the dude. I think he's if he was available to be the coach, I want him right now, and that's Mike McDaniel. He is currently my favorite coach in the NFL. Just the way he connects. Did you see the other day when they asked him what he was thankful for? And he walked through the process of how lonely it is to be a coach because of the work you have to put in, and how you couldn't do it without his family and his kids, and how being a parent is real. Like, his whole explanation of that was amazing, and I teared up watching it. And this dude, he's real, man. Like, he is very real and authentic, and I really like that about this coach.
I will tell you just real quick, because somebody asked this, and then we'll answer Coach of the Year. Who the hell won it during the 90s when the Cowboys were dominating? All right, there are some big names in there. There's also a couple that you'll be like, who? Is Bruce Smith won it to kick off the 90s. Rock on. Pat Swilling, which people might forget, he had some time in the 90s and with the Saints where he was making an impact. Cortez Kennedy, Rod Woodson, Deion Sanders before he came to the Cowboys. Bryce Popp, who I don't remember as well as the next one, because then Bruce Smith won again, then Dana Stubblefield, then Reggie White, then Warren Sapp. So there were some pretty amazing ones during the 90s. All right, NFL Coach of the Year through Week 6, it was Nick Sirianni. Right now, The Athletic still says Nick Sirianni.
Oh, man.
Do you have a beef with that because it's the Eagles, or are you just sad that okay?
I really don't like him. I dislike.
He jumped up on the benches and he's like,
I didn't call McCarthy fake, by the way. I just think that McDaniel's like the super authentic person. I don't like his face. I don't like the color he wears to football games. The team that he coaches.
Sure.
The pregame meal he eats. I don't even know what it is, but I hate that too. So I'm not a Sirianni fan at this point. And I did, and here might be the other thing too. I kind of thought he was a klutz. I thought he was one of those guys that was just he had no clue what he's doing, and he's kind of proved me wrong here so far. So maybe I should just shut up a little bit because he's winning.
Nick Sirianni is the betting favorite, but I will tell you, your boy out in Miami is second on the list. And then finally, this feels like it has become a two-person race. Comeback Player of the Year. Do you go Saquon Barkley? Do you go Geno Smith? Or is there a totally different direction I'm not thinking of?
It's got to be Brian Robinson.
You know what?
The Washington Commanders were nothing. And then he shows back up after being shot this year.
Look.
And they're winning. He was shot this year.
I hear you. I'm a little confused.
By a gun.
I know.
Twice.
I know.
Yes.
In the legs. I get it. If Brian Robinson wins, I'm 1,000,000% fine with that.
A running back. Shot in the legs.
I will say, from the strictest standards of the rule, I don't know if you will convince somebody to vote for the guy who had not been in the NFL. I don't know if they'll interpret that as, I mean, he did come back, which is amazing, but he was not in the NFL, so I don't know if technically he's eligible for Comeback Player of the Year. I'm with you. I support that vote 100%. For the betting odds, it comes down to Geno or Saquon. The Athletic through 6 weeks said it was Saquon. However, the tide has turned. and Geno Smith is now the betting favorite and the athletic selection as comeback player of the year. It's hard to argue against it. Like, I think Saquon Barkley in most years would be a very logical candidate. I think, depending on how you feel about interpretations of the rules, Brian Robinson makes a lot of sense, but it does feel like this is Geno Smith's award to lose.
According to the Washington Times, he is not eligible. I also don't have a subscription, so I'm not paying for their magazine, but he is not.
Okay.
He's not eligible.
Which does kind of, like I said, it makes sense just in the context of you weren't in the NFL before. Like, if this is his second year, I would be like, sorry, Geno Smith, you've been amazing. You'll get some money, but you don't get this award.
Terry McLaurin said that's messed up, and I don't think he said messed. So I think he said a different word.
I mean, I get it. I really do. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is that going to be your next cause? Make Brian Robinson eligible for Comeback Player of the Year?
Oh, my favorite Micah moment. I'm sorry, I have to change mine. When he autographed that helmet for Peace-a-thon.
Man,
Thanks, Micah.
saying that really helped us. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, just going to throw it out there, 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon. We got an amazing email from one of our Tolos, and they said, hey, my company does matching funds, so I went ahead and donated money, and the company is going to match it. So shout out to Natasha, and if you're looking for your company to do the same thing, or maybe you don't like your company and just want to take some of their money via a charitable program, I don't care how the money gets there. 1053thefan.com/Peace-a-thon. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they Antonio Brown? We'll do it next right here on The Fan. INC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for my buddies an idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know, and we will dive into it right there. Do you want to dive into the serious part with Antonio Brown or the less serious parts? There are a couple of serious ones today.
From the 469, my buddy's an idiot. He keeps telling me to turn the channel on the shop radio. Trent from Midlow Contracting, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
So
stop doing that.
Especially if it's on our station.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Trent? So there you go. That's where we started, Kevin. Now to you.
All right. Man. Okay. So I'm going to get one of the really bad ones out of the way.
This is tough, dude. This is really tough.
It looks like Jalen Kitna is an idiot. And also somebody who is an idiot, and these are all tied together, is there was a reporter that decided to go a different route in Gainesville about how to report this. So the accusation is that, and Florida has suspended quarterback Jalen Kitna. Yes, that is the son of John Kitna, on child pornography charges and distribution of child pornography. He allegedly shared child sex abuse images on Discord, and he stated that he shared 2 images, but he thought they were legal because he found them online, which that's not, really how that works.
So he thought they were adults? And that meant that it was legal to share those? That's weird, too.
I guess.
That's weird, too.
Yeah, and so ABC affiliate WCJB went a totally different direction, which was super confusing, is they put up a screenshot of Kitna, but the headline says, "The backup to quarterback Anthony Richards is behind bars." Which, if you I get it, read the words and everything, but it looks like, if you just look at the key words, it looks like they're telling you quarterback Anthony Richards is behind bars. So there's a whole bunch of issues with this. First of all, his name is Anthony Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's problem number one. Second of all, the guy who was arrested on child pornography. Third, his dad is an NFL quarterback. So, if you were going to say anything, not that I would recommend this because it's probably not fair to his dad, is you would say, son of NFL quarterback. Why would you say backup to, what does that guy have to do with any of this? And I'm sure he probably doesn't love his name, even if they got it wrong.
Yeah.
Attached to this story.
Yeah, man. Wow. That is a weird story, man.
They have now deleted it because they're stupid.
Yeah.
And that was a stupid thing to do.
My friend's an idiot because she says Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer, and I say he's just lucky with 2 good throws and 2 good defenses. He is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
He is going to be in the Hall of Fame for multiple reasons. One, he's NFL royalty. I don't know if you realize this or not.
Yeah.
There's a royal family.
I've heard.
And it is the Mannings, and they will be there. The other thing is he won 2 Super Bowls. He was in the playoffs. He quarterbacked great teams.
Yeah.
That went and won the Super Bowl. And if you want to go look, he was the reason during those playoff runs that they won the Super Bowl. And you can say that whatever happened in that Super Bowl, but he was the reason. He walked them down. He made big throws. He had big moments. He goes to freaking Green Bay in the snow and beats them with Plaxico Burress. He was a big factor in what they did. Stinks because he wasn't that great of a quarterback in general. But in those 2 runs to the Super Bowl, he was a huge factor in what they accomplished.
Yeah, look.
It's like the Joe Flacco run. It was like, what is happening? This is Joe Flacco?
I think that both of those can be true. I don't think that Eli Manning is great at all, but also history tells us he'll get into the Hall of Fame because he won multiple Super Bowls. And even with Jim Plunkett. They like had started an ad campaign to try to get him into the Hall of Fame. So it's probably going to happen. Doesn't mean I agree with it.
My buddy J-Bone is an idiot from the 972. He doesn't think the Cocaine Bear movie is going to be any good.
All
Shame
right.
him.
You should. J-Bone, get it together because that movie is going to be badass. Here are facts.
No.
I
disagree.
My buddy Matt told me about this movie. He sent me a poster and it was just amazing. And it said something like read between the lines or something. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so in. And it said based on true events. And then that furthered my intrigue. The trailer came out yesterday, and the song they play for the trailer is White Lines, which is another amazing part of that trailer. Also, I was shocked to learn it's a real movie being put out by a real studio. I thought this was like a Thanksgiving style movie that I was like, I get it, or Slacks. But this is being put out by Universal. It stars Kerry Russell and Ray Liotta. All right, look, I'm not saying, I know, but he's still in the movie. I'm not saying those were the biggest stars in the world, but you've heard of those people, or you probably have heard of at least Ray Liotta. They are in this movie. I watched the trailer. It looks amazing.
Did you know that Pablo Escobar is in this movie?
Snap.
Thanks, Joey. The name of the bear that overdoses cocaine is Pablo Escobar.
I'll deal with you in a second. So that's how it's going to be, huh, Joey? You have chosen sides.
You've chosen wisely.
You have
went to the
not
dark side, Kevin.
chosen wisely.
You have chosen very wisely.
All right, look, Corey.
He's going to be more on your side now.
You keep trying to get my money. You've already got it. I will go watch Cocaine Bear. If that's for other people, Pablo Escobar, I get it. But you do not need to pitch me. I'm in. They have earned my money already.
Is this did Elizabeth Banks? She's
great.
The creator of this.
She fantastic.
Okay, now I'm more in.
You like Elizabeth Banks.
I think she does some fantastic work, dude. Since I think the first time I saw her was 40-Year-Old Virgin,
right?
Maybe? And then since then she's just been on this skyrocket. That's amazing.
Just watch the trailer. There's a hilarious part in the trailer where they climb up these trees and they're like, bears can't climb trees. And the person in the other tree is like, what? That is what they do. And then they show the bear run up the tree and it definitely looks like that bear is going to murder that guy.
Pablo Escobar. You refer to him by his name, Kevin. Pablo Escobar.
It looks like Pablo Escobar is going to, yes, I support that 100%.
From the 682, I'm not an idiot, but I think I got hooked on you guys because y'all say most of the texts on air.
Okay.
Yeah, we do read texts on here.
This show is shockingly
Even
popular.
About cocaine bears.
Look, I think, and I'm going to start the campaign right now. We have got an event Saturday at Boomer Jacks in Arlington from noon to 4. Why don't we try to convince the bosses there that in February we should do a Tolo, Twolo, YOLO watch party of Cocaine Bear? I am in on that, and I think we can make this happen. By the way, at that shindig on Saturday, autograph Rangers baseball, and baseballs, and a Jabril Cox autograph helmet. Plus, if you want to talk about Cocaine Bear, I am more than glad to talk about Cocaine Bear. But also, my buddies, the Mexico men's national soccer team, are idiots because they're out.
Oh, your team lost.
I took the quiz that you told me to follow along with. Mexico was my other team, along with America, that I'm rooting for.
And Argentina. You had 3 teams that you were really after this year.
Yeah, and Argentina was the one I picked, and they lost in the shocking upset. Now, things have turned around some, but this is the first time that Mexico has missed the knockout round in World Cups they've been in since 1978. They were ahead of Saudi Arabia 2-0, but with Argentina, ironically enough, beating Poland 2-0, they needed another goal because they were going to lose going down to the 6th tiebreaker, which is friendship points or whatever. Fair play points, that's what it is. Might as well be friendship points.
Play nice.
Who had the least yellow cards, and so they had to try to score another goal. They got super aggressive. It backfired on them. Saudi Arabia scored a goal, and El Tri is out of the World
The
Cup.
302. My buddy's an idiot because he won't stop saying snap.
Yes.
No.
Thank you.
No, I think anybody who doesn't want more snaps
Okay,
is an
well,
idiot.
that's me. That's me. From the 214, they should do Cocaine Bulls like The Last Dance, but from everyone but Mike's point of view. Wow.
The 469. A movie doesn't have to be good to be fun. I'm in.
100%. You've
watched a bunch of bad movies.
You just described my life's mantra. I will tell you this. I have seen the movie Troll 2 multiple times. There is a sequence of events in that where this guy is running out in the forest or whatever and comes across this convenience store or whatever. And he's like, oh, do you have any water? No. But they have gallon jugs of milk sitting out on the counter. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to take that. What's better after running or wandering around the woods than chugging some milk? And guess what? He eventually turns into a plant. That is a thing.
From milk?
Yes. That is a thing that happens. And does this lady try to seduce him? And at some point, the RV trailer explodes. Or it's amazing. But yes, she tries to seduce that plant and then they kill that guy. So the moral of the story is don't take milk off a counter in a convenience store. Why is it not in the refrigerated section? Or why are you buying stuff from this weird pop-up convenience store in the middle of the woods? These are all valid questions. I've seen that movie numerous times.
People want Mike to talk about the cocaine bear because, of course, Mike. That seems like a Mike topic, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like he'd be told he's either totally in on it or he's totally out on it. Mike's going to New York, by the way, for anybody who is asking where he is.
Yes.
He'll be back on Tuesday. Even though he already wished
Hopefully.
us Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Yeah, and I'm also an idiot. I'm sorry. It's L3, and I said L-Try. My apologies. By the way, do we need to mention real quick Antonio Brown? Or do you want me to just carry that in the gridiron?
Yeah, I mean,
somebody needs to.
That's unbearable.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you would have said snap right there, I might have quit the show. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Teams that are better than their current record and teams that are worse. Plus, we will get around to the latest legal problems for Antonio Brown. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Metallica in the round. this Saturday with The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year number 1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we will be giving away tickets to the Cowboys-Colts game, courtesy of AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure. These tickets are in the 100 level. All right, so we are talking about premium tickets. We will do that in the noon o'clock hour. But right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Buttermilk biscuits.
And we start. That was a pretty good impersonation. Patrick Mahomes was named the AFC Offensive Player of the Month, and Justin Jefferson was named the NFC Offensive Player of the Month. I don't know if that gives him momentum over Tyreek Hill going into Offensive Player of the Year.
Who was AFC?
Patrick Mahomes.
Duh. Yeah. All right.
Since he
that was
never
an easy
loses
one. God.
in November or December.
Good for Justin Jefferson, man.
I had an exercise for you. Is 3 NFL teams that are better than their record and 3 that are worse. All right. And I want to see if you agree with these, because this is from NFL.com. 3 teams that are better than their record. San Francisco 49ers.
Agree.
They're 7-4, but it feels like they're...
I mean, think about this. They started the season with Trey Lance and then had to go to the guy that they wanted to trade. So there was an awkward moment where they had to figure all that out.
That's true.
You know, an in-game injury doesn't help in the middle of that game too. They've had, they had the adjustment of trying to, like, Elijah Mitchell gets hurt early in the season. One of their running backs, and they have a very physical running game. So they were going to do well with that. And then they were like, we got to go make a move. That's how important the running game is to them, that they went and made a trade to get Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
So, yes, I think that they are better than their record, and they're better than what their losing record was earlier in the season.
The Cincinnati Bengals, are they better than their 7-4 record now? Jamar Chase, it looks like he's coming back.
I don't know. Like,
feels right.
I don't know that they are. Maybe they had some really fortunate moments last year. And I think that the offense was fire last year.
Yeah.
And Jamar Chase has not been the last year Jamar Chase. Like, everything, and he's been good, but everything about Justin Jefferson is every year he just keeps getting better almost.
Yeah.
And Jamar Chase, the injury was a problem. I don't know that they are better than their record. I think they are exactly what their record is.
Okay, I don't agree with this one either. The New York Jets. I 100%
they should be undefeated.
Do not believe they are better than their 7-4 record. They have had garbage quarterback play, but I'm not going to use that as an excuse for why they're actually better than that. I think it's a miracle they've gotten to 7-4.
Their defense is really, 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 really good.
All
right,
Cowboys, but yeah.
Their offense has a lot of pieces that they still have to figure out how to get to work together. When it does, Kevin, that's when we'll probably go, they're better than this. They're better than their record. Also, I don't think that I think their schedule kind of puts them in a really good position, too, to be where they are.
Teams worse than their record. Philadelphia Eagles. 10-1.
I'm not willing to say they're worse than their record. They beat the Cowboys.
They did.
Even though the Cowboys didn't have Dak. But I'm not prepared to say that they're worse than their record right now, because they've earned all those.
Are you prepared to say the Chargers at 6-5 are worse than their record? There has been a lot of smoke and mirrors happening there.
I also don't think they're as bad as their record. Is that weird?
That is a little weird. Can I try to sway you?
There's so much potential left in there. But what does Mike always say about potential? It means you haven't done anything.
Exactly.
And that's what they are.
So the Chargers' 6 wins are by a combined 24 points. The teams they have beaten are combined 21, 46, and 1. So they're beating bad teams by not a lot.
Yeah.
That's not a great combination.
Nah. And I think that they should be so much more. And maybe Keenan Allen's injury hurt, Mike Williams not being exactly what they signed up for. I just feel like
Sean Slater at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, there's a lot more that team should be, and it's not there.
The Giants are not as good as their record at 7-4.
I don't think they are fraudulent. I think they have played better than anybody expected.
You like Washington better than them right now, though, do you not?
Right now, I kind of do.
Okay.
But I think that because I think they're still so far away from being a whole full team. But I think the coach himself, Brian Dable, has coached them into the position they're in. Because organization is very important. Attention to detail, very important. Joe Judge was an idiot and had no clue how to get that team organized last year and the year before. And so that's why they're in the situation they're in.
If you were Kyler Murray, would you have responded to Patrick Peterson saying Kyler Murray don't care about nobody but Kyler Murray?
Do you have his response?
Yes.
Read it.
His response is, quote, "This isn't true. You on some weird S, Patrick Peterson. You got my number. If you really felt like this as a quote-unquote big bro or a quote-unquote mentor, you supposed to call me and tell me, not drag me so your podcast can grow." That is a strong response.
I probably would have responded that same way. Now, I mean, I don't believe that too, because didn't Kyler bring all of his teammates in to practice and all these things, and they have a bad situation in Arizona right now. Maybe he is the toxic piece. I don't know. But I agree with him on the front of, look, you were a guy that was a big bro to him. You like, he comes into the league and you're like, you put your arm around him, say, I'm going to mentor you. And then you throw him under the bus like that. Now, maybe he treated you like garbage too. Like maybe that's something that happened is on the way out, Patrick Peterson felt disrespected. I don't know that. But I probably would have said the same thing. You're going to go talk about me behind my back without talking to me first? Come on, man.
So, James Robinson.
Ever did that, Kevin? Swear.
I would say nice things about you.
I would get a bear. I would fill it up with cocaine.
Yeah.
And I would ride it to your front door then not come in the house.
That might be the one animal I couldn't beat at tennis.
I just sit out in your yard and be like, still not
I know that you would. It's weird because you're like, I got to keep the bit going. I was like, this is not on air. This is real life. I don't think you have to do that.
So fun.
James Robinson is already upset with the Jets. Now, in his illustrious 3 games with the Jets thus far, he has put together a less than stellar 25 carries for 75 yards. So he's also averaging 3 yards a carry. That might be part of it. But James Robinson said, quote, "Obviously, I didn't come here not to play. Obviously, they brought me here for a reason. I don't expect anything unless I work for it. And I've been working my ass off. Me not playing pisses me off."
I like to hear that.
I do too. It's
like this. That's how you sound whenever you don't have a voice.
Yeah.
That's what you're writing on your little notepad. I'm mad that I'm not playing right now because of my stupid voice.
If you think I'm mad in general, just watch when I can't talk appropriately. All right. Aaron Rodgers said he would consider the idea of a quarterback switch if the Packers are eliminated.
Okay. The other day I saw the headline as I was on the treadmill and they were playing what are the Packers going to do?
Yeah.
And I started thinking, I'm sorry I didn't send this over as a topic idea. What does Aaron Rodgers want to do?
Well,
does he retire? Does he say, I want to go? What team does he want to play for? Does he want to
go after this year?
Yeah, or even, exactly.
He has to play one more year for the Packers or else they are so screwed
financially.
Yeah, because of the way they restructured it. Is like, I know it doesn't have to be a 3-year deal, but you know what the dead cap would be?
$1 million.
9 times 99.
Oh my God.
It would be $99 million. Now, after next season,
you got a free quarterback.
After next season, it drops down to $24 million. Now, I also understand that they could work out a trade that would help drop some of that money, but not enough that I think that would be viable. So I feel like he needs to play one more year, but he did say look, I'd love to finish the season out, but I understand this is a business, and there's a lot of us kind of older guys who play a decent amount, and they might want to see some of the younger guys play. So
No, that makes a lot of sense in that.
Yeah.
At the end, when your season's going bad, this is your opportunity to see that. That makes a lot of sense.
And then also, Aaron Donald has been ruled out for Sunday's game. Not particularly surprising given it was an ankle issue. So I'm not surprised. Still a bummer. He's amazing. And Russell Wilson continues to go on. And I appreciate he's got to say it, but he said, I've got great relationships in that locker room, so whoever was trying to tear it down, you can't. This was in response to the birthday party thing, which when we first brought that up a day or two ago, somebody goes, no, I think you're thinking of the movie Draft Day. And I was like, no, this really happened, and so everybody is making the Draft Day jokes. And he's like, you can't come between me and my teammates. And I'm like, yeah, didn't one of your teammates get really mad at you? And they're like, oh, we just said, hey, let's go win the game.
Kevin, I want Draft Day 2 to come out.
Why? That first one is not good.
Joey, did you see Draft Day 1?
I believe so. Isn't Kevin Costner in that?
Kevin Costner's
Okay,
in
I
it,
have
yeah.
seen that then, yes.
I'm not
I need
gonna
more Kevin
ask her-
Costner on my on the screen.
Okay, that's a different deal. But can we find a better vehicle for him than a sequel to a disappointing movie to begin with? Surely we can do better than Draft Day 2.
10 Cup 2.
10, yeah, I'll take 10 Cup 2.
I would watch Tin Cup 2 50 times before
Right after Draft Day
10
2.
times
Yeah.
more than I would watch Draft Day 2.
What about Bull Durham 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I would watch all the outtakes from Yellowstone that's just scenery as long as Kevin
beautiful.
Costner
So beautiful.
occasionally walks by quicker than I would watch Draft Day 2.
All right, let me ask you this.
There are no deleted scenes from Yellowstone. They all make them in the episode. You know it and I know it.
What if you just got, it was basically all Beth, and occasionally she talked to Kevin Costner?
Out.
Over Draft Day 2.
Out. I'm watching Draft Day 2.
There you go. Go ahead and save that for me.
Boom.
I
just wanna hear that all the
despise
time.
the character of Beth on Yellowstone.
She's on one this new season, man.
Despise.
I'm waiting to binge it.
No, okay. All I'm going to say is nobody in the state of Montana has ever seen another lady. It's never happened. Any room she walks into,
The most beautiful girl in the
yeah,
bar.
that is it's the laziest writing in the world. And anyways,
She's hot. And everybody kind of stands a chance, you know? That's kind of hot too.
I have lots of
Have you ever
thoughts
lived in Montana,
about-
Kevin?
You know what? I've been to Montana, never lived there. Played miniature golf
What do
there.
you think about
Never-
living in Montana?
They had a great miniature golf course where I could see all them mountains.
What was the rest of the scene like? Think if Beth walked in, they would be there. That would kind of be the.
I can see it.
All right, there
I
you
just
go.
want more for the people of Montana. Coming up next, will this season's Dallas Cowboys peak at the right time? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Will this Dallas Cowboys team peak at the right time? I know a lot of people are probably not super optimistic, but there's a couple of things that have transpired this week that have kind of intrigued me to this idea. Does it not feel like the Cowboys right now are playing their best football?
Yeah, which to me, Kevin, like, this isn't the right time. This isn't the right time to be playing your best football. This is the like, I guess, like, you want to be playing your best football in a few weeks.
I guess then the question is, how long can you continue?
I don't know.
Your best string of football.
I mean, they did it a lot last year, right?
Yeah.
Their offense was really good all season long, especially against NFC East opponents, but they did it a lot last year, and they didn't start well this year. Like, they started bad against Tampa Bay. And I think everybody can look at that game and say, what was the team that night? It didn't make any sense. Then I guess throughout the season, they've kind of progressively grown in that you got Gallup back, and you probably saw the best Gallup on Thanksgiving when Dak said,
High point in Gallup.
Yeah, but he was like, I'm going to go to Gallup like 3 straight times.
Yeah.
It was really, really good to see that. So I do think the Cowboys have the ability to continue the stretch a little bit, but there's a lot to be said about not wanting to get comfortable in what you do to where you're predictable, and then and being able to add to what you're doing. That's what I hope the Cowboys can do, is as good as they look right now, because they played really well and gotten people off their back, about how crappy they played against Green Bay. Well, do you have more? Do you have another place that you can get to? Do you have other wrinkles that you can add to this offense that haven't even been developed yet? So I think they do. But yeah, man, they're playing really hot right now.
And there's a couple of positive things that I think will go along with this. Is Mike McCarthy said they're going to start their work days later and finish at the same time. And that his winter schedule is designed to keep the team fresh down the stretch. And said rest and recovery is such an important, especially at this time of year for professional athletes. And we talked about his December record is the 3rd best in NFL history. And so perhaps this is his time to shine. I know we're kind of removed from that, but you remember for the longest time it would be, who's on the schedule in December? Because that would be
when Tony Romo falls apart.
I was going to say the Cowboys, but, I hear what you're saying. I'm not really concerned about that, and not just because you have 3 duds before you go up against the Eagles. Like, it's not that. It's just I have confidence in Mike McCarthy, I think, and the way he does the schedule at this time of year.
What are your thoughts on, go watch the season that Belichick and the Patriots, their last Super Bowl, against the Falcons? Was that the one? They had this they had a documentary on it, and there are multiple things I learned from that. And one, their attention to detail is elite.
You sure?
Like, just knowing that if Julio Jones comes out of his break going left, he's a little bit slower than whenever he goes right, or vice versa. I think it was off his left ankle. They were watching that, and they knew if he lines up here, we'll be able to do this. And they did it. They executed it in a game because they studied it, all right? Well, Bill Belichick all season, one thing that the team hated was the hill. They had the hill in the back of the field, and they ran it every day. So, Kevin, I understand you're talking about rest and recovery and everything. Bill Belichick says the reason we're going to be better in the fourth quarter and at the end of the season is because we're conditioned for this. Nobody can do so. I am always there's a balance of making sure your guys are fresh, and also there's a balance of making sure that your guys are stronger than everybody. So I don't know what he's doing to kind of combat that part too. Whenever the fourth quarter comes along and it's time to be tougher than everybody else, do you have that part of you too?
Well,
but I do like the way that he approaches it, and the players love it too. And Broadus talks about this constantly. The players respect him because he respects their bodies.
Okay, but something you just said about come the fourth quarter is this could be problematic. Take this for what you will. Bill Barnwell says the Cowboys have a 99.9% chance to make the playoffs. Those are his statistics. The Cowboys' potential fatal flaw, game management. So while we were just talking about doing all the right things with McCarthy leading into the game, how confident are you about the in-game management?
I mean, weekly it's different. I love that he's aggressive. I'll take aggressive over conservative every time.
Yeah.
If you're going to go play a football game, I want you to be I want you to have some creative ideas that go into your game plan, and I want you to. I'm perfectly fine with going for it on fourth downs and leaving it up to your defense. That's one of the big factors. This year especially is he trusts this defense, man. So when it comes to game management, clock management, weird, right? Like, I don't know. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's very, very poor.
And I think the playoff game, I know they had a giant deficit to overcome last year against the 49ers. I thought clock management in the fourth quarter last year against the 49ers was very perplexing.
Yeah.
Not Jeff Saturday perplexing, but perplexing nonetheless. And then this came up. I guess I didn't really think it was a big deal, but this is one of the things that Barnwell brought up is going into the Vikings game, the commentary team said he had told them he wanted to aim for 30 rushes per game to seal a victory. And so the idea that Barnwell throws out is that's like winning the Powerball and then playing the same numbers the next week. Is like your path to victory every single week is going to be varied. Or like you might find out during the game, obviously, that your path to victory is going to be different. There are games where you're like, hey, we need to run the ball 30 times. And then things happen where you're like, we need to run the ball like 4 times because we're slicing their pass defense up.
But it does kind of feel like if you've done this for this long, you kind of do see the trend is if I do this, it is going to give me a best opportunity. So let's try to make sure we do this. And as consistently as possible, let's try to stick to this. Let's not get carried away in the moment a lot of times. But game flow does depict a lot of the decisions that you make on things. You know, do I trust that this, again, we go back to my guys have been kicking that team's butt at this all day long. Why would I not do it again in the fourth quarter? If it's been working for me all game, why would I go away from something?
I will tell you, if you're looking for something positive out of the Barnwell piece, it goes off of their analytical power index. The Cowboys are second. You know what I told you the other day when we were making lines and everything like that the analytics, especially the ESPN version, love the Dallas Cowboys. They have the Dallas Cowboys. This is the second most likely team to make the playoffs behind only the Kansas City Chiefs. And, you know, a lot of people will tell you like the Chiefs are the favorite to win the Super Bowl. The Cowboys most likely to make the playoffs from the NFC. They're sitting in a position where they look like they're going to be one of the teams to beat. Even I know historically we're primed for a letdown.
I have no doubt in my mind that with Mike McCarthy as the head coach, they will consistently be not only in the playoffs, but pretty comfortably in the playoffs. All right. This is a dude that knows how to coach. He isn't a buffoon. All right. And people can try to make him a buffoon, but he knows what he's doing.
Oh, yeah, I don't think.
He has a quarterback that's playing out of his mind right now, too.
That's true.
That's a bonus to go along with it. I do want people to understand, we criticize Dak when he's bad, and we also give him credit when he's good. But I know that's a very difficult concept. When he's bad, doesn't he deserve to not be praised?
Yes.
But I will defend him also in a lot of instances, but we criticize him when he's bad, and we also give him his flowers when he's good. And he's playing out of his mind right now.
I think people extrapolate that comment from the game as to thoughts on the entire career. Is like, oh, he was bad. Oh, so you think he's trash? And you're like, no. Can I tell you?
I will also add, Kevin, he hasn't shown me he's that dude. That's a different level. You got to do that in a different place in the playoffs. You have to show that you can overcome that one thing. And that is continuing to go to the next level with it. So when he does that, the swagger's there. I heard G-Bag yesterday talking about this dude has himself on as his screensaver on his phone, dude. Like, that dude has the confidence. He's got that. But can he be that dude whenever it matters the most? And that's in playoff games and in those big-time games. That's what gets you in the Hall of Fame.
And the Colts are interesting. I know they're not going to be in the playoffs, but they're an interesting start from the perspective of there's only 4 teams that Dak has never thrown a touchdown pass against. One of them is obviously the Cowboys, so like we don't need to count that. The 3 others are the Jets, the Chargers, and the Colts. And then one more fascinating part, I believe that will break both of these trends, is the Colts and Cowboys are the only 2 teams that have never given up a TD to Zeke or Dak. Obviously, they've both been with the Cowboys their entire career, so that would be impossible otherwise. But that means the Colts are the only team in the NFL that has never given up a touchdown to Dak or Zeke. Like I said, I believe both of those will be broken this weekend, but I thought that was a fun fact, especially when we break it, then we can celebrate it. Man, World Cup don't play is yesterday. The Mexican national team head coach, he stepped down, although he said his contract had run out. I have no doubt that the factor of not making the knockout round didn't help. And we told you earlier that it was a stunning turn of events that Belgium did not advance. Their head coach is stepping down. Like, that happened, within the last hour and a half? And they were like, you're out.
How much does this coach really matter in soccer, dude?
Ooh,
Except for
I'm probably not
our
the
coach
right,
at FC Dallas.
That's right. I'm probably not the right person to ask about that.
Install
otherwise.
a system. I guess there is some strategy in tempo and what you're trying to accomplish each game, each match. Dawson was talking about that a little bit yesterday about the approaches that they've taken, the U.S. has taken, and do you give your coach the credit for that?
And also, one more thing. I just saw this text is don't lump everybody on the show together. More comments when he's bad than good, but y'all give Allen and Herbert so much wiggle room. I'm only going to speak for me. I feel like I am the number one trasher of Justin Herbert on this station. I'm like, you know what? Hit me up when he wins a game that matters.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I hear what you're saying, and we all have different opinions. And if you think we go after Dak more than we praise him, that is one way to view it. I don't necessarily feel that way, but we all have different opinions. And I know Mike is more in favor of Justin Herbert than I am. And we've been trashing Josh Allen. Not trashing. We've been talking about the fall of Josh Allen the last several weeks.
I've talked about how electric that dude is to watch, how alive his arm is. I've also destroyed some of his decision-making in the play calling that goes along with him.
He has been mediocre at best
but I don't have
several weeks.
I don't have to defend myself to you.
Okay, fair enough. I made that decision. For the 972, Mexico's coach was fired once the final whistle was blown. And it was amazing because they're like, oh, my contract is up. And I was like, maybe. I'm not familiar with his contractual status, but it also was like, hey, you missed making it to the knockout stage and you're out. I do not believe that it was just what can you do? The time was up. No, he got fired because he didn't make the knockout stage. Same thing for the Belgium coach. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, look, I think we will get into it. Let's talk about.
Oh no!
I know.
We're having so much fun.
I know. It feels like it needs to happen. But in the lunch rush and the expressway, here's what's going to happen. There's a lot of stuff. There's the downer topic that's serious about LeBron.
And every soccer coach out there is mad at me right now.
Yeah, Corey. And so we have the downer topic. We have more people yelling at Corey. We have a fun topic about what restaurant do you wish you could get free food from for life. And we will give away tickets to the Dallas Cowboys Colts game in the 100 level. All of that will happen next. It's going to be awesome right here on The Fan.
Studios of Fort Worth.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you needed a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hired them, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I'm very concerned people are going to turn against this segment or have turned against this segment before it even starts. I've seen multiple texts that say, I don't want to hear whatever stupid thing that LeBron James had to say. All right.
It's fine.
I will tell you this.
I can make you laugh if you want me to.
I do actually, I think there is some legitimacy to what LeBron said. I don't like the example that he's using as a springboard. I think that is a very poor comparison. Do you think we should dive right into that, or should you tell your joke to get people prepared for the segment?
We'll use that to break the tension later.
Okay.
We'll do jokes to break tension later, just like I do in real life.
Okay, fair enough. From the 972, this is a fair point, and I'll tell you why. All right? You don't have to agree with me. Why are we supposed to give a damn about LeBron's opinion? We don't run to politicians and ask them about play calling. All right. I think you make a fair point. I think the reason why it's worth noting is because he is such a sizable figure in sports and pop culture, and he's bringing up something about like making racial relations better, which I think is a goal we should absolutely aspire to. Like I said, I don't think he picked the right incident to use as a springboard, but this was LeBron addressing the media about their lack of this particular question.
I got one question for you guys before you guys leave. I was thinking when I was on my way over here, I was wondering why I haven't gotten a question from you guys about the Jerry Jones photo. But when the Kyrie thing was going on, you guys were quick to ask us questions about that.
Okay.
Hold on. And I don't even want you guys to say nothing. When I watched Kyrie talk and he says, I know who I am, but I want to keep the same energy when we're talking about my people and the things that we've been through. And that Jerry Jones photo is one of those moments that our people, black people, have been through in America. And I feel like as a black man, as a black athlete, as someone with power and a platform, when we do something wrong or something that people don't agree with, it's on every single tabloid, every single news coverage. It's on the bottom ticker. It's asked about every single day. But it seems like to me that the whole Jerry Jones situation photo, and I know it was years and years ago and we all make mistakes, I get it. But it seemed like it's just been buried under like, oh, it happened. Okay, we just move on. And I was just kind of disappointed that I haven't received that question from you guys.
Okay. Like I said, I think his bigger statement about how he feels like different races or different people get asked about different difficult situations or poor choices or however, or just flat out terrible choices, however you want to describe it, I think that is a legitimate thing that is interesting and worth discussing. I didn't love that he said, I don't want to hear anything from y'all on this topic. I get not in the middle of while he's speaking, like let the man finish his thought. That is 100% great. I would be curious why he didn't want a dialogue in that instance. My only thought there was that I think he used the wrong example, because they immediately asked him about Kyrie is because not only do you guys play the same sport, y'all were teammates. You know, like you don't play football. Mm-hmm. And you already said not that long ago that you disavowed yourself of the Cowboys after all of the stuff involving kneeling and Kaepernick and everything like that. And again, like I said, it's a different sport before you were alive. I think that's why the questions weren't so natural. Like with Kyrie, they were asking people throughout the world of basketball because Kyrie plays basketball. So I think just specifically to LeBron, that's why those questions wouldn't come up. And it was the same thing I heard Bobby make allusions to, and I hope this was on air. And if it's not, I apologize.
Oh my gosh.
Is when he brought up, well, why didn't LeBron feel the need to speak out about like Deshaun Watson? I think it is unfair to, and like, I'm not saying he needed to speak out about Deshaun Watson. I think it's unfair to expect somebody to speak out about things that like do not directly affect them in that moment. But the problem is when you speak out about something that you are passionate about, then people expect you to speak out about every single thing. Because I haven't even seen the text yet, but I'm willing to wager people are like, well, what about China? Why didn't LeBron speak out about that?
Oh, yeah, the fan text absolutely says
okay, and so I know that's the problem, is when you speak out about whatever issue that is, people think you have to speak out on every issue, and that feels like an impossibility. So I think LeBron has a very valid message that is worth talking about, worth investigating, getting to the bottom of. This is not the comparison I would have made to lead into that very legitimate discussion.
What about a discussion about it? Like, if LeBron was like, hey, I am kind of interested in what happened here.
Yeah.
And I am kind of interested in, like, you're just saying use them as two different topics. Bring it up and be like, but it's a completely, he is saying a very rich white man
sure
is treated differently by the media than a rich black man.
Sure.
So those two things are real.
That is a very valid conversation that probably does not happen enough. Well, not probably. It definitely doesn't happen enough. I would have loved to, and I know he said we're not taking questions or anything. My first question would have been, would you like to talk to Jerry Jones about this?
Yeah, I do want to know that.
I think that would be a fascinating conversation, and I would love to know his response, because maybe he doesn't. But although he did allude to people make mistakes all the time, so maybe he would like to talk to Jerry Jones. That's one of the tough parts about asking Jerry Jones questions about that, is I think he is manufacturing the remembering of those emotions. Is because that was 65 years ago. I'm sure he remembers aspects of it when people were like, what were you thinking? What were you feeling? I don't know if I 100% believe that like he's actually remembering what happened just because it was so long ago versus this is what our answer is going to be. I really don't know.
That is interesting because Jess misremembers how I brought the food to you and the emotions that she was experiencing that day. So I understand where you're going with that. No, I think you have a really valid point there. I do want to know the reality of what was the curiosity, and then beyond the picture, what did you do? You know, in like, what were you out there saying, you know what, I need to get in the middle of this and say, no, this isn't right. You know, the other things, and Kevin, I even know he brought this up in 2010.
Yeah.
You know, like that was another part of this. But with LeBron, I think there is an interesting point that he's trying to get out there.
Agreed.
And maybe he can take that. Maybe somebody can help him develop that a little further. And take that piece of it. Maybe a journalist can sit down with him and say, hey, let's do a feature on this part that you're trying to get at. But I guess my other question is, will it reach the audience? Will it make that impact? Or will people look at LeBron and just go, F that guy. I already hate LeBron. I'm not listening to anything he's going to say.
That's
where people are on him. And I feel this way about him, and I'm always going to feel this way about him, and nothing's going to change my mind.
And that's why I would love for LeBron to be involved in the conversation as well, because I think he's in a unique position to answer a variety of things. Like, I would love LeBron ask Jerry Jones a question about it. And then I would love for either Jerry to ask or like other members of the media to ask. There is only one 100%, or I get, people describe it in different ways, but like they brought up Denny as the only like true Jewish person in the NBA. Now, I know that gets complicated because people can convert to Judaism, but for whatever reason, that's a whole different conversation that we probably don't have time for. I would love for the question to then be asked for LeBron. Why did it feel like players so consistently had to have their arms twisted to speak out against what Kyrie said? Like, how do you think that made Denny feel?
This is funny.
I think that's a valid question, and then you can go back and forth. I think there are multiple valid questions that can be had. More than one thing can be true.
I like from the 817. This is all you'll have to talk about. Nobody cares about what. You should see the fan text right now,
and
everybody cares about this conversation, at least, or their what they want to say about the conversation.
And I will tell you this.
I don't know if I've seen this many texts in a long time, so people do care.
And that's tough because I want to respond to everyone.
They make you uncomfortable.
I'm here for these conversations. Like, I think if we could have more of these conversations, I'm not saying we would solve anything, but if Jerry and LeBron like had a forum in front of the media or whatever, then I wonder how many people would watch or listen to that. Or if you just want Jerry and LeBron, or if you just want Jerry and LeBron to just have their own conversation with nobody else around, I wonder how much of an impact that would make on their like social policies or thoughts going forward. I would be all about that. I think there are lots of valid questions. I'm not trying to piss anybody off, but like when you looked at ESPN, it was the top story on there. And if you say it's just ESPN or First Take, it was the top story on The Athletic. Just think about that. The Athletic is the place where sports journalism is like, they're independent. They can do whatever they want, blah, blah, blah. And like, I do really like The Athletic, but guess what? Their top headline was this too. So if you say it's just ESPN First Taking, there is an element of that I understand. Because if it's about LeBron or it's about the Cowboys, they'll shut it down. That's your show. But The Athletic had this as their top story as well. And it just felt like disingenuous not to talk about it. I don't want to send people saying, I'll never listen to this show again or blah, 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 blah. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give you my perspective. And if you think it's dumb, please tell me that, or in a nicer way, because I want to have that conversation. I want to know if you think it's dumb because you don't like LeBron. Do you think it's dumb because he never spoke out about China? Do you think it's dumb because it happened 65 years ago? Or do you think I'm dumb for not 100% supporting LeBron? Or you think I'm dumb for not calling Jerry Jones a piece of trash? Like, I want to understand more why people disagree and try to have those conversations because I'm here for it. There are a lot of texts. I just see the screen refreshing. And Kevin, I can't really read.
My friend, I'm sorry, I just got a text. My friend has been hospitalized due to a peekaboo accident. They put him in the ICU.
Snap!
Joey. Here's what's crazy about that, Kevin.
You have made your choice.
My buddy literally texted that to me like 20 minutes ago, and then I pull up my Twitter. That's the first tweet on my Twitter right now, is that. So, I don't know, man.
That was... I'm going to submit that to the Marconi people.
Yep.
For the most dramatic change of tone in a 15-second span. I know that's probably not a realistic category because we have like legacy station, best station, sports station, everything like that. I want to submit what Corey Majors just did for most dramatic tone change in the history of radio.
I hope y'all enjoyed that.
I love that.
For those of you who
joke.
stuck around, because I told you that there was going to be something fun.
Yes.
You know what? All the people who didn't stick around, Kevin, guess what they're about to miss out on? Let's give something away. Oh, hold on, no.
No.
Oh, crap.
No.
It's completely different?
No.
Oh, crap. I'm not giving anything away then. That's later on.
We will let you know.
Oh, my gosh.
There is a very...
I was so excited about it,
I know.
Kevin.
I didn't know where we were going with this. There is a specific way to do that.
Hey, Corey, my back is broken. That one hurt. You're welcome.
I hope they mean in a great way because they were just laughing so uncontrollably much. All right. So set me up real quick with what the transition topic is going to be because there's going to be more than Corey telling dad jokes. All right. Where and how does Micah get free food? There will be more to this than Corey telling jokes, even if I love that one.
If you have not seen this on Twitter, Babe actually texted me the whole screenshot of everything. On Twitter, Babe Laufenberg tweeted out a picture of the Blue Goose on Greenville Avenue. Now, we have a Blue Goose in Plano. I absolutely love it. My daughter, as you know, loves queso. And so whenever, it's nearby, so we just hit it up. On the sign, on the marquee, that's what it's called. It's called a marquee.
Yes.
Outside of Blue Goose on Greenville, it says, Micah Parsons eats for free. And then Babe Laufenberg took a picture of it and tweeted out and said, hope this goes for Brad and Babe as well, because I guess they're going to eat. And then Micah Parsons quote tweeted it.
Oh.
And said, well, I know where I'm about to go sit down at. That means he's about to go eat him some blue goose.
Do you ever get upset when people don't pick up on those cues when you're like, man, like if you text your wife or something, you're like, we've played so many Wingstop commercials today. And she's like, oh, yeah, that's cool. And then like she doesn't see that you're getting at is, I think we should have Wingstop tonight. And like you're trying to protect some of your dignity by not just straight up saying, hey, can we get Wingstop? And everybody like, oh, yeah, no, maybe that is a good idea. All right. So then your question is.
A question to y'all. If you were going to eat somewhere for free, where's it going to be? 877-881-1053. You have a restaurant that says Tolo Joe eats here for free. Tolo Joe. Oh, Joey. There you go. He's just Joey still. Cause
when he gets further into his career, he'll go by Joe.
Yeah. Smart move.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Ask Joey Montana.
It's a name evolution.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ask Joey Namath. How do you become great? You drop the Y. That's how. Ask Joey Harrington. What happened to him? Never succeeded. So 877-881-1053. You want a sign outside that says you eat here free. And I do wonder, Micah, is he going by himself? Is he taking people with him? Is he like, Tank, we're going to eat today. Blue goose on me. And Tank's like, sweet. By the way, Tank Lawrence going to be on with G-Bag Nation around 4:20, I believe, today.
Is that a catch-all for the rest of your family or the rest of your party? Because I feel like it's like you'd make a case-by-case decision. You're like, oh, you know what? He had a heck of a play on Sunday, or I guess now on Thursday. I feel like that violates the spirit of the rule. You know, like how we talked about in the U.S. Match the other day, is maybe it violated the spirit of the offside rule that on the VAR it looked like half of his body or part of his arm was over. And you're like, well, is that really what we're going? Does it violate the spirit of the rule for Micah to bring 18 people and be like, hey, free for everybody?
I don't know. By the way, somebody from the 972, E-Bar Tex-Mex on Haskell, best Blanco queso in Dallas. I'll have to try that out. Me and Lucy will go.
Do love queso.
I do wonder, Kevin, that is, and I do wonder if that's how Micah does it. He's like, because he did say, I don't even pay $6 for a Coke. I send it back or whatever.
Oh, man, because I remember the whole dust up with the haircut.
So he's like Alfred Morris.
Yeah.
He is a new version of Alfred Morris who's like, I'm driving the same Toyota. I'm changing the oil in this sucker. I'm going to do it myself. Doesn't even take toll roads, Kevin, we found out, Alfred Morris.
I hear you on that.
There
was a time at the newspaper, so of course we were making $1.50 an hour. I would avoid toll roads like the plague. And then I got to the point where I was like, the irritation and stress level, I have to create a chart. Like, how many dollars is that worth?
So does he do the I'm taking you to dinner, or I'm taking you to lunch on me, and then he like, that's a win too if it's free for you.
It depends on who you're taking. If it's a date, it's a loss.
What?
All right, because
you can tell her order anything you want.
Okay, well you can also tell her that because you're Micah Parsons. But I don't know if I would go for the freebie at the first date. You know? Like if this is an entrenched relationship, she's going to be pumped, or he is going to be pumped that you got a heck of a deal. You know, but like right now, my wife gets a heck of a deal, or I do. We're both like high-fiving each other. But at the beginning, I'm not going to be like, dude, we got to check out this place I got a coupon to. Like that's not how you want to start it off. I like this from the 469, Knife in Plano.
Oh, man.
Did you know that as part of Swinging for a Cause, you can bid on a dinner with the KNC Masterpiece, maybe with Joey? We've been negotiating that behind the scenes if Joey gets to go along with us, because Reggie and the Get Right have their own dinner that's competing against us.
Well, Derek threw himself into the dinner also.
And Derek Holland.
He was like, hey, I want to eat. So I'll go.
See, he follows the Micah philosophy that you threw out there. He's like, no, I'll go. And so Derek Holland is now an unadvertised but definitely happening part of our bidding with Jared Sandler for Swinging for a Cause. We were first yesterday. We would like to finish first.
I do want to point out, and it's not just because I like Reggie, like as a friend and everything, but like he's one of the highlights of those dinners. So if you're bidding on another dinner on the Get Right,
yes,
Reggie is
$1 less than ours.
A fantastic person to have dinner with. He always like it's interesting to see his approach to dinner because he's already indecisive about everything.
That
right?
is
so he's like, I will just order
fair.
2 dishes. You know, like he's one of those guys. So it's a lot of fun to go with Reggie.
What I like about this is people are already voting on what restaurant and giving us giving their goals. All right. So this one didn't just say Crab Station from the 972. They said Crab Station and I'm killing 7 pounds. So like they're like, not only am I going to eat there for free, I'm going to tell you what I'm accomplishing there.
From the 806, Kevin.
Just don't read the one that said Kendall Jenner's room. What are we doing? That is not okay.
You don't know what she serves in there. It could be fantastic pizza.
Okay, fair.
From the 806, text in if you know what this means.
Okay.
I love how Corey's get whatever you want was 2 lobsters. Hope they're from the lobster tank at Walmart. Text in if you know what that is from. 877-881-1053. We'll leave it at that. Kevin,
because I do know what that means.
I will say this. If they're like, hey, eat here free, it is Mexican Bar Company. They are right next door to Knife, all right? Like, they literally sit right next door to each other. I love their margaritas. I love their drinks. They have a great vibe. They have the salsa dancing. They move all the tables out of the way at 9 o'clock and have salsa dancing. My wife loves the place. So now, Kevin, this is me going on a date and taking her, and we're high-fiving because we got a deal.
Yes.
I don't just say this because it's part of the station. Like, this is a place where I go to eat all the time because I love their lobster tostada, and it's a place that my wife likes. So I'm going to do something to take care of me and the wife at the same time.
Oh, by the way, we're getting even more updates from the 214. I used to work at E-Bar. I can confirm that queso is the bomb.
gosh.
So we've started a grassroots campaign right here. Now, this is what interests me about this topic. From the 214, they said they would eat at Panda Express or Chick-fil-A for free if they could. Now then I started to think about like functionality and convenience, because my initial vote was going to be to the melting pot. Is fondue
You love the
I
melting pot,
love the melting pot because it feels like multiple activities because there's stuff going on, and like you'll hang out there for 2.5, 3 hours. So if you like really want to get to know somebody and like have a conversation, is like that's a great place, and it can be fun, and like when you're cooking some of the food, maybe you can bond and stuff like that. But how realistic is that? I'm not going to the melting pot every single day, whereas Chick-fil-A, maybe you don't want to go to any place every single day, but if you can eat for free, how much more convenient is it that you'd see a Chick-fil-A than a melting pot? There's a few of them, but like there's a Chick-fil-A or a Wendy's or whatever everywhere, and so I see the convenience factor mattering too.
Yeah, it's not like if I go out of town, the Mexican Bar Company's going to be right there.
Exactly.
But it's right there in my neighborhood, so I know. That is a very good approach to this. I like that people are thinking this way. I do like this from the 817. Chuck E. Cheese for all the single moms. Are you going in there and like you reeling off a bunch of free tickets too? Like, is this one of those where it's not just free pizza? You walk in and Chuck E. Cheese is like, here, you also get all the skee ball you want. You know, like you get to do this, and now you're skee ball champion. You have a little bag with your name embroidered on it, and you're hot to all the moms and everything. I think they can get that down.
What's happening there?
What? All the moms are like, man, did you watch how he put the ball in the 100 spot every time? Nobody can ever do that. But because you eat free there and you get free tickets and free skee ball, bam, you're an expert. And now all the moms are like, man, can you show my kid how to skee ball?
If there was a skee ball championship for slightly rotating too far to the right on the big ticket items and falling down to the 10 or 20.
That's you?
That's me.
Oh.
Because I'll tell you, if this was cornhole, I feel like I would be much more productive because I can always hit the edge of the 40 and 50, but it always veers and it's always to the right.
Yep.
And you would think at some point over the years I would have corrected, but I didn't. And then it slides down into, it's the sad spot. They give you 10 or 20 points, but they're like, I'm disappointed in you, 10 or 20 points, you know?
Do you ever think your approach should be not to go for the 100 then, to go for just the 50?
It depends.
Or the 40?
It depends. If you're doing this simultaneously, you have to size up your opponent. Otherwise, if you're second, you can make that decision after the fact. But if you're going simultaneously, the second I see one of those people hit the 40 or 50, all logic goes out the window, and I'm like, this time I'm going to get it. This is an interesting question from the 469. If you're getting free food, how much are y'all tipping the server? You should absolutely do that because it's not their fault, or it's definitely not their benefit that you're getting the free food. That's one of the things sometimes when we go on remotes, we'll get free food and we'll always either tip the server individually or as a collective. So that is an interesting question. I think you can still run the same kind of logic. Like, how much would you have spent and still tip accordingly off of that? I feel like is fair.
Lots of different places coming in. Somebody did text in they need 407 barbecue. They can't afford to eat there every day, but if they could, they would. And so if it's free, they're eating there every day. And we had our venue out there, man. It was awesome. That place is fantastic, and the people were cool. Like it was really really cool. Nice to get down and talk with them. Torchies, because they're so expensive, but I have to eat there every week. There are people addicted to Torchies, isn't there?
Man, that might be an interesting other topic. Is what restaurant do you eat at, even though you know, like, cost-benefit analysis, you probably shouldn't? Because I remember my wife loves Taco Bell, but she hadn't been in a while because with the baby and everything like that. And then she went there, and it was a little bit of a shock to her system how expensive things were.
What?
Because I think
it's expensive at Taco Bell?
Well, it's expensive comparatively, because I still think we're all living in the world, if you're a certain age, when, like, the crunchy and soft tacos were 59 and 69 cents. We're just not there
My
anymore.
order was double-decker taco and a chili cheese burrito. Like that was my order every single time, and it was $2.64.
Yeah, it's not that anymore.
What?
Yeah, I hate to be the person that tells you like times and prices change, but you know what? Guess what, Corey? Times and prices change. Oh my God, the Cheesecake Factory. All right, here's the only scenario in which I could envision you needing to eat at a place every day for free. I believe if you are given this gift by the Cheesecake Factory, you could eventually conquer their menu. Otherwise, I think it is impossible to run through the entire Cheesecake Yearbook menu. But if you were given the free option, you would have to hit that place hard. I think you could conquer the menu.
Subway?
Remember, sorry, Corey, I said Taco Bell is expensive comparatively to where it was, like many, many places. But people bring up the Jack in the Box tacos and Taco Bell as their like flashpoints for things have gotten more expensive.
From the 972, Taco Bell is expensive compared to what, Kevin? Pizza rolls?
Oh, yeah.
Joey, I don't know if you know this about Kevin, but he's a pizza roll elitist.
I used to eat bagel bites quite a bit, but they're not the same thing.
Different deal.
But
because
yes.
Bagel Bites, it's like a box of 9, and now it's like $2.50, $3, $2.79 on the right day. But you can get that bag of Tostitos pizza rolls. There's like 100 in there. It's like $6. And, you know, like, that just feels like something's happening here.
From the 817, can't ever do torch. This is weird. Can't ever do Torchies again. Old roommate was sleeping with a bartender. Apparently, she had an accident in his bed one night. And after that, I was like, nope. So you connected that girl
100%.
to that restaurant, and now you won't eat there anymore because of something that happened away from the restaurant.
Fair.
No,
yes.
Not fair.
It's the same thing if you get food poisoning at a chain and you never want to participate with that chain again. All of it is fair. Now, we're able to have these fun conversations as part of our Dallas Cowboys Thursday, courtesy of AT&T 5G, fast, reliable, secure.
Yeah, the Cowboys, Kevin, they need to hit the QB fast. That's what they need to do, and they need to do it early and get a strip sack just like they did recently. Get this game started. The O-line needs to be reliable and have Dak standing up in the pocket, delivering passes, and they need to put points on the board ad nauseum, Kevin. That is what they need to do to secure their victory. The Colts can't score. Cowboys need to put points on the board.
And now with all of that in mind, Corey,
let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10
now
will win, man, a pair of awesome tickets and a parking pass to see the Cowboys play the Colts on Sunday night. These tickets will be in the 100 level. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Hope you win those tickets. And coming up next, the C Block right here on The Fan.
Let's do it.
Hey, we know you. about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you did not win the ticket giveaway, we already have our winner. Don't worry.
There's more.
In the 5 o'clock hour, G-Bag will do the same giveaway for the same or like adjacent same amazing seats. And if you missed the last segment, you missed Corey's amazing joke.
You're welcome.
Surely that will be the most noteworthy thing to come out of that segment. That and whoever won the Cowboys tickets.
So you're telling me that G-Bag is having Demarcus Lawrence on, otherwise known as Tank. And they're giving away Cowboys tickets in almost like within an hour of each other?
Yes.
That's pretty
Why
awesome.
you would be away from your radio at any point during that show, but especially in that hour, it befuddles me.
Why we Tolo.
Now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Get the music, Joey. He looks very panicked right now.
Hit the intro. Is there not a...
There's not an intro for this.
I
Thank you
did
very
like
much.
that he kind of did a dance move or something. I don't know what that was.
I want to start with a story. A story about a man. A man who had a chance.
What?
A chance to play for the Chiefs.
Uh-huh.
And for some reason, he said no. Haley Sutton from DallasCowboys.com sat down with Peyton Hendershot, who have you decided, do you like Ferguson or Hendershot more? Do you like them just as the combo?
See, that's a great question because I know I should, but in my mind, I always consider any accomplishment by either an accomplishment for Team Fergushot. I will work on that.
I also, I'm interested. I've been checking out. Haley Sutton does some really good work, man. And I know Bobby said that she's a star in the making. Maybe he said she's already a star, but
yeah,
just some really good work over there at DallasCowboys.com. Really appreciate all the stuff that they do there. Tomorrow at this time, we will have Isaiah Stanback joining us.
Great.
Yeah, he does some great stuff too. This is the conversation about how Hendershot almost became a Chief.
So when you did get that call where the Cowboys said, hey, we're not going to draft you, but we still want you to come out, did that help at all, or did it kind of give you motivation?
No, listen, it was kind of crazy because, like, when they had drafted Ferg, I was mad because the Kansas City Chiefs, they had wanted me too. And so I kind of already worked out the deal with Kansas City that I was going to go there. Well, Dove called me, and Dove's my guy. He's like the only coach throughout the whole process that I really like kicked it off with. And when he called me again and said, dude, like, I'm the one going to be coaching you. Like, you're going to be good. Just come here and trust me. Right when he said that, I hung up the phone. Andy Reid literally called 5 minutes later. I said, Coach, I already told Dallas I'm going there. I'm not coming.
What? What, dude?
All
That's
right.
awesome.
Now that's my favorite.
You have a coach.
Can I just say now that's my favorite?
You have a coach that had such a good connection with a player, and he's like, I'm going to be coaching you. And he told Andy Reid, the team that is the favorite team to win the Super Bowl, where they use their tight ends. Like Travis Kelce is used, all right? Like and you could be the next Travis Kelce. I don't know when he's going to retire, but, like maybe.
We determined that the other day, 5 years. We gave him 5 more years.
You could be the next, like you could be making plays like that all the time. And he said, no, I'm going to the Cowboys. Mostly, and again, because of a coach. He said, I want to play with this coach. This coach knows me. He's my guy. I like him a lot. So that right there is awesome. That's that's Hendershot right there saying that he turned down the Chiefs for the Cowboys.
Is it okay then to say now he's my favorite? Like, because of that, in the moment, because of that cut that you just played, can I now say that he's my favorite?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Absolutely, you can.
Congratulations. He's the best Peyton around.
Wow. Did you just take a shot at our Peyton?
He's not our Peyton anymore.
Well, because he's Sean and RJ and Bobby's Peyton at this point?
Peyton is great.
Is he?
Better than Joey.
Oh, my God.
I'm just kidding. I'm just taking nonsensical shots for no reason. I think Peyton is a super hard worker. I'm super happy for him.
All right. And I know, Kevin, this was my plan all along today to talk more about OBJ. Josina Anderson was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby this morning.
Okay, well, I get it.
She was on, she was on with them.
She was good. I think I've hit my maximum interest in this topic. I look forward to wherever he picks. I hope it's the Cowboys, but I'm kind of tired of the build-up.
Let's go with cut 2 to start. Is there a chance that Beckham signs before visiting all 3 teams?
I mean, anything can happen. A free agent process is always fluid. Anything can happen. But my expectation as of right now is that he will get to all 3 teams because from a business standpoint, it just makes sense to, give all of those teams, the opportunity to get that in-person vibe. And quite frankly, after doing so, and you have that experience in person, it, should, raise the desire, anti-leverage, for him to come to any one of those teams and other teams, not just beyond those 3 teams. We'll see if he even goes to any other place after that. It would be kind of hard pressed for me to see him not getting to Dallas and letting down Jerry Jones in that sense, especially as vocal and as much pressure as Jerry Jones, I feel, was putting on the situation with his comments publicly and the things that are, getting said behind the scenes. So I would be surprised at this point, but I've been covering the NFL for 20 years and, anything is always possible. Last year I would have thought he would have ended up with the Packers and everything switched the day of, the decision last year after Von Miller and Jalen Ramsey and all those guys kept calling him, and then he ended up with the Rams. So things can switch. People keep saying this team is ahead, that team is ahead. I really do not think that's the case. I believe that the decision is still wide open. He's still considering things. There are multiple factors to consider. I think he has it in his head, certain preferences.
Kevin, this is what I really wanted to ask. This is less about Beckham and more about the art of negotiation and the art of making a deal. Which team do you want to be? Do you want to be the first team, second team, or third team?
I want to be the third team.
You want to be the last one to say that you kind of have all the information you can get.
Given these parameters, like in a different free agency, like if it was free agency in terms of the start of NFL free agency, then I think I would want to be the first team because I would try to, like I always say when we went to Platinum Chevy, is like set the first appointment with me. You won't need the other ones. That's what I would do. But Odell Beckham has had a long time to think this over. I also agree I thought that was a really great answer, I agree that he will see all of them through. And in that case, I want to be the last person.
Okay. So you can also, here's my thing, I think, was it Durant or Steph or was it MJ? They screwed up it was Durant, right? They screwed up the pitch to him.
Oh, yeah.
And put the wrong name on there. And it was like, come on, what are we even doing here? What's your sell at this point to land this player? And again, there are multiple things we need to discuss here. She at some point mentions he might not be healthy this year, that he might not play this year. He wants a multi-year deal, but this year might not happen. Jerry has already said, we got to have you this year. If we're doing this, we're doing it for this year because we think this is the year we can do it. This is the year we can win. We want to add that one other player that gives you the injection in the arm that says, we got this for the rest of the way. I mean, the Rangers, we always go back. Cliff Lee was the injection. They added Cliff Lee, and the Rangers were like, why? We can win. We can go win a World Series. Let's go. They weren't supposed to be there yet. This Cowboys team is ready, and adding this sends a signal from Jerry Jones that, look, I am willing to do what it takes to add something to this team if y'all need it or want it because you guys are in position to go win. That is a shot there. So I'm kind of in that spot of I can't make the deal if he's not going to be here this year.
First of all, I'm with you on that. I don't see the appeal anywhere near as much because this felt like the thing where hey, I think we're pretty close. We could use the kind of like if you went back and watched the Redeem team they were like, oh, hey, I think we're pretty close. And then they added Kobe and they're like, okay, we're good. So I thought that was one of these situations. There's a variety of things that I would love to tell him. First of all, there's no offense in the NFL right now that is clicking better by a variety of metrics than the Dallas Cowboys since Dak Prescott came back. You can think whatever you want, but since he came back, Dak is playing better than Josh Allen is right now.
We're built to ease you into the offense.
Exactly.
We don't have to force it. You can work your way in.
And this is the last thing that I would tell him. I would tell him, look, I have no doubt that if you win a Super Bowl in Buffalo, you will be beloved by all the good people in the greater upstate New York and lower Canadian area for the rest of your life. Everybody remembers iconic Dallas Cowboys.
Yep.
Everybody. People know Jim Kelly, but people really know Troy Aikman.
How are you greeting him at the Star? All right, is he landing in at DFW? You send the jet out, the helicopter out there to pick him up, land him in, because, Kevin, I don't know if you've seen this or not. I've been out there. Jerry will take some people onto the helicopter and fly them around the premises and then land them back and then have discussions with them.
I am still shocked they didn't get a permit to build an airstrip at the Star. Like, I am shocked that we couldn't make that private
plane. He knew he had the
plane
chopper. He knew he was like, I got the chopper.
I think that's the case. And like, the primary thing I would tell him is, you will be a hero in Buffalo and parts of Canada. You will be an icon if you win a Super Bowl here with the Dallas Cowboys, and you will be the story.
When he arrives, should Dak be there?
Yes. Dak should be there.
Hank, Micah
should be there.
Micah should be working out.
No.
Because that's what Micah does.
Micah could do both.
Micah should be hitting a quarterback somewhere.
No, but he'll be doing both at the same time. And as soon as he got off the helicopter, I would just be like, ha, ha, ha.
Mm-hmm.
No better place for a star than the Star.
Yeah.
And then you're done.
I like
You're
it.
going to win. You're going to win.
I think I'm having Zeke and Dak there to greet him, walk him in with Jerry, and then Steven's obviously sitting there with his calculator in one section of the room. But yeah, man, I think that you let him get comfortable with some of these guys from the team that have been saying we want this player. Yeah, Micah should be there too, because Micah was one of the first people that jumped out there and said, bring this dude on. So anyway, all kind of interesting thoughts there. Glad that Josina Anderson, who's been all over this, was on. She's with CBS, I believe. She was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby this morning. I appreciate them doing. They booked some great guests, man. I really appreciate them. Here's the other thing I wanted to talk about. Tonight's a big night. And their Thursday night football. Who's playing tonight, Kevin?
Is that what you're super jazzed up about?
Heck no. I'm going to be watching a little Thursday night football.
But that is not what you're going for.
I'm starting a band.
And, okay, I just want to say real quick, I'm going to pick the Patriots because we just went through this don't go to the Bills crusade.
The Bills stink. Yeah.
So even though the Bills kind of own the Patriots as of late, but I'm going to say the Patriots.
CD should be there as well as Post Malone. I agree.
Oh, yeah. That's actually not a bad idea.
Fly Posty in right now. I'm starting a band tonight. This is our first band practice, Joey. We're really excited about it. Haven't come up with a name for the band yet. Our gaming team is Whiskey Force Gaming. So that's something. Maybe we just go with Whiskey Force. That'll be our band name. What's up?
Joey, help me out real quick. I think my ears might be broken. Did Corey say he's starting a band?
This is what I heard through my ears as well.
Corey, I have it on good authority that you're starting a band.
I have said that I'm starting a band. My buddy who was in the Air Force for years, he and I were in high school band together. And our other buddy was also in the Army. He was in a high school band with us. He played the drums. And when my one friend, Travis, he moved to San Antonio and lived there for a long time. And he said, when I moved back to Dallas, which I never thought was going to happen because he has an awesome little house in San Antonio. He said, when I moved back to Dallas, we're starting a band. I was like, all right. So he is now back in Dallas. I'm very excited to have my buddy back. I love that guy. And tonight's our first band practice. And I couldn't be more excited. I don't have any songs necessarily ready and set. We've started writing some songs together.
Shut your mouth. You're doing original stuff?
We have some. Yeah, you have to have a plan of original stuff at some point. Mm-hmm. But I think tonight's just going to be, one of those jam sessions to fill each other out, see how things go.
Are you the lead singer?
He really wants to be the lead singer. All right.
Oh, okay.
He can sing well too.
So there's gonna be some tension within the band, maybe.
Not really.
No,
I'm pretty
like Motley Crue up in here.
Our drummer he knows his singing tools. I can sing. I'm perfectly fine singing backup. I'm okay with that.
I actually have heard Corey sing. He's pretty good.
Yeah. And so like if we have some songs that I want to sing, hell, I'll do it. There's no tension. I'm pretty easy to work with, Kevin. You know this.
Okay.
I have no problem.
For the most part, we have gotten heated at each other like twice before, but we've also been working together a really long time.
One of them was on air. The other one was off air.
Yeah, and that on-air one carried off air. I remember that one very vividly. All right, so you guys are building up your band. It's going to be a process. So everyone's here and ready to rock with this band for a really long time.
Yeah.
Are they?
The other part, let's not talk about that part right now.
Okay. All right, never mind. I thought that was, never mind. So they will be there
I can't talk about
for
that.
a really long time.
I'm hoping that we get to play for a very long time.
I will 100% go to
Will
one of
Chambers
your
said,
gigs.
you guys are like the Eagles. Yeah, there's a possibility that we could be like the Eagles, where our drummer is actually the singer too. Lots of people can sing and just jam out. I'm going to play some guitar. I've been playing acoustic guitar. Never picked up an electric guitar. So tonight will be my first time to ever play an electric guitar. I'm really looking forward to it. Solos on my acoustic are difficult.
Could you name, and by the way, somebody challenged me and I'm texting them back. Yes, that is 100% from High Fidelity. Could you name your band the Cocaine Bears?
No, I refuse to name it the Cocaine Bears.
What about Pablo Escobar?
Pablo Escobar?
That probably doesn't work as well outside of the context that this bear has done cocaine or swallowed like an entire package of cocaine.
Do we have to have a bear on cocaine on the stage at all times if that's what we're going to go by?
Be a sick logo.
Yeah.
That will be your one and only gig.
Uncaged.
As all it will end very poorly.
Don't do that. We'll be called Unleashed. That's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
We're gonna say Unleashed is the name of our band.
See, why don't you call the band The Fan, but not all of the people in the band
Just
are
one guy.
on. It would be different. It was like you, Joey, Sharif, Eric. Like then I'm like, well, sure. But it's like people that aren't on the radio.
Yeah, the music style, it can be anything from some acoustic Skinnerd to some Robert Earl Keen. There are lots of different options, lots of different avenues we can go down because we have eclectic music styles that we like. So we'll draw from a lot of things.
Just real quick, and I know we need to go, but from the 817, what if y'all start playing tonight and realize that you suck? Will you rock the suck?
What does that mean?
Lean into it. Be the
Be bad.
Thanksgiving
Be
of
bad
bands.
until we get good.
Yes. Be the Trolls 2. Be the Room. Be the Thanksgiving of bands. Go out there and do your thing.
We're probably going to stink at first, but we're committed to growing and being great. All right.
Okay.
Got to have a backup plan if this radio thing doesn't work out.
Oh my gosh, you've been here so long.
Be a super rock star.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of cocaine and bears.
That's the path that you think is more likely than continuing at your current place of employment.
At 41.
Fantastic. I hope it works out for you.
Can't
With
wait
a
to go
KNC
on the
masterpiece.
road, on tour, leave the family behind.
No. Coming up next, Mike Evans hit a huge milestone on Sunday. Is he a Hall of Famer? 877-881-1053. And if you call your band, oh snap, I would never go to one of your gigs. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
First and goal for the 5. Brady. Evans. Did he catch it? Yes, sir. Touchdown. Hard to beat in the air. Mike Evans.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan with a simple question that people are already disagreeing about. Mike Evans, a lot of people have a lot of ideas for band names.
Thank you very much.
Is Mike Evans a Hall of Famer? All right, so Mike Evans is the 5th active player to reach 10,000 career receiving yards. The other ones are Julio Jones, Sean Jackson, DeAndre Hopkins, and A.J. Green. So that's the group of 5 that are currently at 10,000 plus yards receiving. So do you think, and he has 78 catches, which is 34th most ever. Do you think he is a Hall of Famer?
He has a Super Bowl under his belt?
He does.
I thought A.J. Green at almost 10,000 yards receiving was close to being a Hall of Famer. A.J. Green did not have a Super Bowl. And, I think a lot of that had to do with the first, 5 years of A.J. Green's career. It was just insanely good.
Yeah.
And then I feel like after that, it was injuries and some other stuff, and he never, age caught up. Mike Evans, the first, since 2014. Is it 7 years? That is just
8.
The numbers are awesome. He's a 1,000-yard receiver every year. 1,000-yard receiver every year.
I believe he is now either second or in first for most consecutive 1,000-yard seasons to start a career.
Now here's the thing,
and he's on pace to get there again.
Like Calvin Johnson in my eyes, Hall of Famer.
Sure.
It's just you watched him play and you're like, yes, that's a Hall of Fame player. Mike talks about this a lot. You played against a guy in that time. Were you saying, I'm playing against a Hall of Famer? Probably, with Calvin Johnson. I think at some point there will be hey, do we change the standards? And Mike's brought this up. You brought this up. I think we've all had this discussion. Where we change the standard for receiver.
Right.
Even though the numbers are incredible.
Right.
And nothing that our fathers ever saw whenever they were our age.
Sure. These stats would blow their minds.
Yeah. Michael Irvin wasn't putting up these numbers.
And we had, was it Steve Largent that we had on? He led in every major statistical category when he retired, and now he's way down the list.
I'm kind of fascinated at his catch percentage.
Okay.
His catch percentage is 57.5.
That does not feel Hall of Famer-ish.
His yards per reception are 15.2.
That's
feel insane.
Very Hall of Famer-ish.
There are numbers that are man, he does get a lot of deep balls passed to him, right?
Yeah.
That's one of his fortes in college was Johnny just said, throw it up in the air.
Oh, yeah.
Mike Evans will be there.
I loved Mike Evans in college.
Well, that's because you loved A&M.
That is true.
And he was in
But
A&M.
I also feel like he was a lovable player to watch because of all those amazing catches and big plays.
So, his most receptions in a year is 96. In an era where it seems like a lot of big-time receivers are getting 100 catches a year.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that. And that is kind of what led to part of the crux of this conversation. From the 903, he does it quietly. And then from the 972, he's not a Hall of Famer. And the 228, not a Hall of Famer, wedged in between them, 972. He's definitely a Hall of Famer. So I kind of wanted to look at it from the perspective of comparing him with the other 5. So if it's Mike Evans, Julio Jones, DeAndre Hopkins, Deshaun Jackson, and A.J. Green, where does he fit in that hierarchy? Because I think that Julio Jones and DeAndre Hopkins are definitely Hall of Famers.
Okay. Man, that's interesting. You think those two are?
Yes. The other two, I do not think Deshaun Jackson is a Hall of Famer.
I don't either.
And A.J. Green, it felt like right when he was going to move into Hall of Fame contention is where he fell off. I actually think Mike Evans is right in the middle of those 5. So, like, I think Julio Jones and DeAndre Hopkins are Hall of Famers based on, like, so many different metrics that we've talked about. I think Deshaun Jackson and A.J. Green are not Hall of Famers.
Mike Evans' postseason career, Kevin, consists of 1 playoff.
It would, yeah, because Tampa Bay always sucks, or they did.
Or
before
2
Brady.
playoffs, 2 playoff runs. So he beats Washington, New Orleans, Green Bay, Kansas City, wins the Super Bowl. And then last year, he was irrelevant. He was a receiver that was on an irrelevant team for the early part of his career until Tom Brady arrived.
You're right. I just don't know if receivers or any other position gets judged the way that quarterbacks do. It is a weird dynamic. I think that Mike Evans, like, his playoff overall stats aren't going to matter, and they certainly won't matter anywhere the same as, like, Romo's or whoever else.
The other thing, though, is, like, when you talk about that on the national stages, on the playoff stages, I understand what you're talking about with where quarterbacks are, but that's where you get your relevancy.
You're right.
To the rest of the country. I know football's played on TV across the country, but the rest of the country gets to see you do your thing.
It's the whole reason people still know who David Tyree is because of the postseason. Or I guess just that 1 catch.
6 catches for 119 yards against Washington. 1 catch for 3 yards and a touchdown in the second game.
Oh, well.
3 for a touchdown in 51, 1 for 31 in the Super Bowl. No touchdown. Then add to that the next year, 9 for 117 and a touchdown, 8 for 119 and a touchdown. So, like, that puts him there too. So I think he can be, but there are so many receivers in this era with him that have magnificent numbers. Does he separate himself enough from them? What is the separator? He has a Super Bowl. Like, that's a really good thing. So is Cooper Kupp going to be a Hall of Famer? Because Cooper Kupp could potentially break a lot of his records.
Yes.
And has the Super Bowl to go with it.
I think he can be for sure. I wonder if, like, the factor that we were talking about, do people also then factor in the inverse of that? Do they say, yeah, he had to catch passes for a long time from Jameis and Ryan Fitzpatrick?
I don't know. Yeah.
Like, I'm not
like
sure.
What you were saying with Hopkins.
Yeah. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins, that's why DeAndre Hopkins is 100% a Hall of Famer to me, is who the hell was throwing him the ball? Doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. And we talk so much about, one of the reasons that we talk so much about All Pro is when we did our studies about, like, the modern NFL Hall of Fame, what sells for them. Man, if you make an all-decade team, it's almost a rubber stamp. Unless, of course, you're a Cowboys player from the 70s, then they decided to drag their feet forever. But Julio Jones, 2 first teams, 3 second teams. DeAndre Hopkins, 3 first teams, 2 second teams. So essentially, and those were almost all consecutively. I think you can look at a 5-year period of time where you can say Julio Jones and DeAndre Hopkins were the dudes. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm looking at the 2010s. You had Julio Jones, Calvin Johnson, Fitzgerald, and Antonio Brown were your receivers in the 2010s.
And that's the thing about, and you brought it up earlier, Antonio Brown is currently, there's an active warrant saying he's wanted on battery charge stemming from an incident on November 28th.
2000s, Moss, Harrison, Owens, Holt. All of them deserving to be in the Hall of Fame?
I mean, those sound like your Hall of Famers right there.
1990s, Chris Carter, Jerry Rice, Tim Brown, Michael Irvin.
Yeah.
Like you pointed out, that defines whether or not those guys get in there.
And it's not always fair. I'm not here to tell you this is what the criteria should be. I'm just telling you what the criteria are. So that's why I think Julio and DeAndre Hopkins are in. AJ Green is a little trickier because I remember there was a time when I was like, holy crap, AJ Green is one of the best. I never really thought Deshaun Jackson was the best. I thought he was really good and really fast, but I also thought, like, he's a guy who gets hurt and maybe complains a lot. And so I don't know, but that's why I was curious. Is Mike Evans, do you think he will be a Hall of Famer?
How many All-Pros did you say he had?
See, and that is a huge issue for Mike Evans. He has one second team, and that's it. And do you
That's
know?
a huge factor for you, man.
No, you're right.
Like, you use that a lot.
And do you know why? Because guess who he finished behind every single one of those years? Julio Jones and DeAndre Hopkins. That's why if there's a Hall of Fame order, Mike Evans can't leapfrog those two. I don't think, because they played at the exact same time. Now, of course, Mike Evans was younger in his career. I get all that. But those are the people he was competing against, and he didn't surpass them. So you would have to put Julio and DeAndre Hopkins, I would think, ahead of Mike Evans. But what if Mike Evans breaks off this incredible string of, let's say he gets like 12 or 13 straight 1,000-yard receiving seasons? Well, what the hell are you going to do then?
It's something unique, yeah. And it's a very sellable thing, and it does come down to, did that media cover him too? Did they see him? Do they agree with whoever's pitching him? Kevin, Bobby Belt did text us and said somebody needs to check on Derek.
What happened?
Michigan running back star Blake Corum is expected to have knee surgery and is out for the season.
Yeah.
And he should make a full recovery. He tried to play last week against Ohio State.
He had like 2 carries.
But his knee made it impossible.
Yeah.
According to Rappaport.
Because you remember when we were doing Peace-a-thon, is Derek and Marty, they're both Michigan guys. Yeah. One was like, I hear he's playing. The other one's like, I hear he's not playing. And so he, like, God bless him.
They were both right.
He gave their effort. Yeah, and he had, I think, like two or three carries, and you're like, well, that's not going to work. The good news for Michigan is they still beat the brakes off Ohio State. What does that look for?
Terrence Steele's not at practice today.
Is it illness, or is it a scheduled day off? Why are you doing this to me?
Diggs and Gallup.
Diggs, I know, was sick. This stupid flu hasn't passed all the way through there. What are they, my baby?
Hinted that illness is impacting others. So maybe it is Steele has the illness as well.
You know what?
We have Peters, so we're
This is the best time ever to have Sunday Night Football, all right? So we'll build you up throughout Sunday and make sure they're good to go by then. It's just Thursday. It's okay.
We got Jerry tomorrow. We'll ask him.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll have all
What the hell can we do to get rid of this flu? That's how we should ask the question. We're the KNC Masterpiece. He might have it. Was that why he was coughing with Sean and RJ?
The jab. The flu jab.
Stop that. Coming up next.
I got my flu shot.
That's good.
Because I was forced to. Otherwise, I
oh
wouldn't
my
have.
God. But you were so close. Coming up next, we will chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. It's hard to believe conference play is...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Joey the Jet running our board as
yes.
I want to say as always, but as a lot of the times, we're still
as lately.
Yeah, we're still working on that. All right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for a chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. Now, Wolchuk, you just said something that was not going to be the crux of this crosstalk, but I do want to bring it up. Are you on Game Changers Season 1 or Season 2?
2.
All right, once they abandoned Emilio Estevez, I abandoned their show.
You're not. It wasn't a
He's
bad
doing
decision.
it wrong.
It
No,
wasn't a
this
bad
is
decision.
a great season. The ending stunk.
No, right. So, like, it was okay. The
Ending
finale
stunk.
was just not good.
Yeah.
Just not good. I wasn't into it, man. It just was. It was too forced. They were trying to do some nostalgia to the original series, and it didn't work for me. And I think that the main kid in it, Evan Morrow, he's not very likable.
Oh, really?
I'm not. He's just a little brat
Because of his
kid.
face?
I think he's got a punchable face.
Okay.
When he was chubby in season
kind
1,
of punchable guy?
No,
like
Zach
Zach
very
Wilson.
different punching. Yeah.
Like a Zach Wilson punchable?
Zach Wilson feels like his actions make him more punchable than just his face.
His face is not helping him, though.
Okay.
Like, when he's walking through that locker room and they're like, he clearly doesn't care. A lot of that's just genetics in his face.
It's a good question. What kind of punchable face does this Evan Morrow kid have? And I feel bad because he's like probably 16.
You know
It was
what?
a dicey topic.
I think you got a good point there.
Oh, man, crush him.
Very Miles Teller.
Yeah.
Punchable face.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Corey.
Kind of in that vein is where I'd go with
We
that.
hit it.
Yeah.
Just like he would like to hit his face. I get it. Is 12 teams it is. Is the Rose Bowl back down, or they eventually gave in because College Football Playoff and ESPN were threatening to move on without him? They're like, the hell with you. We don't need you in this playoff. We'll bring in the Citrus Bowl or whatever. And they're like, wait, hold on. We were just kidding. We'll fall in line at least for the next few years. So now College Football Playoff expanding to 12 teams for 24 and 25. And then I believe they will renegotiate these contracts. But it looks like 12 teams, not next year, but the year after that. Are you guys excited about it, or do you think that is going to dilute and water down the regular season?
No, this is great. We've been talking about it for 25 years. You know, college
Right.
football just moves at a snail's pace. I think it's always made sense. And now that we're getting there, I mean, the game has been growing great. It's been awesome for the last 15 years. And I really think, the BCS started to dilute the other games. This move to the playoffs started to dilute the other games. But overall, I feel like the drama is just as good, if not better than ever.
Man, I'm glad that you said that because I think people forget, like, even if you didn't like the BCS or the way it is now, people forget how effed everything would be like this year. Is Georgia has to play in the Sugar Bowl. Ohio State would have to play, Michigan would have to play in the Rose Bowl. TCU would have to play in the Cotton Bowl. And you're like, I don't effing know. They all play different levels of opponents. You hope that you win by 50 points, but then the AP voters were going to be like, I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to do.
No, I think you're absolutely right about this. I think that the universities too, and with the way that when you expand the playoff, you're going to start to see these universities. They need this NIL money too. So any extra money that they can make, or any extra exposure that they can make in the playoffs, because you've got guys like Ryan Day at Ohio State coming out and basically telling his boosters, we need $25 million. And we need it now.
We were talking about that in terms of bringing back Bijan Robinson. Like,
Yeah.
he could be a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Is like, why would you
I'm
not get
glad
the
you brought that
Texas
up.
people and be like, hey, our running back is the reason we won games this year.
Hell
we should
yeah.
bring him back. I mean, maybe Manning's going to be awesome. It looks like Ewers, I know he's still growing into it, but he looks like he might be like, kind of a guy. Is Bijan Robinson is the dude. Why not bring all the money in and keep him?
And you have the rookies' wage scales. Like,
Yeah.
it's all slotted. So we went through Brugler's mock 1.0
He's
yesterday.
21st, right?
21st of the Ravens.
He was first running back picked. So if you're telling me, like, okay, what's the slot for the 21st guy? That's all guaranteed money.
Yeah.
I would
It's
kind of
like $16 million over 4 years.
Yeah.
So on average, $4 million a year. You got to think you can get more than that.
We'll set you up with our crooked insurance company and get you covered just in case.
Yeah.
And we'll get you more than $4 million guaranteed. That should be easy, so easy for
Well,
Texas.
especially for running backs too, because they're in a bad situation. Now teams are starting to run the ball more, and we'll see if the running back comes back. I don't know when we'll ever see a running back get drafted 4th overall like Zeke or something like that. But sure, I mean it's but to answer the whole thing about this playoff thing, it's just going to be about the money, and it's and these schools now know that they have to have money to compete. They have to have money. I mean that's the poor universities that play football, and I say this in a way as Auburn hands out another big contract for a coach. That's $20 million or so that they're paying for coaches they don't even have. So yeah, I mean anything they could do to expand, I'm sure these universities would appreciate that for sure.
I do wonder the quality of games, because if you look at right now, even the college football playoff, we haven't gotten a lot of great semifinal games. Like you've got that Rose Bowl with Oklahoma and Georgia that comes to mind, but otherwise, I mean, it's very few and far between. So
at least there's stakes to them. Like the bowl games, It's like, okay, they win, and it's just cool for that team that won.
A little bit more meaningful.
That's it. At least now. Yeah, the games have stakes to them. Which
I'm for
is
it.
Cool.
I'm not against the expansion. 12 might be a little too much for me. I kind of thought like maybe 6 to 8 would have been perfect, but hell, I'm not against the 12-team expansion.
Is that 12? Then I'm just assuming logic would dictate the top 4 get the bye, and then the rest all play. So you could be adding 4 games. Which I'm glad they're finally admitting the charade of the safety of the student athlete is out the window. Don't get me wrong. I believe in the concept of student athlete. I do not like how the NCAA uses it as a catch-all shield for anything. They're like, look, we care about the student athlete. It's like, no, you don't. Just admit you don't, and you just want to use this for more money. I would be fine if we at least had that grown-up conversation. That's adding 4 more games.
Well, I think the kids I think the kids are okay with it too.
I
now.
bet they are.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, it's now the kids are now partners in this. The kids are now getting paid. So any opportunity that they have to show their ability and to get paid for it, I think the kids don't care at all. I mean, I think they'll play 100 games. You ask them to play 100 games.
Win-win for the kids and the universities.
I don't think it really waters down the regular season either. Like I know that
you don't think the juice would be off a little bit of Michigan, Ohio State? Just asking because, like, I know a loss this weekend could put Ohio State back in, but as it stands, Ohio State will miss the playoff because they lost to Michigan.
Right.
Whereas under the new system, no chance in hell.
People get up for that game anyway, though.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's always gonna.
But the talk would then become the bye.
Yeah.
Right?
You get the bye.
Okay.
And it's still big game football, and America's still going to rally around all of that. And now you can lose a game, and your season isn't just tanked now.
Yeah.
Right. Because some schools it's like we lost now. We don't even really have a hope.
Love
and
that
now
point.
It's like your whole season's still alive, even though you lost or whatever it may be. And the gambling aspect, all these games matter.
Hell
now.
yeah. So now you're going to get maybe better non-conference matchups for week 1, week 2, until you get your conference games. And then we're going to be talking about the seeding. Teams who you don't want to play. And you're going to be jockeying for positioning and that kind of thing, like we're doing towards the end of the NFL season now, in Barnwell's article today.
Yeah.
In terms of teams that you want to avoid, and so they'll still be
everybody
an aspect
wants to
of it.
avoid the Eagles,
right?
Apparently.
Well, which is BS. I think everybody probably
My
wants to
answer is
avoid.
the 49ers,
Absolutely,
right?
it should be the 49ers
for sure.
They're the one
Cowboys.
team that they've got the best offensive and defensive lines.
No, you're right.
Everybody wants to avoid the
but
Cowboys.
But the team the Cowboys would want to avoid, they listed as the Eagles, and we were like, what?
No, I actually want the Cowboys to avoid themselves because I think they beat themselves.
There you go.
So don't get in your own way, Cowboys.
I will read that article. Let me know when it's up.
All right, it's
what do you
coming.
guys got coming up on the program today?
I didn't know you Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. It is a Thursday, so Tank Lawrence will join us about 4:40.
And I heard in the 5 o'clock hour another sweet giveaway.
That's right.
Those Cowboys 100 level tickets. So if you want to get involved, check it out. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Man, this was a fun show, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be the last one, I think.
Why?
After what happened earlier.
Oh, yeah. Well, what can you do?
See you next time, man.
You can wait 24 hours. You can wait 24 hours. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day as we are off and running. Reporter Josina Anderson was on with Sean and RJ this morning. We'll have audio a little bit later on in the show, but I did want to talk about a couple of the more interesting takeaways from that discussion. General at your service. Salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup. Woolchuck and Chiafalo are here. And, of course, Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, or YouTube. What do you think was the most interesting takeaway from that Josina Anderson conversation, Brian?
That he might not play.
Yeah. She wasn't certain. You know, She used words like, if he plays.
If he plays.
So that one is interesting. Especially if you combine that with Jerry Jones saying we need it for this year.
Yeah.
Was that because he's aware of this idea that maybe Odell Beckham Jr. wouldn't be healthy enough? Just 9 months removed from ACL surgery. So to me, that was probably takeaway number one, the uncertainty that Odell Beckham Jr. would be physically capable of playing this year. That's kind of a buzzkill, isn't it? A little bit of a buzzkill?
Definitely a bit of a buzzkill. I was not expecting to get that news this morning. I was like, okay, that's a bummer. Oh, and the Chiefs and the Ravens are still kind of floating around over here. Oh, and he changed his mind the last time he made it a decision that we thought it was one thing, and then in 4 hours it became a different team. Really? Where I was like at like a 90% confidence meter on Thanksgiving Day, and now not near as high.
Ravens, not worried. They're not signing a receiver, okay? You don't have to worry about that. The Niners, though, they've been a team that I've been concerned about. Now, I'm not shocked about this. The agent would probably, the Chiefs definitely are a concern, and they're banged up at receiver. They have been. McCole Hardman's been hurt. Now they just got Juju back. But, you know, and I've referenced the great interview, and if you've missed it, you can go back and check it out on the podcast. But CBS Sports' Joel Corey, who was on with CA and KG the other night, and it was a great interview that they had with him. But he was saying, look, if OBJ was my client, I'd be telling him not to. Why are you trying to rush coming back from injury? It's not even a year removed. Why are you trying to play this year? I would be telling him not to. You sit back and we try and negotiate this offseason. and then you come back when you're fully healthy. There's no need to rush. So I think what Josina Anderson was trying to say is when you go and you meet with everyone, just reading between the lines, if you don't get the deal you're looking for, you do have the leverage here to where you don't have to sign. You don't have to play. Now, if a team wants you bad enough, and Jerry kind of is insinuating if things medically clear, the Cowboys do. The Cowboys want to make that move. So the Cowboys might just say, yep, here we go. Let's make this deal happen. But if the money doesn't work out or medically doesn't work out, maybe OBJ doesn't play.
Yeah, and then there's the added wrinkle that a lot of trainers would want him to do a real workout, but typically veterans don't.
Yeah, there you go.
So would you be willing to bet a multi-year deal without getting to see him try to get off the line or do the 3-cone or whatever sort of indicators you're looking for him to hit?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. I mean, I think that's the reason why we haven't heard anything about money, because nobody really knows which team is going to sign him without giving him a real physical. Yeah. And I mean a real physical, like there's these trainers that I've talked to around the league. It's like, listen, I can't tell you about this guy's knee. I could see him on a table. I could pull on the knee. I could move it around a little bit. I could kind of get a little bit of an idea about that. But if you let me take him outside and run him around a little bit, I could tell you whether he could play in 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I could tell you how fast you could probably have him available to be ready to play. And I think what's happening here is I don't think that, and in my own experience, I've seen guys that these big time free agents, like they're like, hey, I'm not interested in going out there and doing a full workout for you. And if some of our guys, some of our colleagues like Sean and guys like that are listening, and maybe, because we got guys on tomorrow, on Friday, I'd ask Mike McCarthy, hey, is it important to have a full workout?
Yeah.
Steven, Jerry, I'd ask all these guys.
That's huge.
How important is it to you guys to get a full workout? Because if they don't get a full workout, that might tell you that they might not be interested in signing him now.
Yeah, if Jerry's saying we need him for this year and the trainers are like, we can't tell you if he's going to be here all year, is that where Steven says, Dad, this is the moment where it's too risky? We have enough good catchers of the ball. Japan and Spain are tied at 1 in the 50th minute. Japan just equalized there. The Spain keeper beat near post. He got his hands on it, but it deflected it into the near post corner. The other takeaway Chiafalo mentioned was that, last year Josina Anderson was thinking it was wrapped up and he was going, I forget to which team, Green Bay. And then 4 hours later, she was like, oh, no way. It totally changed. She said he's a guy that will take time to make his decision. And then when all the variables are in place, he'll take some quiet time spiritually and sit down and think about it. And when it comes to him, it'll come to him, but he's not going to rush it. Did Japan just score again? I think Japan just scored again.
Well, see the flags up across the field.
See a lot of smiles.
Yeah, they're all stopping. They're all stopping. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that will remain at 1-1.
Wow.
And then, I also want to say, what happened in Cleveland last year that he was a non-factor? You can blame it on Baker, you can blame it on the organization, and chances are right. But, I mean, he's kind of like 50-50. There were 52 other guys on that team and in that locker room that weren't having a problem living up to. So I don't know if you can just blame it on Cleveland. It's fun, but I can't be sure. I can't have certainty that that's why things didn't come together for him last year.
Well, it was also his own, injuries. Injuries kind of hurt him there in Cleveland as well. So that's going to be on him to an extent. But I guess if you look at, in college, it seemed like everything was cool. With the Giants, it didn't seem like he had like big time issues with the quarterback, and then in Los Angeles he didn't. And I know Los Angeles was like a perfect situation. Everything was great. You're winning. You're going to the Super Bowl, so there's not much to be upset about. But I guess that's the idea is, for the most part, we haven't seen this. The Browns and all the disaster that was feels a little bit like the outlier, but it is fair to be like, hey, that it couldn't have just all been on Baker, and OBJ had nothing to do with that disaster.
Right. Yeah. And he did have a good first year in Cleveland, and then he had the sports hernia. And that is a difficult injury to come back from.
Good
but
stuff.
I was with you. After the Cleveland thing, I'm like, I want no part of Odell Beckham Jr., and then he kind of was able to fix things with the Rams, and we haven't heard anything bad about him other than that plane incident.
940 is Ed from Denton. He does not want Odell Beckham Jr. Oh, man, I lost that text. We're getting some.
Don't want OBJ, won't help this year. Don't want a broken 31-year-old going forward.
Okay, 469. This would be a huge mistake to sign OBJ without working him out. I think Stephen Jones will convince his dad not to sign him. I just don't think it's going to happen because of that, Zach and Carrollton. Well, hopefully they can get the workout. Hopefully you can get the workout and have certainty, and the trainer's like, oh, yeah, this guy can get open in the NFL. Okay, between the fact that he might not play this year, which is the only year that matters, and the fact that I'm just so damn tired about hearing about it, I don't even want the Cowboys to sign Odell anymore, says the 682. Appreciate your feedback. Cowboys and Colts is the main thing, and there are, a couple of red flags to me. The Colts are a bad team, but what they do well could cause the Cowboys problems. I think if the Cowboys don't play a clean game, because the Colts can stop the run, and they're going to run it themselves a little bit, and Japan just scored.
They gave him the goal. Yeah.
Oh, they gave him the goal. They said not offside.
Well, no, it wasn't an offside. The ball had gone past the touchline and behind the goal, and then they were able to flick it back to the middle, and that's how they got the goal. They're going to show a replay here. The ball looked like to me, and Gavin, help me with the rules of soccer. The ball was on the line, but part of it was out of bounds.
Yeah, it can be partially out of bounds. It's not like basketball.
Okay, well then that's what they got right there. They got a great job of the ball just being right on the line, and were able to flick it back.
We've got tears. This is amazing.
That is amazing. Japan's an incredible story at the World Cup because their fans stay and clean the stadium after every game. So I think they're always like one of the teams that you're kind of like, I'm happy for those fans because they're just so solid. They'll even clean the stadium from other teams' games. They'll be like, oh yeah, we were in the area. Notice that those fans left it a bunch of litter. So
I clean out their locker rooms too and stuff, which is pretty cool.
Yeah,
everything's very organized.
It's a special quality, man.
Isn't that?
Especially for it to be an entire. Yeah, like it's from top to bottom. It's not one guy standing out. They're all jumping into. That's pretty cool.
Okay, so I don't know what my prediction is going to be tomorrow. I'm still workshopping this. Indy has had some absolute brilliant moments inside a bad season, and they're a bad team. And, the Cowboys have been mostly brilliant with some occasional fiddle farting. So things would really have to align. There's no way I pick a Colts win, but I could pick a Colts close game.
Well, let's hope to hell there's no fiddle farting going on.
That would be horrible.
But this team is known to do some fiddle farting. They did it in the Thanksgiving game. And the thing that this team has shown is that they are versus the Giants, they can put themselves shoot themselves in the foot time and time again with penalties. You have some turnovers, and still they're able to overcome it. And that's been pretty impressive. And we gave the numbers on Dak in these 2nd and long, 3rd and long, 4th and long, and he's right up there with the best of them in the sport since he's been back. So they do have a unique ability to overcome these things. So, and the Colts are a bad enough team to where you could have these moments. You could have here's an interception, here's a failed 4th down attempt, here's, a handful of penalties, here's maybe a deficit at halftime, and still feel like you can beat this team because the Colts are that bad. For them to lose, it would be a wild concoction of incompetence on the Cowboys side and probably a very fair amount of luck with the Colts because they're just they bring a decent defense to the table. But the Cowboys right now are bringing a high-powered juggernaut offensively at you, and they're at home. It's a primetime game. It's not like a nooner where it's a crappy AFC team coming to town that you can overlook. It's like, dude, this is prime time, and I would be hard-pressed to come up with many ways that the Cowboys could lose this game. It would be all just shooting yourself in the foot in a ridiculous amount of ways.
They've done a good job of beating bad teams under Mike McCarthy. I mean, that's the one thing consistently. They did it last year, and that's why we had some question marks going into the postseason. Like, they've feasted on bad teams. They should feast on a bad Colts team tomorrow.
But the Raiders got them. The Broncos got them. Like, you show me a somewhat physical AFC team that the familiarity isn't there, I just get nervous.
Right.
And maybe it's irrational.
I hear you.
Maybe this is irrational sports fear, but I'm thinking number 1 overall seed, and they can't afford a slip up. And the Colts can stop the run. What happens if you're under 3 yards per carry? Are we confident? That the offense is still going to be explosive.
It's kind of fun to see that test, right?
I am confident enough that they could score what I believe to be the necessary 17 points to win.
Yeah, it's like if you score 20 plus, this Colts team hasn't proven that they can get to the 20.
You like that, Brian? You agree with that, Brian?
Absolutely, yeah.
Nice.
I think this one's going to be on Dak and the offense to make this happen because I just don't see the Colts scoring a whole heck of a lot of points. I mean, they're going to try and run the football. To me, what we talked about is I'm going to take Pittman out of the game with Diggs, and I'm going to play the box. And I'm going to say, all right, if you can run it against 10 people standing there, let's go for it. That kind of thing. And I'm going to make – but the Cowboys offense and getting off to a great start, you could put a lot of pressure on this Colts offense to have to score with you. If that's the case, then they'll find a way to lose this game.
All righty, G-Bag Nation. Germany leads Costa Rica 1-0 in the other game, if you were wondering. Mavs visit the Pistons tonight, 6 o'clock start, Detroit 5-18. So, yeah, there's that. The Mavs are playing another horrible team. I guess if they're without their best player, then we know we're doomed.
Yes, that's usually the recipe right there for that.
The ref that called Spencer Dinwiddie BAMF on the court, he got suspended 1 game.
Yeah,
that was not badass.
No, that was not
right?
badass.
Okay,
that was the other B.
Yeah,
the bad B word, I guess. Star's going to host the Anaheim Ducks,
but not literally the bad B word.
Right? Yeah. A World Cup report here. Pulisic has clarified he did not get hit in the cojones.
Yeah,
this was a legit pelvic shot. So somehow it evaded all the junk and went right to the pelvic bone, which sounds painful.
So we get our we get our back that we volunteered, right? Didn't we? We're going to give up our.
Well, it sounds like we got to give up our pelvic bone now, Broadus, and I don't know how comfortable I am doing that for Christian.
You know what? If it helps us win a damn game, I'm all about it.
Just a single game. You don't even need to know that you're.
No, if he needs it for the next game too, if you're just going to give it back to me for the week, and then I'll give it back to him for the game if he needs it more.
Anything for the country.
Yeah.
7-day return policy for Broadus on his pelvic bone.
I was ready to give up. You know what? To help him play again if I had to.
I know
the huevos.
Yeah,
it's true.
All right, hate to admit it as well, but I'm kind of thinking that. Maybe he just doesn't have much going on down there. Hate to say it.
Oh, man.
How do you hit the pelvic bone without hitting the cojones? I'd have been like, oh, yeah, they definitely, I got a little pelvis, but they had to come slamming through everything.
Yeah, the soccer ball's decent size. It's not like a golf ball coming at you that's like pretty pinpoint.
Oh, man.
Okay, reporters hanging around the team hotel in Qatar, though, say they have spoken with Pulisic. They've spoken with his parents, and everything has been like, yes, he will be playing. Meanwhile, maybe a chance for Jesus Ferreira coming into focus as the McKinney native has not played at all in the tournament so far. Josh Sargent day-to-day with his tweaked ankle.
That looked bad. I thought he wrecked his knee when he on that challenge. He goes flying in the air, comes down on his right foot, and it looked like just super hyperextension there. I thought that was pretty bad, but these we'll see. Man, he was added to the lineup, and that showed out pretty well.
Yeah, he didn't play too bad.
No,
and that was an awkward, like kind of non-contact type of injury. I guess he's lucky to just have a tweaked ankle.
Exactly.
We have some Tom Brady rumors and other sports things with Eric coming up next here at the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
Cowboys Demarcus Lawrence lets his opinions fly with the G-Bag Nation.
Tell us what it do.
Every Thursday afternoon at 5 right here on 105.3 The Fan and on the Odyssey app.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Shop one of the largest selections of TCU Horned Frogs gear at your local Rally House to get you ready for the Big 12 Championship game this Saturday. Rally House is constantly restocking their shelves with the most popular and latest TCU styles, from tees to jackets, jerseys to hats, and so much more. Shop TCU at Rally House today. Rally House has an unbeatable assortment of TCU gear to get you ready for the Big 12 Championship this weekend. They have everything you want, everything you need, and everything you didn't know you need. 18 Dallas-Fort Worth locations and online at rallyhouse.com.
Sean Shreve here with DFW Security's Back to School Special. An outdoor camera, a doorbell camera, and a smart door lock with the Smart Hub and Smart Security. 888-594-5018 or dfwsecurity.com, but you got to mention Sean from The Fan.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Clear skies the rest of the day. Tonight we'll get into the 30s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Window Nation, the star of window replacement and proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys, can help you fill your house this season with savings. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and make no payments, pay no interest until 2025. Fill your home with energy-efficient windows for a customized, authentic Dallas Cowboys jersey while supplies last. You could even help fill the Cowboys house and win tickets to a game. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com/Cowboys now for details. Window Nation, proud partner of your Dallas Cowboys.
Hart HVAC, providing HVAC efficient solutions in the DFW Metroplex. Have you been affected by this winter blast? Call Hart. Same day service available, veteran owned. Financing available, service fee waived with the promo code Rangers. Hart HVAC, Hart spelled H-A-R-T, an official sponsor of the Texas Rangers.
This ball is crushed.
HartHVAC.net, 682-804-8190. TACLB 487-680.
In the last 3 years, I have bought not 1, not 2, but 3 vehicles from Platinum Chevy. And the last 2 we had to buy, one because of an accident and one because of our car got stolen. And it was still easy. Imagine if you go into Platinum Chevy under regular circumstances, how easy it's going to be for you.
GM Justin Rudd is ready to assist you right now. Clear upfront pricing online. If you see that price, that's what you're going to pay. No dealer ads or anything like that. Shop online, let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, find new roads.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyer Safety is a local personal protective equipment retailer offering the highest quality safety products, educational training, and PPE for industries ranging from healthcare and food service to construction at unmatched prices. Visit them online at BuyerSafety.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, nation. Germany just conceded against Costa Rica. They're tied at 1, and Japan leads Spain 2-1. If these scores hold, they're in the 68th minute, 67th minute. Japan would be through and Germany would be done, not even advancing past the group stage. So that is the latest from the World Cup. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to give you some sports.
Oh. Yes, sir. Speaking of World Cup, you okay over there, Broadus? That sounded a little bit intimate. Was
a little sexual?
No, like, Germany, as Gavin was talking about that, I mean, Germany just fired a shot outside the 16 box and just smashed the wood.
Hey, Brian, can I get a, oh, yeah?
That's a Boston thing, isn't it?
I don't know what the hell it is.
I think that's a Boston thing.
I don't know what it is,
Yeah.
but man, that's good.
Yeah. Watch the shot, Gavin.
Let's see. Yeah, well, let's watch the shot. It's riveting radio.
Off the woodwork.
Also, very excited to party with the Tolos, by the way. Saturday, Boomer Jack, speaking of Broadus, just soaking in all the World Cup. It is going to be a USA-Netherlands post-game victory party for the fan holiday party, noon to 4, rocking and rolling. Boomer Jack's Arlington cannot wait to party, get some live impersonations from Wolchuk. Maybe Lucius is going to sneak in an impersonation or two.
Charles Barkley one.
I know, the Barkley one's solid. So many good ones to go around. Looking forward to Saturday in a very, very big way. Now, a little bit of sports housekeeping for us. It looks like Bills placing Von Miller on the IR, and that's going to knock him out for 4 games at least, and
Also knocks him out of the OBJ sweepstakes.
Maybe that's the one. Is like, dude, OBJ is like, the only way I'm actually playing for the Bills is if Von Miller is playing for the Bills, not just on the roster technically. But that's going to suck for the Bills there, because they got a couple of games coming up here that are very important.
They got big third down problems. Taking Vaughn off the defense, and like Josh Allen, since the injury, is a wreck on third down. They're stumbling down the stretch once again.
And their defense has taken hits all season long. That's been a huge issue for them, is the injuries defensively. It's always something with them. And Von Miller, that's a big blow. So he'll be out for at least the next 4 games. They're hopeful that he will be back at some point this season, but for at least the next 4 games, Von Miller will not be playing. Kemba Walker looks like he's going to be donning the number 34 for the Dallas Mavericks. So we were
yeah, we've talked about that.
Oh, we already talked about it?
Yeah, thanks for listening.
When did we talk about that?
I did a whole questionnaire, like what number do you think he's going to be wearing, and we all guessed about it. We did a whole thing.
It was a brief mention yesterday.
But you actually,
and then I told you guys like
that it was going to be number 34.
Yeah.
Interesting, because I thought Lucius made the guess that it was going to be 34 the other day.
Nope.
Didn't he?
Nope, none of us guessed correctly.
I only remember the Lucius guess. I don't remember the official.
We can go back and play the tape.
We might need to.
Yeah, we'll go over your schedule at the commercial break.
I'm sure that's going to be not a winning effort. What's happening now in the game,
Costa
Broadus?
Rica just scored again.
Yeah. Are they just crushing?
Costa Rica has basically eliminated Germany here. There's 20 minutes left in the game, but it's 2-1 Costa Rica now.
Well, Kanye's going to be pissed.
All right, let's slide.
Why are you laughing at that?
Well, it was apropos. A lot of wild things going down today.
Yeah.
The Rams are hoping to avoid basically an empty stadium on Christmas Day. That's what they're trending towards right now. The Rams are, because they are one of 3 Christmas Day games, and SoFi Stadium, we know, can get taken over by the opposing team plenty. And so when the Rams have their their Christmas Day game, they're worried that there's going to be nobody that shows up. So the Rams are trying to get ahead of it, and basically incentivizing their season ticket holders to donate their tickets to charity in an effort to just bring people that would actually want to go to the game on Christmas, because they are fearful of a Christmas Day no-show.
Who would have thought that preseason, man?
Oh, man, I got some really good NFL stats today that will reflect very poorly on the Rams as a reigning Super Bowl champion, and just how disastrous this season has been for them. So it would be kind of funny, though, optically, to just turn on the Rams game and they have like Bryce, whatever the hell his name is, playing quarterback, and there's just no one there to watch.
Is it Perkins?
It's I believe it is Perkins, and I think I have a sad Perkins stat for you coming up later in the program as well. Now, The Athletic dropped a pretty fun article just projecting what the NFL offseason might look like from a quarterback standpoint, and there's a lot of interesting things in here, too much to get into at the moment, but to me, the most interesting one was the Tom Brady discussion and what might happen with him, because he is not going to be contractually obligated to return to the Bucs.
I love this.
Now that he is no longer having wifey trying to
married.
keep him off the football field, looks like there's a chance, and Brady's already talked about it in Pro Football Talk. Florio is like, I think Brady's coming back, and it's like, okay, so what would that look like for Brady? And so Jeff Howe of The Athletic broke it down, and there's a handful of teams, obviously, and there could be even more by the time we get to the offseason and we see how things actually shake out. The Niners are a team, of course, we know that's his childhood team. Kyle Shanahan with Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance off the injury. That could be a match made in heaven. His former play caller, Josh McDaniels, head coach in Vegas. Will they want to do away with Derek Carr? Who knows? But he's got the familiarity with that offense. He would come in with a Devontae Adams already in place. So that could be an option for Brady. The Titans with his Vrabel connections. Who knows what they would want to do with Ryan Tannehill because he would have considerable dead money if they released him or whatever it is with Tannehill.
Germany equalizes. Ooh. 2-2, 73rd minute.
Okay, so it's not over after all.
No, they do need Spain to tie Japan right now, though.
Okay.
So
gotcha.
they need a goal and a Spain goal.
So the Patriots are another team here. And I didn't know that this reunion could be possible, but he says, hey, don't write off the Patriots because Brady and Belichick still have an abundance of respect for one another. Okay, this is an insider here. They spent 23 minutes together in the visiting locker room at Gillette Stadium following Brady's return in 2021, an appointment they had set up prior to the game. So I
want to see that happen.
I kind of do too.
That would be fun. That would be a fun reunion.
Get them back out of the conference.
Patriots are slated to have.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's true. Don't go to the Niners. God help us.
Actually, Vegas would be the best.
Vegas, yeah, because that's
oh man, now I'm so torn. The reunion.
I think the reunion would be fun. Yeah, they have $50 million. The Patriots do in cap space. So they'd be able to buy a better roster if needed. They've got some good draft classes under their belt here as well with some youngsters coming up. The main thing for Brady would be not the egos, not the pride, but Fat Patricia. He's got to make sure that the offense is not being run by a rocket scientist.
Well, maybe the Raiders will be ready to fire Josh McDaniels, get him back in the fold.
there is that looming option if Mark Davis can get his funds correct.
We'll be at Rally House in Arlington tomorrow. Come on by, get some gear. Get some TCU gear, some Mavs. What do you need? Rally House has everything. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, Rally House, that's where I get my SMU gear, bro.
Oh, yeah.
They got some good gear. SMU gear.
Yeah, I caught him trying to hide some pieces.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I had this the screenshot. I said I want this right here. And it was like, okay, come with me. I was like,
secret menu.
What are we doing? What are we doing, Rally House? Shout out to them though. KMC Masterpiece. That's their reaction to the USA goal during a live spot is our winner and still champ right here, folks.
Or pick up the phone. Call the Frankels at 214-333-3333 because much like certain soccer teams, they will fight for you. Let's go!
I love the way he screams out, 3333.
Great job by Hagee and Corey. One-time G-Bag of the Day champions. I'm still basking in the glory. Can't wait till Saturday morning, 9 o'clock. Can't wait till Saturday at about noon over there, Boomer Jacks in Arlington. Holiday party. Dude, we got so much stuff going on.
I know, man.
It's great. It's great to be back out there with you guys. We want to see you.
All right. Yesterday was a church day. Anybody go to church?
No, sir.
You heathens.
Missed it.
He said
I use meat church products. Can't help.
He's missed it. Damn it. I was almost there, man. I had plans.
That's almost as bad as the Hugh Freeze misstyle.
Yeah, oh, God. Jeez.
I promised I was going to go. I missed it.
All right, we got a man that wrote a song for the church right here. I'm pretty sure this is an original song. Climbing up the charts. You want to hear it? Here it goes.
Oh, told you once, I'll tell you again. You can't be a sinner and make it in. Oh, the Bible is right. Well, the Bible was right. You've been in a club on the spot. You can't get to heaven dropping it like it's hot. Well, the Bible was...
That's fun.
Yeah, that's fun.
Man wrote a song for church.
Hey, man, church is off the hook right now, bro. If it just wasn't so damn early in the morning, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you can watch it on TV now, too. Roll right over there.
I'm digging the hockey organ music, though. And you got the hockky organ in the background.
Oh, yeah. The organ goes in, baby. Yeah, that's a whole lot about the organ, man. That's our body. Let's see. Oh, how about this granddad? Look how he dropped off his nephew. It was some type of, maybe a plate, some food, or some clothes. I couldn't tell because it was still in the bag. But granddad's reaction is crazy because he's a certified boss player, if you will.
Oh. I didn't know he.
I love you, granddad. Give me a hug, man.
Oh man, get on with me here because I brought you some damn crazy as hell.
I can't get a hug.
You don't be hugging on no player. You can't put that on the internet. A boss ass like me hugging on a something. What's wrong with you, boy?
You my granddaddy, man.
I can't help it, boy. I can't help it. It's in my bones, boy. What's wrong with you, boy? Pimp by blood. It should be in you. What you doing all hugging up on me? Act like you ain't never received no gifts before. Act like you've been here, boy.
Act like you've been here before.
Act like you've been here before.
I can't be seen on the internet hugging.
Yeah.
Granddad boss player.
What I look like. This is not one. I just want to play it because it's hilarious the way he says it. Mayor Eric Adams.
He's back.
Is this a play? Oh, man, my joint froze, son. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, for real.
Everyone that knows me, they know one thing. I hate rats. You know, when we started killing them in Borough Hall, you know, some of the same folks that criticizing us now called me a murderer because I was killing rats.
I was killing rats, son.
That mayor's a murderer.
Yeah.
He's a murderer. He's killing them rats.
Yeah, New York's a tough place, bro.
It is a tough place.
It is tough. I used to go up there, man, like the summer times and like holidays and whatnot, and you'll talk to somebody and be like, yeah, man, so I was locked up. I'm out now, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get my life together, start me a family. I'm a mechanic now. Like, where are you? How old are you? 12. You're like, damn, 12. Damn, son.
They grow fast out there.
God, you got a whole life. All right, let's see. Rob J, play-by-play voice for Jackson State. We've seen a video with him before. Deion teasing him, saying he code switched on him.
Oh, that's that guy.
Yeah. So right here, check this out. He found a way to ask Coach Prime about the Colorado job. This is a slick way to ask him, too.
But you know my favorite team is the Kansas City Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
Next week they play the Denver Broncos in Colorado. I'm going with you, and we gonna ride together. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's a good. Now that's a good one. I gotta admit, now that's a good one. Come on, sit back down here. So why you gonna do your boy like that? No. I never been there. And but I'm going. I'm going there. Well, I'm going next week when the Chiefs play Broncos in Colorado. What you trying to say? I just want to know. We ride together. Why am I going? What do you think? That's good stuff, though. Is the Chiefs playing at the bridge? Yes. We go together, Cole. No, you got to stop, man. Okay, this is good though. I got to admit, this is your best one up. This is your best one up. You thought that thing got dog. You thought that thing got.
He's like, I did.
That is good journalism. Whatever it takes to get in the tough question.
That's right.
I think I would take that as it's like a joke. He's not really going to go there. No. Is that yeah? There's no way he goes to Colorado.
No.
Okay, any of the nominees, Lucius, before we vote?
That's it, my man. That's it.
Is it our one-time champ, KMC masterpiece during a live spot reacting to the USA goal? Is it church? Man wrote a song for the church. Lucius, you were saying the organ is like an analogy for our body or something like that?
Yeah, it's the lungs.
Okay.
It's the lungs of our lives.
Granddad Boss Player has been nominated. Mayor Adams Hates Rats wasn't a nominee, but it could be. And then Rob J, play-by-play man, Jackson State, were there with the coach Deion. Yeah, I gotta go with the USA. Chiafal, how about you?
Go with the boss player.
Lucius?
Coach Prime.
Well, Chuck.
Coach Prime.
Yeah, I'm going with Coach Prime as well.
By a score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion is Deion Sanders. Okay, Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Where are we going with that today, sir?
Yeah, I've got some thoughts about this Indianapolis-Dallas game from the referee standpoint. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning with Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We do have Cowboys practice cuts coming up in the 3. And I believe we have Cowboys tickets coming up in the 5 tonight. So stick around for that. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. God, I am struggling trying to keep up with what's going on in these matches right now, but
yeah, doing
the shows and stuff. This is fascinating, though, that maybe that Germany might get knocked out of this tournament, and we've already seen Belgium get knocked out, and it's amazing. I thought that the Germans were ranked higher. They were 11th, is what you guys were telling me. So Denmark's out.
They're in a tough spot. Germany is.
Yeah, they're in a very tough spot. All right, I know I'm one of these guys. It's like I freak out about officials. You guys know me, right? I always talk about like the Luka. Official. Yeah, I always I'm totally mesmerized by the situation with who the officials are. And
okay, Germany got their goal to go up 3-2, and oh no, they're offside.
Yeah,
or that was going to make it 4-2, but they are offside.
Yeah,
they need a goal, and they need Spain to tie Japan, or Germany's done. Brian, sorry to cut you off.
No problem. I'm glad you're keeping up with it, because every time I look up, it seems like that somebody's scoring a goal and they're having to show the standings again, what's going on. But anyway, yeah, I'm obsessed with officials. This goes all the way back to my days of working with Bill Parcells in the early 2000s. I just felt like that these officials, you can learn something from studying these guys. You can clearly figure out like trends that they have, and the good teams, I feel like, take advantage of them. And that's something we've talked about a bunch with Mike McCarthy. I'm from the school of thought that they're not going to get better with these calls. I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to continue to have the issues that they have. They talk about it so much, and like, oh, we need to do this, do that, and they don't. So I just kind of feel like that you are who you are, and I just hope that one of these officials don't take you out because of it. But in this particular game, you got Carl Cheffers this week.
Oh, crap. Carl.
And let me give you a little background here of Carl.
Are we still making Carls?
Not after what happened in The Walking Dead, I hope.
It's not a popular name these days.
Carl.
That's a good name, though.
I mean, it's just tough to look at an infant and be like, hey, you're Carl now.
Yeah, that baby looks like a Carl.
But at like 40, I feel like you could graduate to becoming a Carl.
Maybe a middle name.
Can you imagine toddler Carl just roaming around the
the more I think about it, the more you guys are right. What an awful name.
Yeah.
It's a bad
Isn't it the tater salad guy? My name's Carl.
I'm not alleging it's an awful name. I just think looking at an infant and deciding you're Carl.
Shout out to Tolo Carl out there driving around like, gosh, dang it, guys. Does my name suck right now?
I think it's a badass name. I don't want to fight a Carl. I'll tell you that.
I don't want to fight a Carl either, but I mean, it seems like...
I don't want to babysit one, though, either.
Yeah.
No, hell no. That guy's going to make your life hell. Let's go play hide and seek. Next thing you know, you're locked up in the attic.
I was just thinking about what you guys were saying, and it's kind of right. Yeah, you don't want to mess with a Carl. No. There's always something going on. Well, anyway, this official called Carl Cheffers.
Old chefs.
Yeah. This guy calls a lot of penalties. A lot of penalties.
Carl Edwards may be the most badass NASCAR driver ever. Nobody wants to fight that guy.
Nobody wants to fight Carl.
Can we? I don't know what the top 10 list is today. Should we
it's National Pie Day. You shut your dirty mouth.
Okay.
Well, maybe tomorrow we can get back to Carl's.
Football Friday, top 10 Carls.
This is a great day for me. You know that.
That's true.
This Carl is top 5 in penalties per season consistently.
Carl Weathers top 2.
Dude, Carl Weathers, Apollo Creed.
Weathers.
Boom.
Jeez, that's another one.
Has to be the number one.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, if you had to handicap this,
the work he did with Balboa, unreal.
I was introduced to him as Action Jackson.
Okay.
Action Jackson.
Predator.
I remember that. Yeah.
All kinds of great movies.
He's a stud.
I'll have to think about these Carls. All right. Anyway.
Somebody on the fan text is alleging their name is Carl Carlson. They just told us all to go bleep ourselves.
214, my grandfather's name is Carl. Bleep you guys.
No, your grandfather was great.
I love it.
Great man.
All right. This guy, he exceeds the NFL average of penalties more often than not. The takeaway from his long-term trends are that when the dust settles, the home team wins well above average, though.
That's good.
Carl is back in my good graces.
Yeah. He, like we said, we talked about the top 5 in penalties. Led the NFL in 2021 with 14 penalties per game.
Gosh.
It's 120.
He wants the home crowd to like him.
Yeah, this is 124 yards per game. The home team, this might be your saving grace though, like we talked about. Home teams are 58, 39, and 1 since 2016 with this as him as an official.
Book it, we got this.
Home team though is 48 and 49 and 1 against the spread with him as an official.
Okay.
So
That's a pretty fair call.
Pretty fair. He's called the third most. He had the third most offensive holding penalties in 2021. He's had the most unnecessary roughness penalties in 2021. He's the second most, his crew is, they call the second most defensive pass interference penalties. And they've led the league in calling offensive pass interference penalties in this game. So, okay, with Carl as the official, we've learned that the home team has a chance. Are you worried about his crew and the holding calls in this game?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Are they the offensive, or is it
offensive holding?
Offensive holding.
Absolutely nervous about that.
Is Tyler Smith's playing?
You've got Tyler, and then you've got McGovern, and you've got a tough matchup inside there with DeForest Buckner.
Yeah.
Right. So you got to worry about him matched up with McGovern, also with Tyler Biotish, if there's any kind of reaching. And that's the one thing with Tyler Smith. The second he gets kind of out of position, that's where you start with the grabbing a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And if Carl is in a certain spot, and even if it's just the hand placement, and if he's flag happy, it might be a ticky-tack call, and he's going to get my guy Tyler Smith on it, and I'm going to be upset about it.
I honestly worry about the young tight ends. Is what I do worry about.
Oh, Hoochie Daddy.
Yeah, I worry about these cats.
Burger shot.
Yeah, they haven't. You talk about Tyler Smith and kind of playing out of balance a little bit. We've seen some of those with Hendershot, Ferguson, heck, Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, Schultz. I think Schultz got called for one last week.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful in this game.
Old Schultz, he got left on an island a couple of times. I'm like, wow, we're doing this.
Yeah.
We're going to go Thibodeau on Schultz here.
That was
we're going to do
nuts.
it again. Oh wow, we're going to do it again.
I did like the nastiness though. After he gets his ass beat, Schultz is like pounding him on the ground.
Yeah.
He's just like shoving him a little bit. Like, all right, you might have beaten me, but just know I'm here. I'm here.
The young guys have brought some toughness to Schultz.
Yeah.
They have.
Yeah.
They really have. And I think that's something that I think it's also brought to the point where it's like, you need to keep playing at a high level if you still want to be around here, Schultz, kind of a thing. And I think they've elevated those guys have elevated his game in that way. How about the defensive pass interference? Do you worry about those things? With Brown, do you worry about that? I mean,
I'm worried with Joseph. Joseph can't help but grab.
Well, it's so rare with Brown, but when it goes bad, it goes really bad.
See, I worry about it because they've got bigger receivers. That's the thing I worry about with Pittman, Pearson, those guys. Those are bigger, taller receivers than you're normally used to playing against. And I just worry about that a little bit more being called in this game.
It does make me feel good, though, that, if they're calling a lot of holding on the offensive line, this Colts offensive line is probably going to be holding on for dear life. So
got a lot of texts about maybe Parsons finally gets some hold calls.
Right, yeah, or just the entire pass rush for the Cowboys because that Colts O-line is troubling. And I feel like, okay, if they're going to throw some PIs, CeeDee Lamb could get him one.
Be nice.
Too. Or Michael Gallup again. Send him on a 9 route. It's incomplete, but it's a free 50 yards.
Yeah. We throw a couple numbers at you, just not about the referees anymore, but about the Cowboys and this Colts matchup. This comes from our friends at Sharp Sports. They do a great job of these numbers. Cowboys are first in the NFL in points per drive, 3.0 since Dak Prescott returned in Week 7. Colts are 31st in points per drive offensively. They're at 1.4 on the season.
Whew, they're just terrible, man.
Cowboys have converted 57% of their third down since Prescott returned in Week 7. That's the highest rate in the league. How about this one? 79% of the Colts' passing attempts this season have come within 10 yards of the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I love looking at the Matt Ryan throw charts.
He doesn't throw the ball downfield.
Pretty wonderful.
That's what I'm saying. So maybe, you worry about, you were talking about the pass interference stuff and all. Maybe that might not fall into much, with the ball not going down.
But what it does say is make sure you tackle, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to allow these guys to slip off and get some yak on you.
Yeah. The Colts, now this is where I think that maybe, and I know the numbers say differently when you look at yards and stuff like that, but the Colts are really in the middle of the pack against the pass. Look, they There's 68.5% completion rate, which is 29th in the league, since they play so much zone coverage. But they're allowing 6.9 per pass, which is 12th, and 10.2 per completion, which is 5th. And their touchdown rate is at 3.7, which is 10th. I feel like that the Cowboys, to win this game, I think they could throw the ball on these guys. I really do. Now, it's a matter of picking up. They're going to get four-man pressure. The Colts don't blitz a whole hell of a lot. So it's going to be about Ngakoue and those guys like that. Can you pick up the twist stunts? Can you pick up the overloads? But I kind of feel like that this is going to be a game where Dallas is going to have some success throwing the football.
Well, that's exciting, and they've been throwing the ball. I mean, those third down numbers, holy smokes!
Yeah,
those are special, and that's really when you're like, please don't have the holding penalty on third down, okay?
Yeah,
because we can overcome some third downs here. It's 3rd and 7, we're good. Even 3rd and 9 at times, it's like, okay, we're rocking and rolling. But don't get the holding call on third down and make it a 3rd and 17 on me, because now.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how much I can really overcome that on a consistent basis.
And my final little nugget for you right here. The Colts have led in the second half for only 50 offensive snaps this season.
This season?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Colts have only led for 50 offensive snaps this in the second half.
How the hell did they beat the Chiefs?
And
watch that film.
That's only ahead of the Texans.
Makes no sense in the world,
Shocking.
man.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
there
you.
he is.
Football.
Brian Broaddus. He gives you Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. It appears Germany is out. They need to score 5 goals in 1 minute. It's going to be Japan. Japan beating Germany and Spain to win the group. Spain threw on a tiebreaker with 4 points.
They need like a Tracy McGrady scoring moment right
Yes.
now. Just
Isaiah Thomas, I think.
Isaiah Thomas has the record for crazy points in short time.
I think it's 16 points in 90 seconds.
Oh,
yeah. And back in the mid-80s.
That's incredible. Texter
Yeah.
was curious, brought us just for reference sake. Was it Sharp Sports or Shart Sports?
Sharp.
With a P there.
Very
Okay,
sharp.
There you go,
Good clarification.
Clean that up.
Okay, Cowboys practice cuts. What Tyler Smith is focused on. Might the Cowboys be the best team in the league by the time we get to the playoffs? That's coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Friday morning, audio gold.
Hey, RJ, I mean, that's a no-brainer where he went. So.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy with
The free Odyssey app.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to The Nation.
It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. What are you laughing about, Brian?
You.
Why?
And you're yelling at the fans that are so happy about their team getting through. Like, get a hold of yourself.
Yeah, the guy's crying on international TV.
Quit
He's just
crying.
sobbing. It's great that you won.
Snotty cry too,
Yeah,
bro.
it's
a
bad.
snotty
Yeah,
cry.
that was a boo-hoo.
Thank you, Lucius. Thanks for having my back on
And
that.
it's a grown-ass man, too.
Yeah. Oh, and a grandpa.
Right, yeah. And
He doesn't
how
look very.
how many rounds away from being a champion is Japan right now?
There are 4 rounds.
Okay, so I don't think that's cry-worthy.
No. It is incredible what they did.
How often does Japan advance?
Maybe half the time, something like that.
Yeah, they don't
maybe
advance
less
a
than
lot.
that. Yeah, they're not. I don't think they're a threat, but they just
depends
beat
on how you
Germany
look
and
at
Spain. It's an epic moment
It's
indeed.
a big deal.
You just don't need to be crying on camera like that.
I'm just
as a
saying,
man.
blow your damn nose.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
You know,
The snot
Please come
is-
prepared. If you know you're a crier, bring the dang Kleenex.
you got to hold a cry stoically as a man. You know, like these tears might be coming out, but I don't like it that
Yeah,
much.
the glory tears, the low-T glory tears. Where
So
the
you like-
falls off the tear of the cheek.
So you're like Dirk and you go in the shower and cry? Is that what you do?
Yes.
Yeah, the
Wait,
solo by yourself cry. No one's gonna hate on.
Let that out. You know, let that out on your own time. Your wife doesn't enjoy that. No chicks are like, wow, he's kind of sexy for an older man. They think it's pathetic. That's what that is.
Come on, babe, let it out.
She's not wanting to let it out.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Gavin was like calling out these fans like. I'm
No, just
like,
one fan.
When's
Yeah.
it appropriate to just bear all and just tear and cry as a sports fan?
877-881-1053.
I'll tell you, I cried after Dwight Clark caught that ball in the NFC Championship game in '81.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally, I'm thinking, man, my team, I couldn't believe that they lost that game.
I cried in 06 after the Cowboys Seattle game.
I really did. I sat in my car and like tears were running down my
Yeah,
face.
disappointment. I'm not against the crying
It was like
at
a
all.
tear up,
I'm a crier. You know, like a sappy Christmas movie. It's going to get me. You know, but I'll just like casually lift my shoulder up to the corner of my eye and wipe it away, and then get back to watching the TV
Old
like
Yeller?
nothing happened.
You crying? No.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't.
I didn't make these rules up. You know, it's just that you know,
I think
as men, it
Japan
looks weak.
I think Japan's got good karma going right now.
They
by
do.
The way
Yeah, they
they're
got a lot of
acting.
good
I
stuff
think that guy
going
should
on.
embrace the tears.
If Messi wins, I'm crying. That would be good.
Oh, there we go.
2011 World Series. Yeah, that's a cry.
That's a big time cry.
That's a sports cry right there.
I love
absolutely.
that Wolchuk referenced 06 when he sports cried like he didn't cry after the Packers game a couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
I didn't cry.
He's
Brian was with me.
I did. I
Cowboy
did. I
fan.
threw my notepad against the wall.
It's more so just anger. It was not. I didn't cry. Now, 2016 was pretty damn close.
I get that.
2014,
with the Rodgers,
the Dez thing, I definitely welled up a little bit there.
I literally I felt terrible about this. I grabbed like Dave Hellman's throat when I like when that
wait what hold on
the Dez catch
murder
like, Dez is like Hellman goes, you know they're going to review this, and I go no. I grabbed his throat. And he looked at me like his eyes got real big, and I'm like, what am I doing? I'm like, he goes, I understand, man, it's cool, don't worry about it. I'm like the first reaction was no. And, and then I'm like, what am I doing here? That kind of thing. But yeah.
It does take some of the fun out of it when they got to review everything.
It does. We were on the field. We saw him catch the ball. It happened right in front of us.
I was shocked.
I was too.
Okay. A lot of people coming in on that 214 Gavin pushing toxic masculinity. You know, I don't mean to push it. I'm just calling it what it is. And
I didn't mean to get you in trouble. I'm sorry.
I think you need to go to the talk.
I thought we agreed that they can cry. You just can't have this snotty nose, ugly face cry.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's how they got
use
looking on
your
television.
scarf. Yeah, use your scarf to wipe your face
man.
off a little
the
bit.
snot that did it for you.
Yeah, it's the snot.
Maybe
And the ugly face. Stop, bro.
The sniffling.
Relax.
The sniffling. Yeah.
I'm with you, 903. I think you might need to go to the talk about
I need
this.
to go to the talk doc. Yeah. Well, you know, I tried a couple of times, but I could never find a good one. If you know a good talk doc, I'll take a recommendation on that. But it is the G-Bag Nation here, hour number 2 on your home of the Cowboys. We had planned some Cowboys content. We have some audio cuts that Bobby Belt emailed out to us from practice yesterday. If you have thoughts on that truckwreck.com fan text as far as, what kind of sports moment do you feel it's okay to cry to? And is it ever okay to like cry in front of the family or cry in front of your friends? Like this is something you go do in private, right? You go, I gotta get a cigarette, honey.
No, this is America. You got to bury that ass way down there.
Yeah. You just don't want to be doing like that where somebody can see you. I mean, even when a woman cries, it's pretty uncomfortable.
Yeah, you got to suppress your energy and all that thoughts like a real man.
There you go.
Suppress your emotions like a real man.
Have you ever had a handkerchief in your pocket? Have you ever had a handkerchief in your pocket to hand to a female? Have you ever had that?
No, that sounds classy.
There might not be a worse feeling than seeing your mom cry.
Yeah, it's horrible.
That tears me up, dude. Yeah. I hate that.
Yeah,
we were having a good show till you said that.
Well, aren't all moms?
Reminds me of last Christmas.
Aren't all moms criers?
Your mom was.
Or don't we all have crier moms?
Yeah,
like
moms
my
will
mom
cry.
cries. My wife, she comes home now. She's crying her ass off.
Gavin was crying when the prime rib was laying on the ground. His mom was.
The ambulance was pulling up.
My mother's from New York, bro. She don't cry, fam.
Really?
They're tough. They don't cry.
God,
Damn it, the orange magic patch is bad.
I don't know if my fiance wife has cried in her adult life. To be honest with you. Yeah. But if she does, I bet she does it privately.
For sure.
Because she doesn't want to look weak or whatever. Okay, Micah Parsons, James Washington, Tyler Smith, Zeke, you're going to hear from them right here. Get those texts coming in. Tyler, how about reducing the penalties? Here is the rookie left tackle.
Every day I come in, we got young guys meetings. I'm with Coach Blasco looking at it. We communicate about that stuff all the time. Like it's like Coach McCarthy stresses in every meeting. We can't have those. Like especially when it comes to nut cutting time and playoffs. All these things matter, and that's something that's not lost on me. So I definitely, I understand a sense of urgency to correct all those, and we always look at how we can prevent those. Just being decisive in everything that I do. Like this past week, I felt like. Some of my penalties just came from not being decisive and just being patient. Like, not rushing yourself, not feeling like you got to move too fast. Just keeping everything level and neutral is definitely something that'll help me.
Yeah, with some players, it's like experience will get it out. With some other players, it's just like focus and impulse control. And in the moment, it's tough. And I think with this team, like if you're not a rookie and you have penalty problems, I assume those penalty problems are going to continue. And whenever you're put under pressure, they're possibly going to rise to the occasion. This isn't something that I think the coaches can really harp on you and fix. It's a reaction to being under pressure by amazing world-class athletes. Yeah. And you can hope that they don't pop up in the worst possible moments. And maybe as the playoffs approach, you could adjust who's in the game. If you could be mindful of this in high-pressure moments. Let me ask you guys about Tyler Smith. Based on that Giants game, is it time to take a look at Peters at left tackle and Smith at left guard, if that's what you're planning when Tyron Smith comes back anyway?
Yeah, we talked about that this morning on the Cowboys break, and that was the whole thing. What point in time do you maybe think about going ahead and making that adjustment? And the fact that you've got a couple games now, let's be honest too, one of their best players for the Colts this week is that defensive tackle. If you want to put him up, if you want to kind of make that switch, I don't know if I would, but it's something that you might want to consider, because I think you're going to get Tyron Smith starting to practice next week. And so if you want to do it for the one game here to kind of, we've already seen it a little bit with the Minnesota game, right?
Yeah.
Him get the opportunity.
Get Peters some work at tackle. Yeah. Knock a little of that rust off.
I kind of felt like that. I felt like that Tyler Smith looked like a kid that played 3 games in 12 days.
Okay.
That's what I kind of felt like. His technique wasn't good. His hand placement wasn't good. His awareness wasn't good. I think
hitting a rookie wall a little bit.
Maybe not practicing, right? Because
the practice. I think the lack of practice killed him. I really, really do, because you got Wink Martindale with the Giants. They're blitzing off the bus 48% of the time, and they looked really confused. And I'll say this about the Colts this weekend: the Colts will find a way to overload his side. And they're going to make him and McGovern have to kind of figure out how to pick up some of the stuff. They don't blitz, but they'll overload and just rush it that way. So, but I kind of felt like that you mentioned that the rookie wall was something that you got to kind of think about a little bit here.
Not a bad thought. I think the question is just how good is Jason Peters right now? And I think Tyler Smith looked really good when you moved him into guard, and you got to see that against the Vikings. I think I'm excited to see how that tandem of him and Tyron look. But I think Peters is kind of a backup right now.
So you think Peters and Smith would be worse than Smith and McGovern?
I think so.
See, yeah, you don't want to sacrifice any sort of drive to
right. Yes. I don't know how good Jason Peters. I just don't think is moving as well at this stage in his career.
Well, I'm going to ask you guys this: if something happens to Tyron Smith again, are you going with Peters as the left guard and keeping Smith at left guard? I mean, keeping Peters at left tackle, and then, or what are you doing? Are you moving Tyler Smith back to tackle?
Initially, see, I agree. I think you move Tyler over, unless for some reason, like you're playing McGovern back at fullback, and that's something that's really working for you, and you like that a lot.
How often do you do that?
But right, yeah. I mean, you get a couple touchdowns,
a couple big man TDs.
But this offensive line's played well enough for you to where I think, you just go back to what you had been doing previously.
I think they're all pretty good ideas. I just want more of a sample size of Peters at left tackle and Smith at left guard, because you want to find this out now before you're in the second quarter of a playoff game.
Oh, no, you're not wrong.
You're right, because we don't have enough of that. Like, it's not fair to judge Jason Peters right now. He might be better at left tackle.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, how about James Washington? How do you physically feel after your return to practice?
I felt great. I ran quite a bit more than I expected, but overall it felt great. Every step felt great, so I'm pleased. Honestly, before practice I was like, I'm just gonna take some pre-workout and I'm gonna hit it as hard as I can today, and just if it breaks, it breaks. We're just gonna see what happens. So, and it held up. Everything was fine.
Now the pre-workout's like the caffeine shock, right? The C4 drink or whatever, the Celsius,
right.
Yeah, so that sounds. What are realistic expectations? Was he so disappointing in the offseason in Oxnard that they're not in a hurry to bring him back because they're kind of like shrugging their shoulders?
We never saw him at OTAs or the mini camps. Remember, him and Tolbert both didn't practice much, and then I think he got hurt on the first day.
He did.
I think he got hurt on the first day of camp. I mean, he was going up the sidelines there, and he was trying to catch a ball, got tangled up, and then his foot broke right in front of us.
Yep.
We were doing the live mic situation, and it broke right in front of us. So. Yeah, I don't think they really know. I don't think they, to me, it's one of those things where you're kind of like, well, we got him because, and when we talked to Stephen Jones, remember we were all at the media event, Stephen Jones is kind of like, no, we'll be fine. Don't worry about it. We don't have to replace him or anything like that. Well, here they are in the negotiations now, potentially with Odell Beckham, but I just don't know what to really expect from Washington. He wasn't particularly great with the Steelers. And I think a lot of it had to potentially do with, the fact that their quarterback, Ben Roethlisberger at the time was not very good.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you have a wide receiver issue enough that you're considering heavily bringing in Odell Beckham Jr. and you're looking at your other receivers, like we don't have a good third wide receiver and there's not a lot of urgency to get James Washington in there. I think it kind of tells you, though, for whatever reason, they're not excited about what he's going to be able to do for the team. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's not even better than Noah Brown. Okay, how about some Zeke? How healthy is he feeling right now coming off of the Giants game?
I feel a lot better. Like I said, I'm getting better every day. I almost feel like I can get out this brace, but we're gonna keep it on just for safety reasons. But I feel good.
How you did it feel to have a performance like you did? Though? You ever run and feel like your old self again?
No, it felt good. Felt good just to get back rolling and just looking to build on it.
You plan to keep the brace on the rest of the season, or what were you thinking?
Right now, I'm just gonna leave it on, and if I end up feeling a lot better, maybe by the end of the season. But I mean, right now it's working. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Hey, I didn't even know he had a brace on.
Yeah.
Usually a guy doesn't run as good. He looked more nimble than he has in 5 years.
Yeah, actually, it was funny. The game, you had more carries by Pollard in that game than you did Zeke. And
maybe that's a key to it, keeping him fresh.
Well, I don't know if it's keeping him fresh, but I mean, he looked like to me.
Maybe it motivated him.
He was the time off. You knew he finally was able to get himself healthy. I think that was the thing. I think last year he just played through that knee injury, and he just didn't want anybody to take him off the field. And he finally realized, he goes, I got to get myself right. And that's what he was able to do.
Well, we're going to be heading to the Rally House in Arlington tomorrow. That's what we're going to be able to do. Come on by, get some, TCU gear, get fired up for the big Kansas State game. Maybe you want to, pick up some Team USA gear. I don't know what it is. Mavs, Cowboys,
They got it all.
Yeah, they do. Rally House is the place to be. Okay, Chiafalo, I understand we have some terrific sports audio coming up next. This is Wolchuk.
Wolchuk's bringing the heat, right? We got a little Mahomie.
Oh, we got Mahomes, Hugh Freeze' obsession with ankles, and Hoochie Daddy shorts on who he almost played for that wasn't the Cowboys. Next on The Fan.
It has the entire sports world locked in.
Jerry Jones Show.
Tolo Jerry.
Chrysler.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
The upcoming segment of The Fan is brought to you by Sewell Automotive.
A Sewell emblem on the back makes every Lexus better. Test drive a new or L-certified Lexus and experience our unparalleled customer service at Sewell Lexus of Dallas or Sewell Lexus of Fort Worth.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, poured by Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time for some terrific sports audio. Here is your host, Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. We do have some Cowboys audio for you, and this is Hoochie Daddy Shorts himself, Peyton Hendershot, one half of the Fergus Shot tandem. He was telling our buddy Haley Sutton, fellow North Texas Mean Green of DallasCowboys.com, and he had an interesting story about how he almost wasn't a Dallas Cowboy. And it was an incredible conversation. The full interview is going to drop on Saturday. So, just make sure you're plugged into DallasCowboys.com. But here's Haley Sutton talking to Peyton Hendershot about how he almost became a member of another NFL football team.
So when you did get that call where the Cowboys said, hey, we're not going to draft you, but we still want you to come out, did that help at all, or did it kind of give you motivation?
No, listen, it was kind of crazy because, when they had drafted Ferg, I was mad because the Kansas City Chiefs, they had wanted me too. And so I kind of already worked out the deal with Kansas City that I was going to go there. Well, Dove called me, and Dove's my guy. He's the only coach throughout the whole process that I really kicked it off with. And when he called me again and said, dude, I'm the one going to be coaching you. You're going to be good. Just come here and trust me. Right when he said that, I hung up the phone. Andy Reid literally called 5 minutes later. I said, Coach, I already told Dallas I'm going there. I'm not coming. And the rest was that.
Thank goodness.
For Doug Nussmeier?
He said no to Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes.
He did.
And to learn from Travis Kelce.
Yep.
All to be a Dallas Cowboy.
All to be a Cowboy. And we had read, remember, we had that morning news piece that came out, was it a month or two ago, about how initially, Hendershot and Ferguson didn't really get along, didn't really like each other. And he said there, they draft Ferguson, and I was kind of mad. And then eventually they started hanging out, and they got along, and now they're really good buddies on the team. But man, the future is so bright with Jake Ferguson and Peyton Hendershot. It's really imagining him going to Kansas City. Oh, what would the Cowboys be doing now if they didn't have him?
Well, and I'll tell you a lot too, because Kansas City that was interested in him, and you look how Kansas City uses their tight ends. I think they do a really good job of evaluating. And it's not just Kelce. I think Andy does a really good job of evaluating his skill position guys. And the fact that they were on it, and you should feel like, oh, okay, maybe we got a guy there. And I think they did. I think that what happened to him, this tight end draft that was so deep. Remember that we were talking about? It was I know on my board I had probably 12, 14 guys that were all draftable guys, and and with him, you had him slotted in that group. But there were so many these outstanding guys that ended up getting drafted. And so, that's, great for the Cowboys to catch a break.
Hell of a job to get those two guys. Other than Witten, you haven't had a good real star tight end possibility. And there's been a lot of whiffs. Dalton Schultz and Blake Jarwin barely slipped through the cracks multiple years into their deal. Finding two guys like this, even in a loaded draft as late as they did, that's a hell of a job by the personnel department.
Amen. They took a lot of high second rounders that didn't pan out. When you look at guys like Fasano and Martellus Bennett and Gavin Escobar, the late Gavin Escobar. The list goes on, and that they didn't hit on. And here's an undrafted guy in Peyton Hendershot that's come in, played really, really good football. Patrick Mahomes, staying on the Chiefs, was on the New Heights podcast, which is the Kelce brothers, Jason Kelce and his teammate Travis Kelce, told a fantastic story about how he convinces the Chiefs to trade up in the draft and go get him.
The first day that I met Coach Reid was at the facility. We had the meetings, the top 30 visits. So I was in there for 5 hours. He's just going through plays, and I'm just going to give you all the inside scoop. Matt Nagy, who was the offensive coordinator then, he really liked me, so he gave me the plays they were going to go over the night before. So Coach Reid's finding out here live on New Heights podcast.
Oh my gosh, Matt Nagy! How could you?
Let's go.
And so of course I crushed the meeting. I stayed up all night studying those plays.
It's man, this kid is locked in. We got ourselves a winner here.
As the process went on, I got a feeling that I was kind of going up in the draft. I had a couple of teams that said they were going to draft me, and that's true. Like, it's not like these coaches are making that up. I talked to them during the draft process, and they were like, "Hey, if you're there, we're gonna take you." I kind of gave a little inside info to the Chiefs, and was like, "Hey, if y'all let me go anywhere below," at the time I didn't know about the Saints, but I was like, "If y'all let me go 12 or below, I'm gonna get drafted by someone else."
You drafted yourself?
And so I gave the Chiefs a
drafted
little bit
himself in Kansas City?
a little bit of info on that because I wanted to be here.
Let's go.
I love Travis Kelce, man.
Yeah, that's fun. I don't know. How would you feel about that as a head coach? I guess it's great for Matt Nagy and the other people there, but a lot of people in that whole decision-making process were obsessed. We've heard a number of stories about how they hatched this plan to get Mahomes and get this pick from the Bills well in advance, but apparently the final piece was convincing Andy Reid, and whatever it takes, I guess. Brian, have you ever been involved in some kind of subterfuge like that?
I know the situation because John Dorsey was the general manager at the time, and he was dead on. He really did. He loved Mahomes and John wouldn't tell anybody about it. John's like, listen, I'm not going to let anybody know what we're going to do here. And and John and Andy, they go back all the way back to Green Bay. They go all the way back to those days. And Andy had a lot of trust in John. And Andy was a really good evaluator of quarterbacks too. He was a quarterback coach himself, but I know that John loved Mahomes, and it really wasn't that hard. It really wasn't that hard for John to convince Andy to take Mahomes because he sat down and watched him, and Andy just started kind of thinking about these are all the things I could do with this guy.
Yeah,
he's just started, and Andy was in that mode too, where he was like really leaning on his coaches to like think about more studying the college games and things like that, and kind of coming up and. Those things with the pro game you could kind of do, but he was thinking, well, man, look what this guy does at Tech. Maybe we need to kind of think about doing stuff like that with this guy. So yeah, it was there wasn't really much convincing because Andy did see the greatness once John Dorsey brought it all up.
It's a ballsy move for Nagy though, because that thing backfires and Mahomes ends up sucking, and that story comes out, and Andy Reid and company are not going to be happy about Nagy making that meeting much easier on Mahomes. But looking back now, it's just a legendary badass kind of story.
There's stories about scouts that like you go time a guy in the 40-yard dash, and if you really like him, stop your clock at 38. If you're worried about a guy's speed, and you really, really like him, and you're like they send you down there to go get a time, you hit instead of hitting the watch at 40, you hit it at 38 just to kind of get the guy a really good time.
There you go.
And that way when you come back to your place, it's this guy runs a 4.53 when actually he's a 4.63.
Tweak it a little bit.
Yeah, tweak it a little bit.
Keep it on the quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers, we've talked about, man, the Packers season's probably over. Jordan Love looked really good when he got in on Sunday Night Football against the Eagles. What about Aaron Rodgers sitting the remainder of the year, letting Jordan Love play? This was his thinking yesterday when he talked to Packers media.
Look, I'd love to finish the season out, but I understand. This is a business, and there's a lot of us kind of older guys who play a decent amount, and they might want to see some younger guys play. So, hopefully we don't have to have that conversation. But if that conversation comes up, I'll approach that with an open mind and without any bitterness or resentment. Obviously, like I said, I want to win out, and we don't have to have those conversations. But I understand if we don't, that's a possibility to have that conversation.
Open mind, no bitterness or resentment, and I think we're headed for that conversation.
They need to know about that kid. They learned a little bit about him playing in that game the other day against Philadelphia, but they need more of that. They need to see him get ready for a week of practice and get ready for a game and participate in the game. And they're going to have to make a decision. I know the money is not, great right now. I mean, maybe you find a way. Maybe you find somebody that does want an Aaron Rodgers or something like that, and you can make that swing and that deal for something like that. But I think the Packers owe it to themselves. They did all they could for Aaron Rodgers. As far as, the receivers and stuff, maybe the skill players not that much, but they've tried in some aspects. But if he's going to sit and watch, that's all good, I think.
This is the first time where I'm actually kind of buying Aaron Rodgers' personal growth thing. Like the ayahuasca has helped him have clarity. And, I think that's cool. That's showing growth, especially after the Packers did so much for him with the contract, to entice him back to play. So, I that's cool. I'm interested to see what Jordan Love can do. And I'm sure the organization is happy to get that opportunity without having to deal with Aaron Rodgers, who has been very petty in the past. So
it might be a situation, too, that Aaron Rodgers knows that Jordan Love can't play.
Yes, I think that's it. It's year 3, and there's been plenty of practices and preseason games for Jordan
Interesting.
Love. Yeah.
We talked about the beef between Patrick Peterson and Kyler Murray a little bit yesterday. If you missed it, here's the audio from the All Things Covered podcast. Patrick Peterson, former teammate of Kyler Murray's, calling out Kyler.
Yeah, you think Cliff Kingsbury may be the scapegoat in regards to their struggles?
It ain't no maybe. He will.
He will be.
Yeah, he will be.
Uh-huh.
He will be. And the crazy thing about it, the guy who hired him will still have a job.
Yep. It sounds about right. I initially I was thinking that they probably would stick with him because of the contractual agreement he has. But now just seeing how bad they've been, and then
they fired a coach after a season, man.
Yeah, and he signed that extension last March. But see, just vocally, Kyler Murray is talking about, and I don't like how he's doing that. I think he should keep some things privately. But it tells me he doesn't care about his head coach. And he's putting everything on the head coach, basically saying
Kyler Murray don't care about nobody but Kyler Murray. That's just a matter of the fact.
Well, I got to. I can't argue. I don't know him personally. You played with him for a few years, so I got to take your word for it.
So Kyler has since responded to Patrick Peterson, saying this isn't true. You on some weird bleep at P2. You got my number. If you really felt like this as a big bro or mentor, you're supposed to call me and tell me, not drag me so your podcast can grow. Well, today, the media in Minnesota asked Patrick Peterson about that, and the quote was, I don't have his number. I did reach out. I did get his number from an ex-teammate and texted him. He didn't reply to the text. I don't know if that is still his number.
One of the toughest things about leadership, if you're a quiet or aloof type of person, is if you don't say anything, over time, people are going to assume it's the worst. So Kyler Murray might have a heart and great intentions, but walking around and not actively engaging as a leader is inviting trouble. I don't know Kyler Murray's insides. I don't know his thoughts, but it's not a surprise that people think that of him. That he doesn't care about anything but himself because he doesn't go out of his way to do what Dak does, and it's I don't think it's a fault of his own. It's his natural personality. And it's kind of unfortunate for people that are like that because people are just going about their day assuming, oh, you think you're better than everybody. No, I'm not conversational. I'm not the kind of guy that wants to come in and high five and slap butts. I'm just about my business.
Hey.
So I don't know what the right answer to it for anybody is.
A lot about Kyler. Going to Plano, we were rivals with Kyler at Allen. They used to kick our ass, right? I didn't like Kyler Murray. I didn't like Allen High School. But this was something that was rumored about Kyler that I've always heard about him. He's not the greatest guy. He is self-entitled. He loves him some Kyler Murray. And when you're as talented as he is and you've been told and coddled you're the best, maybe that comes with that. I don't know. But I've never met him personally. So who the hell am I to say? Now, finally, here's Hugh Freeze. We have apparently an ankle obsession with Hugh. Now, this is the former counselor from the Netflix TV show.
Is this a fetish? Is ankle a fetish too?
I don't know.
I'm sure in some
Or is
parts.
this a scouting thing? Like you want sturdy ankles?
It's a
scouting
things, yeah.
It's a scouting thing. It might also
you
be
flexible in your ankles.
Yeah, it could be taken
No
to the bedroom as well.
here.
But the one of the former counselors from a school that he used to go and recruit was talking on the Unnecessary Roughness podcast, and this is what she had to say about Hugh Freeze and the ankles.
First thing he does when he meets a player in person is he asks them to see their ankles.
Their ankles?
Mm-hmm. He wants to see their ankle, or he wanted, when he was recruiting our players, he wanted to see their ankles. I saw it live and in person multiple times. He says that that has never failed him. A player, you can tell how athletic a player is by how skinny their ankles are. I was standing in the hallway and he was like, "Hey dude, lift your pants leg up." And I'm standing there thinking like, what the hell's going on? And Christian lifts his pants leg up and he's like, all right, we're good. And I was like, Coach, what the heck was that about? And he said, Brittany, it's never failed me. If a player has skinny ankles, they're super athletic, and I need athletic guys on my team.
Skinny ankles is what you want.
Skinny ankles.
Racehorses have skinny ankles.
But you want big legs and skinny ankles.
Yeah, you want to be tapered.
Okay.
Yeah, you see these big.
Is that cocky built?
Big dudes. Yeah, well, you want to be cocky built with thin ankles.
Okay.
Because I heard that we had a defensive lineman on my high school team, and he, pound for pound, was probably the best athlete on the team. And our coaches would even talk about, like, his ankles are just different. When you line him up against all the other big D linemen,
flexibility.
This dude has ankles that if you just looked at the ankles, you wouldn't think he was a 290-pound dude, but he is. And he was the most athletic D lineman that we had. I think there is some truth to this.
Keep my eye on it. Kevontae Turpin definitely has some small ankles. He can fly.
Yeah.
Pays off there. Probably pays off anywhere. Thank you, Wolchuk. That was some terrific sports audio.
Thank you, Seth.
Great job. Okay, Restroom Revelations with Chia Follows coming up next. Where are we heading with that, sir?
Have you ever heard a player be compared to one of these? That's next.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line.
Shortages in demand are driving up prices. Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find a new road, Joe.
Right on. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, Barry Church is going to join you, the former Cowboy safety. Right here. We'll be at Rally House in Arlington tomorrow. Here's Chiafalo with some restroom revelations.
Yes, sir. We do have some restroom revelations featuring the question, have you ever heard a player be compared to one of these? But I do need to address this wild situation from, I believe this is courtesy of Belts by Boberto at Trollo469. Crushing it on the Twitch, but he tagged myself and Walchuk in something on Twitter today that is, I was not aware this existed. Cinnamon Toast Crunch Creamy Cinnamon Spread. It's like its own version of like peanut butter of sorts. Oof. Where you can have Cinnamon Toast Crunch Creamy Cinnamon Spread, and you could put it on a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
On both sides of the sandwich, yeah.
Both sides.
Toast.
Yeah.
Does it have cream cheese in it?
It does not. All I see is it contains milk and soy. I don't see anything about cream cheese at this point.
All right.
But holy smokes, man. I've never seen this at the store, but it is real.
Would that be in the icing section, like by the cake stuff?
I think so.
Yeah.
That seems like an icing, don't you think?
It does have that vibe, but I think it can be used in a multitude of different ways. Maybe you do want to icing up a full-on cake. Maybe you just want to go with a personal
Sounds like a fluffernutter.
toast or
isn't that like a marshmallow peanut butter sandwich?
Yeah, there is the marshmallow fluff that you can get.
Fluffernutter.
Peanut butter and fluff sandwiches. If you've never done one of those, highly recommend. Those are delicious.
And as I said that, I was very nervous. That could have meant something else.
I kind of was looking at you funny on that one.
Yep. The fluffernutter?
I could feel the stare coming from the corner of my eye as that slipped out of my mouth.
You felt the excitement over there from Broadus?
He was very excited.
All right, let's go ahead and dive into a little R&R.
Oh, that comes with an intro?
Oh, snap. No, it's okay. It's all right.
There's a pretty good one. If you just want to look, and we're going to start the segment, but just fire it off at any time, Lucius, because it is pretty... Oh.
You said any time, bro.
I'm glad. Nice work.
Buddy. You show that turd who's boss. hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
Okay, 406 says it's in the peanut butter aisle, and it's freaking amazing.
Okay, bam.
940, they carry it at the dollar store as well. So
No way.
It seems like this is in arm's reach for all of us right now. We could all go home tonight and enjoy some Cinnamon Toast Crunch Creamy Spread.
I won't be doing that.
Not Walchuk, though.
I'm not doing sweets till Christmas. I'm back on the wagon.
I've heard that before.
Unless Abby asked me to get some. And by the way, I do have a restroom revelation of my own briefly.
Please.
I've been struggling with admitting this all day, but I think I've hit the age where I got to be a little extra sure when I'm going number one.
Okay.
Maybe an extra shake and a stand. Like, you ever be in a public restroom and you notice the old guy, like, almost like he's twerking over there, trying to, like, what are you doing?
He does have some bounce.
Before the zip, there's like 12 seconds of jiggle.
Yeah. A lot of shake.
I had a lot of stuff going this morning. I needed to get into the restroom and get back to the kitchen because I didn't want the omelet to get overcooked. And I thought I was done, and immediately after turning out of the bathroom and walking,
just fell out of you.
It felt like I'd kind of like 1/8 peed my pants.
Oh no!
Yeah.
So it was more than just the dribbles, because we all have the
yes. It was more than a dribble.
And that's really the hazard of going free balling, right? When you don't have the underwear, you can really feel those dribbles can get all the way down.
See, I think there's an expiration date on free balling. Maybe, I don't know.
100%. And also
sorry to hear that, Dawson.
That's most painful thing is when you accidentally don't zip correctly and you catch it.
Oh,
that's another reason to not.
We got a bleeder.
Yeah.
We got a bleeder.
Something about Mary style.
Yeah, that is maybe the most horrendous pain. And I thought we had a Pulisic issue with that, potentially. We had a splitting.
Like but we found out it wasn't even his peen.
No, it's just the pelvic. And 940, I'm not hating on creamy spreads. I'd love nothing more than to take a spoon. You guys know me. And just sit down and go ham on this thing. I just can't. That's not state of the art, baby. And I got a weigh-in on Saturday. I did eat like an animal on Thanksgiving. they're not going to be happy about that.
But
so I am cleansing.
No,
this
your
week.
commercials say they give you a lot of support, though.
They do.
They
the
understand
support
when
staff is
right,
just like
So like
kicking
it's
the
like,
ass.
what did you do wrong? Then I have to open up and be vulnerable and honest and say I cheated. Okay, that's not a fun moment.
No, it's
then they're
not.
going to be supportive. But the whole admission of like I cheated and the disappointment, like when your parents are mad at you and
You gotta
upset at
come
you,
clean, man.
Lindsay's not going to be happy.
Oh
and
no,
Lindsay's a sweetheart.
That's one of the great things about being part of that. They make you feel pretty bad. For
I'm
messing
very hard
up.
on myself there.
Yeah,
Good
but
accountability.
The thing is Walchuk's making up for the Thanksgiving feast. And yes,
I'm
that
pulling
was
two-a-days,
plural. It's
baby.
because he's pulling 2 days with the walk.
I am. I'm
He's
going morning
walking,
and night.
Morning and night. It doesn't matter how cold or warm it is outside.
Yesterday was brutal.
My boy's getting out there twice a day. He's getting a full 60 minutes of walking in to make up for the just insane disrespect he had for his body throughout the entire duration of the Thanksgiving
I'm
break.
getting 9,000 to 10,000 steps in.
My guy. See, that's how you take the L and then you bounce back. Shout out to Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Now the question, Broadus, really, I mean, this goes back. I wonder if you've heard this before. I would like to take you to the realm of the National Hockey League, and it is one of the more infamous coaches, I believe, John Tortorella.
Oh, his interviews after the game are the
Special.
best.
Oh, and the in-game ones too. When they check in with him,
okay,
they're pretty fun.
Yeah.
But he was asked after a recent game about the 23-year-old Morgan Frost and just kind of like where he's at in his young development.
Yeah.
And the response from Tortorella reads as such: "Quote: You look at Frosty, I still think he's up and down like a toilet seat." I had never heard a player in any realm of sports be compared to a toilet seat. I don't know what that does for the confidence. This is not the Mike McDaniel, here's 700 highlights to you actually are a good player. This is a coach comparing his young 23-year-old player to a toilet seat. Up and down like a toilet seat.
I wouldn't think that would be a very good thing to be compared to. I just don't.
I would be offended.
Yeah, I would be a little offended by that because is he saying you're playing like crap? You know, is that kind of what I mean? That's kind of when you think of when you're using the toilet, you're using it to do other things.
For sure.
It's
for
nothing.
sure.
I guess it could be pleasant. You could have a pleasant experience.
Maybe he was just talking about, hey, like he does what I need him to do. When I need my toilet seat to go up, it goes up. When I need my toilet seat to go down, it goes down. Maybe it was a compliment.
I just kind of,
or maybe it was just he's very inconsistent and much like a toilet seat, he could be up or down at any time.
Yeah.
At least he didn't specify the toilet seat.
It's true.
Like one of these disgusting ones. It could have been much worse.
Never heard about this in scouting though.
Never heard that in scouting.
Never used the toilet seat reference in scouting.
If I compare it to a toilet seat, it's got to be a Toto toilet seat.
Oh,
Toto toilet seats.
Is that the one that DJ Khaled was flexing about?
Is that the heated
Drake
one?
Sent to him
Yeah,
the other
those
day?
are the. Oh my gosh, they're amazing, bro. They got everything.
Wow.
They've got everything.
New age toilets are
Yes,
the real
man,
deal.
bro.
I would love to try one of those.
Googling.
We also have the famous butt doctor. You guys familiar? The social media butt doctor?
No.
He claims to be a bit of a poo expert. He is firmly against the idea, and he can't understand why we as just societies across the world, especially in America, use toilet paper to wipe. He's firmly against it, and he sees issues with it across the board. A lot of people do some excess over-wiping with the toilet paper in an effort to be more hygienic, and he says that's actually, it backfires because it's a sensitive area down there. So we have
but do you let the poo stay there and it's itchy the whole day?
No, man.
No, he's just simply saying, he's not saying don't wipe at all. He's just saying the tool that we use being toilet paper. He's like, if you had crap on your face, would you use toilet paper to wipe it off? Probably not. You'd go
wet wipe, probably.
Oh, wet wipe.
Splash a little water on that joint, man.
Splash a little water on that joint.
The bidets are $55.
It's crazy what a steal those
They're
are.
only
right now.
$55. Starting $55. Now you can step it on up, get you some LED lights on that thing. Get the ones that warm up on you.
Yes.
You got the one that blows, like I got to cool it off. Wow. Yeah. So when you're having days, it's like, man, nothing's falling. You can splash that water on there and then get it activated, get you started. You're like, oh,
Get it
there we go.
activated.
Yeah. And then when it's get a little too wet down there, you're feeling weird. You're
It's like the car wash.
It
You get
feels
the
great,
whole
bro.
ride.
We should have made this a sport.
I sit on there for hours in the morning. I sit on there for hours. Me and my ashtray and my phone and my magazines.
Holy hell, this sounds amazing.
It's a special time, man.
Got coffee in there.
The butt doctor does
Keurig. You got a Keurig right next to
I
the thing.
really do.
Dude, put the Toto toilet seat into Amazon. It starts at like $75. There's a $1,029 model for a toilet seat.
That's the LED light one with the hydraulics and stuff.
for
It's got
Hanukkah.
spinners. The butt doctor does. It does note.
Can I get a bidet, Mom?
We do aim for the ghost poo. He says, where you wipe
Yes.
and there's nothing there. That
Absolutely.
indicates that there's a well-formed situation that's been passed. So we do look for the ghost poo. Honestly, I'm probably at like 5% ghost poos. It's
You
rare
need to
for
hit
me.
those fiber thins from Metamucil. Change your life if you start your day with
Can I
one
get
of
a
those.
just definition of ghost poo?
Yeah, that's one of those where you drop it, and then when you go to wipe, you're like, oh, there was actually nothing there. You're surprised that there was nothing. There was no remains.
There's no sign.
It was just, it
But
just
it
went out.
definitely happened.
It definitely happened.
That's a sign of health.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Ghost poos for
Right
the
on
win.
out of
Got
there.
your fiber,
Good to go.
This
vegetables.
doesn't seem right.
Barry Church, former Cowboys safety, is going to join us. Is there anything to be worried about with the Cowboys getting set to host the Colts? BC coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway. 35 straight minutes of sports and laughs each afternoon beginning at from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Special guest about to join us. Got a lot of cool stuff going on over the next 2 days. Join us tomorrow, a remote broadcast at Rally House in Arlington. Come by, get some gear. And then Saturday, we're going to be right next door at Boomer Jack's. They're in Arlington, same complex, for our Tolo holiday party. Roundtable start at noon and run until 4 o'clock, and we want you to join us. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls listening from all around the world, I present to you number 42, Barry Church.
That is right. Good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing, man. Now that I heard the intro, everything's gonna be all right.
We are ready to rock. Hey, what kind of a chance do you give the Colts this week? How confident are you feeling about the Cowboys here on a Thursday?
No, I think it's going to be a blowout. I think the Colts have slim to no chance doing anything to this Cowboys. Defensively, offensively, I think this game should be over by halftime. But then again, I said the same thing about the Packers. So you never know what can happen on any given Sunday. But if it's up to me, the Cowboys should get this over with within the first half.
Is there anything better than just facing an absolute statue at quarterback like Matt Ryan?
No, if you're part of that defensive line, you should be licking your chops, man, because this guy, like you said, he's an absolute statue in the pocket. His offensive line, they've been up and down, mostly down this year. So when you're dealing with a defense like the Dallas Cowboys who can just throw waves upon waves of pass rushers at you, that offensive line, it gets no break because there's not a big difference between, as far as production, between, your starters and your rotational players. So they can throw Parsons, D-Law at this offensive line. They can throw Armstrong. They can throw Fowler. I mean, all these guys have capabilities of getting after Matt Ryan in the pocket. So it's going to be a long day for Mr. Ryan.
Barry, what do you think about this Cowboys secondary right now? Diggs has been playing fantastic football, but what do you think about Anthony Brown on the other side and Deron Bland, some of these young kids that have gotten a chance to play?
Well, when you talk about Diggs, man, I think he's playing probably the best football of his young career so far. I mean, I understand, last year he had, 11 interceptions out there and he was taking the football away. But he was also giving up some yards as well. This year, it seems like, with Al Harris out there and Joe Witt Jr., they've been doing a great job of getting his technique down pat. And you can see he's become, in my opinion, like a complete corner out there. I mean, he's not giving up a lot of yards, and he's still breaking the passes up and getting his interceptions. So he's playing phenomenally out there. Anthony Brown, I think he had a great start to the season, but he's starting to tail off just a little bit. But I'm sure he'll get back into form here as we get closer to the end of the season. And I'm extremely impressed with Deron Bland, the young rookie, because that nickel position, it's an extremely hard position to go out there and do. I mean, you got to be able to fit in the run game. You got to be able to know where your zone drops are. And you also got to be able to play man-to-man in a true island because there's nothing but space in that slot. So I've been extremely impressed with what the young man has been able to do so far this year, getting kind of thrown into the fire with the injury to Jordan Lewis. But overall, man, this secondary is playing outstanding, and they benefit from a great defensive line.
Barry, can you describe how hard it is to play 3 games in 12 days?
It's probably one of the hardest things you have to do as a professional football player. I mean, 1 game in 7 days is enough. I mean, your body feels like doo-doo after that 1 game, and just imagine going back 4 days later and have to play on a Thursday. I mean, it's one of the hardest things you can do because, it takes time. You're in a routine, once a week. All right, we'll play on Sunday. I'll get my body back going by at least Thursday. Friday's the walkthrough, and then we got a day off to kind of get ready for the game. When you play Sunday and you got to turn around, 4 days later and play Thursday, it's extremely hard. Your body's just getting back to some sort of normalcy by Thursday, and you got to go out there on the field of play and give it your all. So it's extremely tough, not only from a physical standpoint, but from going out there and mentally preparing for a team in 3 days. Like, you're used to getting that whole, let me go out on the field, let me see what they're doing scheme-wise, but it's majority walkthroughs when you're doing that Sunday to Thursday game. So it's extremely hard, and, hey, hats goes off to those guys that are able to perform great on that short notice like that.
Barry Church here with you on The Fan. Have you noticed the last 2 games holding teams under 100 yards rushing? Have the Cowboys done something that's fixed their run game defense?
I would hope so. I think they've kind of gotten to that mind state, especially along that front seven, that sacks aren't everything. I've seen them, kind of blow past, running lanes to try to get to the quarterback in the past, and I was giving them problems. But they seem to, after that Green Bay game, kind of round in the focus and understand that they have to be able to stop the run. And that front seven, they've been doing a good job these past 2 games against, Dalvin Cook. And then this last game, they were able to hold them as well. So they're doing a great job of kind of swarming. You don't see as many one-on-one tackles out there. You kind of see a gang of guys out there tackling guys and holding ball carriers to minimum gainage. So they're going to need that going into the playoffs, because the one thing that you can bank on going into the playoffs is teams are going to run the football and try to play great defense. And if they're able to do one of those things as far as the Cowboys is concerned, run the football and stop the run as well, then the sky's the limit. So hopefully they got this rush defense taken care of.
What's it like as a safety? You're trying to, go fill the gap and help stop the run and whatever your responsibility is, but you also don't want to get beat. How is that mental game or that challenge of the discipline? How would you describe that? Especially, looking back on that Packers game, you need to stop the run, but also Aaron Rodgers is trying to set you up. How do you reconcile all that during a snap or during a game?
It's really tough, because that's one of the dilemmas that you have as a safety when you're playing, especially zone coverage. Man, you kind of know it. Hey, if my guy goes out on a route, I got to guard this guy. But when you're in zone, you always want to get your good zone drop. You want to get depth to help out the corners and help out your pass coverage. But it's hard, because when they're running the ball so well, you kind of want to get a jump on it. You kind of want to go ahead and get downhill and make sure guys like, A.J. Dillon or Aaron Jones don't get a head start and they have to, you have to open field tackle them. You want to get down in there and get in the trenches and get dirty. But that's the dilemma with that, because if you take a couple steps forward, great quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers and some of these guys that they're going to play in the playoffs, they'll be able to pick you apart. They'll be able to see exactly how you came downhill. And we all understand, football is a game of inches. If you take one step forward, that's 4 steps that the receiver can get past you. And we know these quarterbacks are extremely accurate, and they're able to hit these pinpoint passes, especially when you're going against zone coverages. So that's the dilemma that these safeties are going to have to deal with. But Dan Quinn has done an amazing job with Curse, Wilson, and those boys to get them understanding the keys that they have to look at when going against run game versus pass. And so far, I think they've done a good job of it.
Yeah, Barry, to kind of piggyback on that, walk me through is there a way as a safety that that Anthony Brown is struggling with the ball going deep and going – now, do you help him by alignment? Do you cheat it? Can you do those things in order to kind of get in position? Like, Diggs is probably going to be okay. Do you, as a safety, do you psychologically or during a game, do you always keeping your eye to his side if you were playing with him?
Yeah, the safety, you got to know your strengths and weaknesses of your corners out there. We understand Diggs is a phenomenal, ball guy. He can get those 50-50 catches against most receivers. And we understand with Anthony Brown, with his size, a little bit of it, he gives up those 50-50 catches. He's not necessarily just getting burnt out there. It's, what happens when the ball's in the air and it comes down to him and a receiver. With his size, receivers are able to jump over top of him pretty much. So with me as a safety, if I'm in the middle of the field, like Hooker's been playing, pre-snap, I want to discourage the quarterback from going to that side. Like, if he has a deep route on Anthony Brown's side, I may line up on his hash, favor Anthony Brown's side, knowing that I got deep middle responsibilities, but I'm going to favor over here to kind of shade him away from looking at that, get the quarterback's eyes off of Anthony Brown's guy, and then go back to my middle field responsibilities. But to me, it's all about the pre-snap. You got to show the quarterback that, hey, you're leaning towards that side to hopefully discourage him from attacking Anthony Brown deep, because knowing that if he does go to Diggs' side, Diggs should be okay. But to me, it's all about the pre-snap, showing that quarterback to make sure to discourage him from going to Anthony Brown's side on the deep ball.
Speaking of Malik Hooker, he was on with Brad Shim on the Cowboys Hour earlier this week, and he was talking about the run defense and just how important it is for everyone to just be fundamentally sound but do their job. One of the 11 just gets off their assignment, it can spoil the entire play. And from your perspective, having been there and been the captain of the Cowboys secondary before, can you just kind of put that into perspective for us? Just watching the Cowboys run defense and seeing those struggles specifically on the edge, just how if one person gets out of their gap or misses their assignment, how it can really spoil and get a big run play against the defense.
Yeah, that was a big thing with Marinelli when I played as well. He was all about gap discipline, making sure, everybody's playing sound defense out there. And he used to always say you can't have hero ball out there. You can't have one guy going out there trying to make each and every play out there, because that's how your defense gets compromised. If you got a guy saying, all right, I'm lining up in the edge, I'm in the D gap, but the run's all the way away from me. Let me go ahead and get out of my gap so I can go ahead and make that tackle. 9 times out of 10, that running back, he's going to see you, over pursuit. He's going to cut back to the lane that you were just in. So that's why Marinelli used to always tell us, man, you got to play sound, disciplined defense, and you got to trust your teammates. You got to hold your gap and trust that your other teammates are going to do their job, and you play as a unit. And I feel as though if a defense can play as a unit, they can swarm the ball easily that way and kind of shut down the run. But you can't have any hero ball out there. Everybody has to play sound, disciplined football. And these past 2 weeks, the Cowboys have been able to do that.
Barry, I think without even trying to, I think we just solved the Zach Wilson problem in New York. You used the phrase, the cliche of game of inches. I think Zach Wilson might have taken that just a touch too seriously.
Literally.
We might have just solved the issue for Zach Wilson in that 2.5 inch per play offense in New York.
Man, I'll tell you what, as a defender, I would have been extremely upset. It reminded me of my days in Jacksonville when we had Blake Bortles, man. Like, I feel like we were just, one player away from doing big things, man. And it's just, as a defender, you used to hate, holding an offense to low scoring or holding them to a 3-and-out. And then as soon as you sit your butt on the bench, you hear one of the coaches saying, punt ready, punt ready. And it's like, man, we just left the field. But I feel bad for those Jets, man. And hopefully they found something with Mike White.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't, but it would be nice. It would be nice. Hey, Barry, so Jeff Saturday, obviously the weird story of him becoming the coach of the Colts. Is there anybody in your career, a teammate or something that you feel like, oh yeah, this guy could step in and be a coach?
Early on, I would have said Sean Lee. Back in the days, I would have been like, man, you know what? This guy could have definitely came in here and been a coach and been a leader of men and all that good stuff. But in talking to him since he's retired, man, he wants nothing to do with coaching. So outside of that, I don't know who else could be a coach, but I definitely thought for sure Lee could step in there and at least win 1 or 2 games. I ain't going to say he's going to run the gamut, but he can get at least 1 or 2 victories out there.
It's Barry Church here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want to comment on the Jerry Jones photo in Little Rock?
Oh, no, I'm going to stay away from that one. I'm going to go ahead and stay away from that one.
That's fair enough. How much do you think OBJ can help this year coming off a torn ACL?
If I'm being all honest with you, man, I don't think he can help that much. I mean, I understand, what the guy can bring to the table, but we just don't understand, we don't know where he's at right now. I mean, he's on the second ACL surgery. I haven't seen any tape of this guy running out there doing anything. And if you were to tell me, he was the one missing piece to get this team over the hump, sure, I would go ahead and, bite the bullet and bring him in here. But I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening, especially with the way this offense is now, with a run-first mentality. I just don't see what he could bring to the table to make this team that one piece away from the Super Bowl. So I don't think, he should come down here. But, hey, I mean, I don't call the shots, so we'll see.
All right, Barry, we got our Swinging for a Cause Sandlot charity event coming up a week from Sunday, and I know Jared Sandler's already put us in a group text together. Now, he's trying to get you at the event. I don't want to just put you on the spot here, but it'd be pretty awesome because we're going to start putting our bays and letting the Tolos bid for it on Monday. I said, look, if Barry's going to come, you better put Barry at our G-Bag Nation Bay. Can I get confirmation from you that you're going to be partying with the G-Bag Nation at our bay with the Tolos?
Oh, yeah, I already told him I was down to come. So I'll definitely be out there with y'all, man. We're going to be spanking them out there. So I'm with it, man. I'm with it for sure.
Attaboy. Yeah. That's my guy.
I'll bring the Miller Lights, Barry. We'll have a great
time. Yeah, make sure you bring those, man. No Miller Lights, no church, man.
Love it, Barry. Anything else before we let you go?
Sure. Hopefully Cowboys get this dub. They should knock it out the park. So we'll see come Sunday, though, man. Thanks for having
I'll drink to that. Thank you, man. It's always great to catch up with the great Barry Church here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, when we return, it is time for the Wooly Bullies Top 10. Where are we going with that, sir?
National Pie Day, baby. 877-881-1053. I got the top 10 most popular North American pies. What's your favorite? Plus, I'll hit you with some randos next on The Fan.
All right, let's chat about D&M Leasing, though. It is well known.
By Miller Lite on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Time for Wolchek's Top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again, and those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels. Truckwreck.com. That is truckwreck.com. And here he is, Wolchek.
Thank you very much. It is National Pie Day. Oh, what a glorious, glorious day it is.
Chicken pot pie.
Chicken pot. Okay, you're a man of my heart.
Oh, it came out of the gates hot right there.
Yeah.
I like that, Broadus.
In
Great
fact,
take.
I had to find a list that had the pot pie in it.
Oh, did you?
I did, specifically, because
Okay.
I'm a pot pie guy.
Oh, I just kind of threw it out there. I thought you were talking about dessert pies.
And no, most lists have only dessert pies.
Crawfish pie, too.
But the pot pie deserves to be in it. I'm a fan of the turkey, the chicken, and you can do a little beef pot pie. Now, I haven't had a crawfish pot pie, but that's actually, you made one with a crust.
I did.
And it wasn't your traditional pot pie because you made a big one for all of us. And whatever you did to the crust was, did you use Ritz crackers?
Yeah.
Dude, you crushed it.
Thank you.
It was delicious. Now, that was pre-soda to me.
Yeah, that's what you got to find a way. There's different ways to kind of be creative with like your crust. Yeah, you can go out and buy crust. There's nothing wrong with that, but making your own crust. I'll tell you what I'm into now is watching these guys make hamburgers and make the pickles, make the mayonnaise, ground the beef, make the buns. Like it's a lot of damn work for a hamburger, but it looks like to me it is 1,000% better than anything that you can go out and do. You know, I mean, I just think that you know, when you can kind of put that attention to detail to it, it makes it even better.
How about a good old shepherd's pie, boys?
Shepherd's pie is good.
Shepherd's pie can be good. Now, I think I've had some bad ones in the past.
Potatoes rough on you?
Maybe that was, or like they put some thyme or some seasoning in there that just was off-putting for me. But yeah, shepherd's pie, not bad. We're getting that texted in quite a bit. But 877-881-1053. What is your favorite pie? Now, I do have some college football and NFL news for you. Brian's guy is
Brian Kelly.
Well, your guy, Brian. And it's not Brian Kelly. No, go Tigers. Me and my family. No, it's your other guy, Antonio Brown.
Oh, no.
He's trying to dodge being arrested again. I don't know what his deal is, but he's not going down without a fight. And he's now, an arrest warrant's been issued for him, former Steelers and Bucs star. He's wanted for misdemeanor battery, according to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. The charge is related to an alleged domestic incident that happened Monday in South Tampa involving the mother of Brown's children. Now, there's been some reports that have come out that are not accurate, like there's a standoff going on at his house. Don't believe that is true. However, police have tried to get in touch with Antonio Brown, and that has not happened. So this is the latest report from Sam Brock of NBC in Tampa. There's been multiple attempts to take Antonio Brown into custody, but there's not an ongoing standoff. Police say he's not communicating. Not sure if he's even at his home at this point, but they do not want to risk officer safety over a misdemeanor charge.
Sounds wise.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But I don't know what's going on. If he's like
We'll find
trying
sooner
to
or later.
ice his feet or whatever the situation is with him. But eventually I'm sure that they'll get him into custody and they'll figure that situation out. Now, we have a lot of guys that are starting to commit to the NFL draft. And it is day one of the Broadest Draft School today.
Yep.
As we're going to start watching
tonight.
Going to start watching some tape. So you've got Penn State cornerback Joey Porter Jr., son of Steelers linebacker Joey Porter. He's committed to the NFL draft.
Like it.
Kentucky quarterback Will Levis has said he's entering the draft. He's going to decide if he wants to play the bowl game for Kentucky. He's undecided. He said, I'll make an official announcement once I feel it's necessary and appropriate, but I do believe after this year I'll be declaring, and I'll wait and see about the bowl game. I don't think he plays in the bowl.
Did Matt Corral play in the Sugar Bowl for Ole Miss and got his ankle blown up?
Yeah.
I think that with Levis, I think he really missed his offensive coordinator from the previous year. I mean, he looked so much better last year playing quarterback than he did this year. And I think, his coordinator went back to the Rams, once they made the switch there. They lost the O'Connell went to Minnesota.
Makes
So, yeah,
sense.
it sometimes your guy, your coach, when he leaves, it kind of hurts you a little bit.
And I'm not playing in a bowl game unless it's for the championship.
Hey.
My season ends week 12 around Thanksgiving unless we're one of the final 4 or in 2 years one of the final 12.
Right. Good thing they've expanded the college football playoff. If you missed that, we're going to 12 teams thanks to the Rose Bowl finally saying, you know what, we're down for this. In 2024, we'll get a 12-team playoff. Big loss for our North Texas Mean Green. Athletic director Ren Baker is leaving the program. He's going to take over as the AD out of West Virginia. Bijan Robinson's been named a finalist for the Doak Walker Award, Outstanding Texas running back. TCU offensive coordinator Garrett Riley been named a finalist for the Broyles Award. And SMU DB and Little Elm Zone Brandon Crossley was named AAC Player of the Week this past week. So congratulations to him. And you have South Carolina, who is looking at adding Dan Mullen as their next offensive coordinator.
Yeah, they're doing the flight tracking on Dan Mullen, and
Are they going to make him give up do the Hugh Freeze?
I don't know. Oh, give up the social media?
Yeah.
I don't know that they're going to do that, but people are seeing like Gamecocks planes in the vicinity of where Dan Mullen may or may not be.
Yeah,
and so they're doing one of those.
South Carolina lost their OC to Nebraska.
Oh, he went to with Matt Rule.
Yeah, he'd been with Matt at a couple places. Temple, Satterfield, I think is his name.
Okay.
Went to with him at Temple, Baylor, and then took the South Carolina job, and then now is going to Nebraska.
Interesting. All right, let's slide into the top 10. Top 10 most popular North American pies. We go into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander, your favorite pie, sir.
Okay. Here we go. Let's see. Pecan pie, sweet potato pie, cheesecake, because I think that's a pie.
Okay.
Bean pie, because it's damn good, even though it has a crazy stereotype when it's really good.
What is bean pie?
Bean? It tastes just like sweet potato pie. Yeah, it's damn good. But apparently you can eat it, no guilt.
Anytime I've seen the bean pie, I've been scared of it. I've always just flicked the bean pie away.
Yeah. That's what you got to do.
And sweet potato pie. No, I said that already, right?
Yeah.
It's all right.
Frito pie. All right, Frito pie.
Frito pie. Way to go, Lucius.
Good pie.
Yeah.
By the way, that chili Frito pie burger at Whataburger is still slapping. That wasn't just a one-hit wonder. As circling back, I'm realizing, yes, it was a good take when I said that was maybe the best thing I've ever eaten.
Really? And by the way, call back to KNC earlier because they were talking about the Blue Goose. Put up Micah Parsons Eats Free.
Crab meat enchiladas there.
Oh, really? Yeah. That's the go-to?
Crab meat enchiladas brought us?
Yeah.
That
you better
sounds delicious.
stop dirty talking to me
Nobody
right now.
texts in Whataburger as like the place that they'd want to eat free for life? Come on.
Yeah, it's a good call.
I'd
That's
take
a good call.
Whataburger. Hell yeah.
I would do Whataburger in a heartbeat. Yes. And we do need to show love. Speaking of the fast food, if we're talking about pies, I mean, the McDonald's apple pie, there's a place for it.
And McDonald's apple pie is good.
Whataburger's doing a lemon pie, right?
Whataburger does.
Not bad.
Good pie.
Yep. We know.
They give it to you because what happens is you wait so long for your food.
The token.
They feel guilty.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, we're going to throw a little apple pie in there for you. And then you bite into it and it's like 9,000 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
And you're literally like MFing yourself for knowing that it's 9,000 degrees. But yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You're like, yeah, you're
like, damn it, the steam's coming out of your mouth.
My tongue's burning, it's on fire.
Yeah, the roof of your mouth
That
is
happens to me way more often than it should.
You know
I'm
it's hot.
overzealous.
You know it's
I know
hot.
it's hot.
And you know it's like
can't
scalding
wait.
hot and you do it anyway.
Yeah,
You
I'm
just
impatient.
don't even care.
The Gavin, your mom's pies?
Yeah, sugar cream
That's
pie.
sugar cream.
Sugar cream.
It's the best. I brought that for you last spring, right?
Yeah, bro.
It was good.
Yeah,
It
you
was
sampled
good.
it.
It was good.
Number 10, we've got the blueberry pie.
Ooh, okay.
Number 9, just a good sugar pie. There you go.
Just a regular sugar pie.
Sugar pie.
It's Gavin's mom. That's too low
Wait,
on
is
the
that
list.
sugar cream is different than just straight sugar, or is this?
It
the
looks
same
like the
thing?
sugar pie is pretty similar.
Okay.
As a matter of fact.
Yeah. Maple syrup, cream, butter, a bit of salt, and of course,
Isn't that amazing? You
sugar.
put salt in a pie.
yeah, and it's flavored with a little vanilla.
Yeah.
Number 8, peanut butter pie.
Yeah, bro.
Peanut butter's good. Yeah.
Dude,
I'll mess around.
I'll definitely get in on that.
Get a little key lime action.
Oh, my fave.
Oh yeah. Number 7, sweet potato pie.
There you go.
Now we just had Thanksgiving. You guys do that for Christmas as well?
The sweet potato pie.
More pecan.
More pecan.
More
okay.
pecan.
I don't know if there was like an official pie for Christmas.
It's about smells on Christmas time.
Ooh, okay. Like cinnamon.
Yeah, the smells, yeah.
Yeah, the
Ooh,
You
smells.
get the holiday smells.
Could we get like a cinnamon roll pie going for Christmas?
Ooh, that sounds so good.
Feels festive.
I like it.
Feels delightful.
Number 6, a cream pie.
Okay, so there's a difference now.
I'm gonna have to text my mom here.
Sugar cream and then cream.
Cream is just different.
Cream is just different.
One of the best. And I think it's the egg, the egg yolks.
Yeah.
You whip it, so it's a little bit more airy.
I think it's whip. I think it's whip.
Give it some
Devo.
whip. Yeah.
Number 5, we've got the key lime pie.
Key lime.
Yeah.
And I love key lime pie. The tang to it.
Yes.
Give it to me.
Like apple pie is the pie of the fall. The key lime pie is the pie of the summer.
Damn right.
There you go.
Number 4, we got the pecan pie.
Bye-bye, Miss American Pie.
Are we doing ice cream pies? Because I'll tell you, my mom makes a mean mint chocolate chip ice cream pie with an Oreo crust.
Oh my goodness!
What?
Let me tell you something.
Okay, wait.
fellas.
Okay, what's the Italian dish you want us to try that she makes? It's really good. Did you say rigatoni?
Oh, like
the baked ziti.
The ziti's pretty
Okay.
unfathomable.
Can she make that for dessert?
Do it
too?
dessert with the. I think she could. I think
a
she
baked
can. I think
ziti
she
pie.
will.
I'll buy the ingredients
She takes
and she
pride in
does
that.
it. Yeah.
No, she'll do that on the
I'll buy
house,
it.
man.
Yeah.
Number 3 is the pot pie, baby.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, give me
Nice,
a good
bro.
pot pie.
It's weed. It's weed.
It's weed, and I love it. What's better to you guys, the hot pie or the cold pie?
If I could
from the
only
903.
do
cold. I like
thi-
to refrigerate it.
I would have to go with the cold because ultimately, I guess your hot pie is like your pot pie is obviously going to be a hot pie.
Yeah.
Your apple pie is a hot pie.
You can do it if you want to put a piece of like cheddar cheese on top of it
Or ice cream.
or ice cream. Yeah.
That's true. I do love the balance. I would go ultimately. I would have to go with the cold for the pies.
Okay.
I went hot with the Sandos.
I'll go cold with the pies.
I'm gonna go cold with the pies.
Number 2, we got the pumpkin pie. I love pumpkin pie. I know you don't, Gavin, but I'm a big fan of the pumpkin pie on Thanksgiving with some whipped cream on it.
I think it's whipped. It did save me. The pumpkin pie did save me on the Thanksgiving in a blender.
What was?
Yeah,
because it was just overwhelming.
Right.
Everything else.
I
So,
tried. It was half a slice. I mean, I didn't put the whole slice in there.
Okay.
It was enough.
I don't mind it. I mean, I liked pumpkin pie as a kid. It's got a cool novelty to it.
Yeah.
They dress it up pretty good with the cream and the brown sugar and everything. But once a sugar cream pie debuts on your Thanksgiving or Christmas spread, you don't want to waste any time or stomach space with that pumpkin
And that's
pie.
very
Sorry.
fair. No, that's very fair. Coconut pie is getting texted in quite a bit.
I bet that is dank.
Buttermilk pie has
Ooh,
been
that sounds
texted in
amazing.
quite a bit.
Dank.
Yeah.
And number 1, though.
It's definitely
That's
not.
number 2. Buttermilk pies 2.
No, number 2
That's
was
just
the
the text.
pumpkin. The text is just getting in.
Number 1 is definitely not going to be the state pie for Iowa, right?
What is the state pie for Iowa?
The sour cream raisin pie.
Oh, that sounds like hell.
This picture is off-putting of a picture as I've ever seen, and I've seen the blue waffle.
Yeah, so have I, because I looked it up after you told me about it, and my gut just wanted to punch you in the face. Number 1, though, nothing's as American as a good apple pie.
Number 1, apple pie. Congratulations. All righty. Thank you, Wolchuk. The top 10 at 420 every afternoon right here in the G-Bag Nation. On Thursdays, it's time for the Tank Lawrence Show, and DeMarcus joins you next right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Twin.
party with all of our fan hosts, plus win some amazing stocking stuffers. Fan hang with us as we say thank you for an amazing year, Tolos. We'll see you at Boomer Jacks this Saturday with the Fan.
If you're in need of traffic control at Barricade Rentals, Bias Barricade is a full-service provider. Taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish, it is the Texas authority in Barricade Rentals. BiasBarricades.com.
Thank you, Lucius. It is time now for the Demarcus Lawrence Show. It is brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. And a good afternoon, sir. Nice to chat with you again.
How we doing?
Oh, we're doing great. You have a nice Thanksgiving?
Oh, man, that was amazing, man.
Yeah.
Got that dub against the Giants and came home to mom's good cooking. So
yeah, man.
About that.
That sounds. Now, what was your favorite part of the meal?
Ooh, I mean, everything was good. My brother actually did some. Instead of doing chopped barbecue, he did a chopped turkey, and it was pretty good. So shout out to bro.
Yeah.
Mom had the best dressing and candy yams. So I mean, I ate good.
Yeah,
ate good.
Sounds outstanding.
Is the Thanksgiving party at your place, Tank?
No, I don't know about no Thanksgiving party now.
Or I mean, just like the Thanksgiving feast, does that go down at your place, or are we going elsewhere?
Well, I mean, usually for Thanksgiving, I like to, get all the love by myself, so I don't invite too many people over for Thanksgiving.
Fair enough. What about the pie situation? We just talked about the top 10 pies on National Pie Day. Are you into the pie? And if so, what's your go-to pie on Thanksgiving?
To be honest, I don't even make it to the pies, man. I mean, it's a little tragedy, but, once I get that good meal in, it's like, man, forget the pies.
I hear you. This discipline's going pretty strong, though, isn't it? Like the diet plan you built in the off season. Did you make it through that, at least that part of the holidays, holding on pretty good?
Yeah, I still made it through pretty good, but, use Thanksgiving as a cheat day.
There you go.
We did Thanksgiving on Friday, so it worked out better for my schedule. But I think the main thing was the leftovers. I didn't get to enjoy the leftovers this year, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
See how that goes.
Hey, Tank, I asked Barry Church, we had him on earlier today, and how hard it is to play 3 games in 12 days. And, is that something, I mean, you've done this several times, but what do you guys go through during those times of those games?
It's really about, getting the body to recover. But most importantly, the mental drain. 12 days, you got 3 different teams in those 12 days. And, you got to, learn different assignments and, different things that you're going to be facing against your opponent. So I think it's just the mental side of it is, dreading. And plus, it's getting colder outside. So, that's another excuse to stay inside and cuddle up.
Now, do you get in that cold tub to get the body right?
Oh, yeah. Well, not for me. I'm not a cold tub guy. I'm a cryo guy.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Okay. And how long do you stay in that cryo?
3 minutes. That's all you can get from me.
That's all you can get. Well, and you got used to it. You have I tried it twice, and the second time I did it, I had to bail. I quit on it. That was years ago.
Oh yeah. I mean, now like Cowboys Fit, they have like the ice chamber. Like you can just go in a big old freezer and close the door. So I just wear my shiesty mask in there now.
Okay, so a lot of football's happened since we last talked to you. I was wondering your thoughts on the Vikings game. Were you surprised they tried to pass so much against you guys?
I mean, I think that's their formula. Run, play action. They're a big play action team, and they was just trying to get into their playbook, but it didn't work out too well.
And then after that game, you go play the Giants. You hold both those teams under 100 yards rushing. So congrats on that. Are you guys satisfied? Are you turning a corner here against the run?
Yeah, most definitely not satisfied. 2 different teams. They wanted to come out and play against our weaknesses instead of our strengths. So they ain't want to give us, a lot of opportunities to rush the passer. Talking about the Giants, but it's just all about us, getting down and dirty and stopping the run, and they ain't got no choice at that point.
Tank, when you have an opponent, in with the Colts that you rarely see. Mm-hmm. Is it one of those things when is your prep changed for that? I know you're big on prep and getting ready for these games, but for somebody you haven't seen or played, is it even more, hey, I have to spend an extra hour here or an extra hour there to kind of get a little bit better handle of their team?
I say with an uncommon opponent that you don't see on a year-to-year basis, you do have to take more consideration into things will be a little different. Their gap assignments are different than the Redskins and Giants and etc. So you do have to pay a little bit more attention to your detail, but also football is football, and it's all about us going out there and making sure we dominate and also we be gap sound and play complementary football with our offense.
I think watching you break down the team pregame and then watching sounds of the sideline, and you've got a bunch of studs on the defense, but it really seems like you speak, everybody listens. Like you say, Micah, it's your turn to go get a sack. Boom, it kind of happens. Is it a fair assessment to kind of say that's your defense? You're the voice that everybody kind of follows, or would you disagree with that?
I think one point of the season, all the defensive guys, we was having this argument about who is him, and I think we came to the conclusion that everybody is him. It's so hard to, just pick out one person and say, he's that superstar, but without the rest of the group, nobody, is outshining anybody. So I say everybody is him. We all got a, equal opportunity to go out there and make plays, and that's all we're doing.
There's a good portion in Cowboys Nation that has changed your kicker's name from Brett Maher to Brett Mahim. Are you familiar?
He deserves it.
He's a beast, man. How does the kicker get treated? Just like in the locker room, is anybody talking with him, or does it have to get to like where Brett Maher is now dominant, and so now it's like now he's kind of one of us, or is he just always off and by himself?
Yeah, man. For us, we treat the kicker like the quarterback. Kicker has that much of power that they can win games and lose games for you. So, he deserves all the respect that he's getting.
These Colts are giving up the most sacks in the NFL, Tank. Does this feel like an early Christmas, early holiday for you?
Shoot. Got another opportunity to go out there and, be the best that we can be. I don't want to pass up on that opportunity, especially if they're giving them away.
Yeah, and you've been hot. You had sacks 3 games in a row. Are you at the top of your game right now, or is there another level up for you personally?
Personally, I think, I definitely can achieve another level. And that's just being around the game for so long. Just understand the ins and outs, and December football is definitely, it's either you're getting better or you're getting worse at this time of the year. So just want to make sure my team is looking on the upside of the hill, and we're improving.
And from a team perspective, one of the big topics since Dak came back, you guys are playing elite defense and elite offense now. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like you could be the best team in the NFL right now? Are you better than the Eagles? Are you best team in the division? How is that confidence level that you could beat anybody?
Oh man, yeah, the confidence is definitely there. I don't think we talk about it on a day-to-day basis of, trying to outshine others. I think it's really all about being the best that we can be, taking it one game at a time. And when we get to that stage of our schedule, we'll let the pass do the talking.
Malik Hooker gets to play against the team that drafted him, go up against the Colts this week. I know he's been asked about that, but is that something that you guys have talked about at all, trying to get together and put on a dominant performance for him?
I really don't think it's, about where people came from. It's about where we're at now and, the opportunity that's presented in front of us. And, we don't want to take that for granted. So it's really about it's really not about the coach, it's just really all about us and, how we trying to, improve.
Tank, if you guys are doing the traditional defense team get-together tonight, make sure Mike is the one providing the food, because it looks like Blue Goose Cantina here locally is giving them free food anytime you want it. They have a giant sign outside the restaurant here. So
that's pretty funny. He had the audacity to tell me something. All right, if I'm paying for food, well, we're going to Blue Goose Cantina.
There you go.
Great stuff, Tank. Enjoy the rest of your week and give him hell over there. We've been pulling for you.
Most definitely. Appreciate it, fellas.
Salute. There he goes. Demarcus Lawrence Show Thursday, 4:45 right here on your home of the Cowboys. We will be in Arlington ourselves tomorrow. Rally House. Come on by, pick up some gear. We'll do the whole show there 2 to 7. Massive takeaways that update the Odell Beckham Jr. conversation, and we'll talk about those as Josina Anderson joined the show earlier, and there is a lot of stuff to talk about from that report. It's coming up next year, G-Bag Nation 105 through the Fan. Let's talk about my friends at Absolute Bitty Solutions, though. Oh, babe, this is the best place to go. You know,
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Veteran NFL reporter Josina Anderson was on with Sean and RJ today, and she advanced the Odell Beckham Jr. conversation in multiple significant ways. We'll take a listen to some of these cuts, and I want to know from you on the truckwreck.com fan text, do you think Odell Beckham Jr. is coming to the Cowboys? Scale of 1 to 10, how confident? And do you want him? Okay, so yeah, that's available for you at 877-881-1053. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. He does have LA Live coming up at 5:40. Hit some randos, do some headlines, and he replays the G-Bag of the day for you every night in that segment. If you miss it live at 2:30, he'll get you caught up to speed. Of course, Wilczek and Shia follower here, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation. Okay, here we go. Cut number 1, Josina Anderson. Where does everything stand with OBJ now?
So obviously today is the day that he is starting his free agent tour, and he's going to be coming into the New York area today to commence the 2-day visit with the Giants, which, is a really big deal considering the way in which he, departed the team the first time around. After spending, some seasons there before being traded. So, that starts today. And afterwards, as you know, he's going to the Bills. And most likely, I would think he would be leaving Friday at some point in the afternoon or the evening, depending on how those conversations go, with the majority of that visit happening on Friday. And I'm sure Giants fans will be on their, P's and Q's trying to and the organization offer him not to leave the building. And then obviously, he ends up in Dallas where you guys are on the 5th to begin his 2-day visit with that team. So that's where we are.
Okay, so, that's interesting. And obviously the next question is there a chance that he would sign before he goes to all 3 teams? And we're going to get the answer to that in just a second. I do want to ask Brian, just out of curiosity, when I was listening live, I wondered, why do they need 2 days of visits? Is that because there's going to be extensive physicals and workouts? What do you make of that?
Yeah, that's, it's a travel day, and then kind of probably going to have a dinner that night with ownership or front office players. And then the next day would be the day that you kind of get everything, everything together. The smart teams will find a way to go pick him up with a plane. You do not want him. Obviously, what happened with commercially.
Actually, I just saw a photo of him and he was kind of like cracking a joke where it's like not going to happen again, and he's flying Privo.
Yeah, that's the. And I'll say this just real quick. The only reason we got Reggie White to visit Green Bay is because we agreed to fly him commercially from Cleveland to Green Bay.
All you had to do was pay for the plane ticket?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. If we'd have put him on commercially, he probably wouldn't have come visit us. We had to send
a jet.
We sent a jet to go get him.
Yeah.
And that made all the difference in the world. These players, you want to go pick them up. You do not want to make anything. You don't want to appear like you're being cheap or anything like that, and nothing wrong with flying commercially. But if you have the ability to go and pick him up and then fly him with a helicopter over to the practice facility and all that, like Jerry and Steven and those guys can do here, that can make a big difference.
Hell yeah, press the pants off him.
Yeah, but for 2 days, it's again
not literally.
You're gonna fly in,
preferably
maybe for
dinner,
the physical. It's cold outside,
and then the next day you're gonna do your physical.
Okay, 214 says, hell yeah, I want OBJ. 682 says I'm a 7, but I'm not desperate. Okay, 469, zero desire. ACL injury with the linger, and he won't even be healthy this year. I'm way above a 0 because there is a chance that he's feeling great already. Like Adrian Peterson took 6.5 months and he was ready to rock at a really, really high level. So it's possible OBJ can help you in a significant way and give you another receiver that can win, runs great routes, has good hands. Assuming he can move close to as good as what we saw last year with the Rams. I mean, if for the right price, Odell Beckham Jr. could be the deciding factor of whether you make the championship game or the Super Bowl.
I like that 682 text as a dating app bio.
Yeah.
I'm a 7, but I'm not desperate.
Yeah,
I like that too. I might have to switch my Hinge profile actually. But here's my stance on OBJ is this is why you should be interested. And somebody texts in, why would I be interested in OBJ? You've got to look big picture here. Something happens to one of your receivers, how you feeling? CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, something happens, there's an injury.
Yeah.
And you think you have a chance, you're a team that has an opportunity to carpe diem, seize the day, make a serious run. All of a sudden, you feel a lot better with Odell Beckham Jr. I understand the questions on if he's healthy. How quickly is he going to come in and make an impact? But medically, this is the big question. You bring him into Frisco. Britt Brown, the training staff, they get their eyes on him. He clears. You think, yes, he's good to go. He's come back from this injury before. He's a freak athlete. He can do it. If you feel comfortable with it, there's no reason not to want him. And we kill this team all the time for not being all in. This is an all-in move.
Yeah, if he doesn't come here, it's because of the medical. That's what I feel.
Yeah, because Jerry said we need him for this year.
Need him for this year.
Yeah,
and you have to determine, and that's the problem that a lot of these teams are running into is when you bring him in, are you going to be able to determine that he's ready to play now or he's going to need 2 or 3 weeks?
And as we make our way through these cuts, I think it will be less and less certain if he can play this year. Judge for yourself. Cut 2, is there a chance Beckham would sign before visiting all 3 teams? Here's Josina Anderson.
I mean, anything can happen. A free agent process is always fluid. Anything can happen. But my expectation as of right now is that he will get to all 3 teams because from a business standpoint, it just makes sense to, give all of those teams, the opportunity to get that in-person vibe. And quite frankly, after doing so, and you have that experience in person, it, should, raise the desire, anti-leverage, for him to come to any one of those teams and other teams, not just beyond those 3 teams. We'll see if he even goes to any other place after that. It would be kind of hard pressed for me to see him not getting to Dallas and letting down Jerry Jones in that sense, especially as vocal and as much pressure as Jerry Jones, I feel, was putting on the situation with his comments publicly and the things that are, getting said behind the scenes. So I would be surprised at this point, but I've been covering the NFL for 20 years and, anything is always possible. Last year, I would have thought he would have ended up with the Packers and everything switched the day of, the decision last year after Von Miller and Jalen Ramsey and all those guys kept calling him and then he ended up with the Rams. So things can switch. People keep saying this team is ahead, that team is ahead. I really do not think that's the case. I believe that the decision is still wide open. He's still considering things. There are multiple factors to consider. I think he has it in his head, certain preferences.
Yeah, I could definitely see, it not getting to Dallas the same way Jalen Brunson didn't come visit the Mavs. If you and your agent know Dallas isn't going this high and he meets in New York or Buffalo, they love his medical look, and they're willing to give him more than what they know Jerry and Steven are going to give, then there's no reason to go. Once you know as Jalen Brunson that the Knicks are going to $25 million and the Mavs are down here at 18 to 20, I don't need to visit you. If I feel certain that is a strong line in the sand. But that was sobering when she said that this morning, like things could change in 4 hours. I'm at about 50-50 if I think the Cowboys are going to get him or not. And I don't think you could get higher than that right now because of how many different variables are involved.
I've kind of gone from like 60% to 75, and I think I'm back to 50-50 now. I think I am. I do worry about the Cowboys. I don't think the Cowboys have an idea, and I'll probably get texts for this, probably somebody listening over there, but I feel like that they don't have an idea of how much they want to spend or commit unless they get that physical, unless they see.
And that's totally fair.
That to me, and I'm not saying that this deal could very well hinge on that ability to see where that knee is at. And, the Cowboys, I think they want to be in this. Absolutely. I think Jerry Jones wants to. She's right. Jerry Jones is making those overtures and Steven is talking about rolling up his sleeves. And, this might be one of those things where they just have blind faith that, we didn't get the physical we absolutely wanted, but we're going to go ahead and do this anyway. And I think we've been very critical of this team not trying, and if in fact that they, if we start to hear that well, they just they signed him without the physical, then, I think that's a step in the right direction.
All righty. How about the next cut here? What would OBJ find attractive about coming to Dallas? Here's Josina Anderson.
Well, I mean, Dallas just, has its own unique shine in and of itself. The way that the team is playing right now, the confidence at the quarterback position, the balance of the offense and the defense. Right now, the way that they're in a groove relative to how the team is playing, all of those things are factors. He's got, family in the state, so those things are very attractive too. So I think that's what Dallas definitely has going for it. And ownership is very outward about wanting him there. The players are very outward about, wanting him there. So all of those things are very strong considerations. And I do feel when he gets to Dallas and, walks in that, facility and really takes it in that sense, it's going to be hard not to feel, I've covered that team. I've been to the practices or whatever. Like, it's a spectacular place to be at. So I'm sure optically he's going to absorb all of that. And Jerry's going to put, all of his magic into whatever it needs to be. And we already know from my tweets that I've said that the team is open to listening to what a multi-year deal would look like, but at the same time wanting reasonable numbers. But of course, what is reasonable is subjective. So I think that that's hard.
So a lot going on here. That's what the Cowboys have going for them. I think the Giants, New York City, former home, and maybe they're more desperate for a wide receiver. Maybe they'd be willing to go further. And then in Buffalo, maybe a slightly better team, and you have Von Miller, and maybe a slightly better quarterback in Josh Allen, but he is hurt. So there's a lot of different things between the three teams that could attract him or dissuade him. Are there other teams involved? What are you guys hearing about that? Is it just down to these three, or could we have a surprise come in between now and like next Tuesday?
I think we could have a surprise. She mentioned the Chiefs and the Ravens as two teams that are still floating around that have not been put on the itinerary for his free agent rounds, but are kind of lurking. And if any of these visits go a little bit haywire, or OBJ doesn't like what he's hearing or whatever it is, then these other teams I think are going to be ready to step up. And maybe that's just a leverage play. And this whole thing might be leverage. I think there's a very plausible case that OBJ's got a pretty good idea that place like Dallas is where I want to go, but to drive up leverage and just to get schmoozed like a high school recruit on a visit. I know I'm going to Alabama, but X, Y, and Z school want to fly me out and do some cool things and take me to dinner and show love to me. Why not? And so I still think there's a part of it that could be that, and the rest of this is just a formality. As long as, hey, the knee checks out, the money's halfway decent, OBJ's a Cowboy.
How could you not say yes to Mahomes though? If that's real, I could play with
Peyton
the Chiefs.
Hendershot did it,
and
man.
that's
okay. Good point. Good point.
But Kansas City's natural grass, and they got a shot.
Yeah.
At making the Super Bowl. That's the best team out of the bunch. I think Kansas City, with the Von Miller injury and with Josh Allen being banged up, I think that's the best team. I'm not buying the Ravens. The Ravens aren't a team that really has made the push to get wide receivers. Who's somebody out there that really recruits from Baltimore? I just don't see the Ravens being legit. But the Chiefs are a team that I do think quietly behind the scenes could be working.
Okay, and then final cut here. What's the biggest difference about OBJ now from 5 years ago?
So all of those adjectives that you use are not anything that I would use to describe him. If anything, to me, he's, and this is from somebody who's covered him since day one. So my words come from my coverage. He's extremely passionate about football. He works really hard. His teammates love him in every place that he's gone, outside of what happened with, in Cleveland in the Baker Mayfield, situation. But outside of that, his teammates love him in every place that he's been. He has a strong desire to want to win. And when you are somewhat of a, kind of a supernova type of character who, as you know, just kind of has this unique energy that kind of pulls people into you, that when you've covered him and you've been around him and you've seen him at games, that in and of itself sometimes can invite and attract things that happen when you come outside. of, your just professional world and you're going about life. And it doesn't mean that he's done everything perfectly. But if we all look back at where we were in our 20s and decisions or things that have, we've made, we would all look back and say we all have evolved. We all have gotten better. And even if you look at the Justin Tuck interview on my Twitter now, I mean, as a legacy giant, he's acknowledging that he sees the arc of growth that Odell has had. And even beyond that, thing that happened a Sunday, with the American Airlines or what have you, there's two sides to everything that happens. And sometimes there are situations where people egg you on just because of who you are. And it doesn't mean it's right. And it doesn't mean that you still have to watch kind of how you respond. But it also doesn't mean that, someone like Odell is going out starting those things either. And I say that as a person who's spoken to him about, what happened and things like that. So I'm not just kind of talking from the left side of my mouth. But overall, my point is that I feel like he has evolved. But those things that I started out saying with how I feel like he is as a football player are tried and true.
Yes, Josina Anderson, kind of like the Odell Beckham Jr. reporter of record for his career, kind of like Brian Windhorst and LeBron back in the day. So she's dialed into his scene for sure. The Expressway, what do you want to say about LeBron's reaction to Jerry's photo? That's been the viral story of the day across the nation. We'll give you our thoughts on it coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat about Diamonds Direct, though. You want to make this the most...